He was actually inquired, the commandant asked him for this particular document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with this. He brought it to an imam out of town, who hid it most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there until it was eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a world-class treasure. Now, there's another element to this story. Besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving this Jewish treasure, he also saved a young Jewish partisan named Mira Papo. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this Jewish girl. They gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave and so on if the Nazis should ever come. And she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the Korkut family to be members of the Righteous of the Nations. And in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by Yad Vashem, and a certificate was sent to his family in Sarajevo. So that's kind of an amazing story, how this man was so heroic and saved not only that Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved an amazingly young Jewish child and was recognized. But the story does not end there. What ended up happening is, those of you who remember the 1990s, it was a terrible war in Bosnia-Herzegovina. The term ethnic cleansing was really coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter and brutal war. And Muslims were under attack in Serbian region, and the descendants of the Korkut family, their daughter, had to flee the region, and she eventually made her way into Macedonia. They were impoverished. They were literally, refugees with nothing to their name. All they had was a suitcase with a few belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in the fighting that was going on. Among the documents that the Korkut's daughter took with her was this certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations. And so, not knowing what to do, they made their way to the Jewish community, and they went to the Jewish Community Center, and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of indication as to what their background were. Of course, the Jewish community was overwhelmed to have a daughter, one of the righteous of the nations, visiting them, and they immediately contacted Israel, and the prime minister, who was at the time Benjamin Netanyahu, as he is right now, as I'm giving this brief lecture, met them at the airport and welcomed them to Israel, where they were given refuge. It's an amazing story how, what goes around comes around, that this heroic Muslim was able to save this treasured Jewish document, and then later the Jews were able to save his own daughter. Let us go back to this question of who is the dark-skinned woman at the Seder table. So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and opine what possibly this could mean. But I'd like to suggest, and this is just maybe something you can discuss at your Passover table, Seder yourself, that woman is like the other, the guest at the table. At the beginning of the Seder, we like to say, whoever is hungry, please come and eat. It's part of the Haggadah itself. Who knows why that woman is in that picture? But just as she was in the family of the people who commissioned the Sarajevo Haggadah, and just as young Mira Papo was the other, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Korkut home, and just like the Sarajevo Haggadah itself was masquerading as Muslim books on a shelf in a mosque somewhere in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the presence of this mysterious dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others in our own life. That's just stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to think about. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover Seder.
Psychological advance operation. So everybody else gets butchered. One guy that let go. You go tell everybody, no, we're out here. No. And also some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Yeah. Just wait. You sent me this message last night of these.
Hello, everyone. One of the
6,
most
7
fascinating documents in Jewish history is certainly the so-called birds in Haggadah. It is the earliest extant illuminated manuscript, meaning a copy of a religious text that has history attached to it. It was produced in the Ashkenazic region, probably in the town of Mainz in the year 1300, more or less. The technological advancement in manuscript production at the time, application of color and flavors made it still a very expensive purchase. Now, will be
things are changing
wealthy family
rapidly down there.
and the Haggadah being a home-based document to be something that would be treasured and not have to be shared in the synagogue, for example, would be less exposed to censorship, things like that. So this is an especially fascinating document for one reason in particular, and that is, what is it with the bird's heads? Why is it that these people that are put in this particular Haggadah have their faces, by and large, replaced with birds' heads? Now that's kind of a weird mystery that remained for about 700 years until a great scholar, Michael Epstein, fantastic art historian, who's doing some amazing things, discovered this through his observation of his 10-year-old son and how his son is actually represented. So I'm going to share with you some of Dr. Epstein's amazing research in this short video. Basically, if you look at the manuscript itself, you see that there are characters all over it that have distinguishing characteristics. Not only the birds, but also the so-called Hebrews, or Jewish hat. But there's a food with that hat as well. Have a look at this picture here where you see Moses on the left, partially obscured, who is receiving the Torah from God, who's kind of holding it. Fingers, a physical representation of God, which is unusual. Then again, bird's heads are also unusual. Here's another picture. Apparently, Moses now giving the tablets to the Jews. Here's another picture of the same page. I really like this one, where the Jews are gathering up the falling man or manna that's coming from at the end of the grip, and it looks like there's quail mixed in there, and the manna itself is multicolored.
What is considered
so, looking at another picture of it here, here's one of my favorites. You can see Moses leading the Jews through the split sea of reeds, and he's pointing with the staff, and the Jews are all following along step. Very beautiful, colorful representation, and they all know this bird's head and the horn. So, what is America? Many different theories have been floated as to why this is. One of the most bizarre theories is that perhaps this was a Christian artist involved in producing images, or perhaps it was a Jewish artist, and there's an indication that it wasn't a Jewish artist, but they are sort of absorbing the anti-Semitic tropes of the era. And there's some value to that particular approach, but this was Dr. Epstein really hit on something, and he says, no, we're misreading this. The thing is, birds, they are actually living, meaning they're actually that artificial combination of lion and bird that has been part of the Western artistic canon all the way since ancient. And unlike simple birds, the griffins are a positive representation. They are a majestic creature. So as a result, the representation of people here as birds are actually as griffins, and it's a good. Also, that relates to the Jewish hat. The Jewish hat may in itself, although later in the century it was used clearly as an anti-Semitic device to control the Jewish population, and it was a reflection of an early 13th century law that the church had passed. The Jews had to wear this clothing. Usually that clothing, however, was like a patch of color on the breast or on the back that is yellow or something red, but the horn may have been something that's used on Mexico as been a positive. It would not be so strange to imagine Jews wearing against the past.
I think the 70s and 80s is when they
so
start seeing
you can see a lot about this when you look
organizations and federations
are
working
By the way, it's very important to point out,
to traffic
imagine that many of you have
substances
already
through
figured this out,
Mexico up into the
there
United States.
is a
Was it originally
tremendous
cocaine?
hesitation, particularly in medieval art, for
I think
Jews to
originally
represent
heroin
the human
was at the
form.
start of
This
the
reached
initiation
its
of a lot of
peak
this stuff. I think they were
in
taking
the decades prior to the production of this particular manuscript.
they were
The
planting
Maharani Rothenberg took a
so
very
yeah,
strong stance in his
for the North
representation
apparently
of
for the Americans
people's
because they
characters, and
when
you
I'm
see it
sure
also in the
morphine, so they
Cleveland
needed to
times,
plant
you
it.
see the Ashkenaz which
And
flourished
that's one
in
of
the
the places
13th
where
century.
they
But
kind of
this
started like,
particular text was
grow this
produced
here.
in 1300,
And
which
so
may
many
represent the period in which the original bands were improperly understood, or perhaps were simply ignored. We don't know. But let's have a look at this example here, which looks like some kind of masa bakery. There's three figures here. On the left is a fully formed adult male. You can see now the image of the griffin is much clearer with the beard, what looks like mane, much more of a majestic figure. He looks like he's in some kind of supervisory role, with the other two characters looking towards him. The character in the middle is undoubtedly a woman who is wearing a smooth head covering, is most likely married, or maybe it's for sanitary reasons. And on the right is clearly a minor child who is bareheaded, and he was working here for a little bit of extra cash. The device that they are holding up and using on the matzah is probably a device used to poke holes to make sure you can Just another example, you can see there's the Jew on the left, might be Moses there, he's leading the Jews out of Egypt. The caption, which is clearly added later by another scribe, says the dough was buried in the story as they're going out of Egypt. And on the right, you see, looks like someone's purchasing dough there. Clearly, when I first looked at this, I thought he was purchasing for a matzah. And the alarmed expression on his face is, what? $30 a pound? That's ridiculous. But that's the dough. But here's one of the anomalies that really solves the puzzle. And this is something that Dr. Epstein described as the discovery of his 10-year-old son, Misha. Because Misha, when he was looking at all of these pictures, he came to a conclusion that many scholars have attempted to do, and that is that all the birds represent Jews, and all the faceless or obscured characters, as you see here, for example, represent non-Jews. So the figure on the far left is an Egyptian soldier. Some of the manuscript has unfortunately been damaged over time. It appears that a later owner of the text wanted to add some facial features, perhaps because they were disturbed with the kind of unsettling idea of a faceless feature, so an eye is added there. And then next to him, wearing a crown, is obviously Pharaoh. And here they are, in this context, they're like pursuing the Jews out of Egypt. So they're clearly non-Jewish characters. But immediately behind them look like two other soldiers who are accompanying Pharaoh. They have weapons, they have sticks and weapons on, but they have the birds. So for many, this always implied that the rule that the birds' heads represented Jews meant that the most clearly incorrect, because here are some Egyptians who are carrying a stick and a weapon. But what Misha pointed out to his father was, no, clearly those are two Jews. That's Dathan and Avira. Dathan and Avira, two of the wicked Jews of the story of the Exodus, who joined with the Egyptians in being the harsh taskmasters of the Jews. And then biblical texts refer to them as having, these weapons that they used to force the Jews to do the will of Egypt. So what Dr. Epstein points out is that Misha was reading the Haggadah with the kind of meta-narrative that only comes when you study the Midrash as a child would in a regular Jewish school system. And so for the creators of the Birds of Haggadah, it was a general rule that all the Jewish figures are represented as birds, whether or not they were affiliated with the Egyptian as we see here, and all of the non-Jewish figures, including angelic figures and so on, are represented as birds. So that's really okay, that's it for a very quick look at this amazing document. Hope you enjoyed the video, and look forward to seeing you.
See if how many murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. Let's elect the governor. So I like to think that we're in.
Last night I had the privilege of speaking with students from Project Macron, which is a fascinating institution, very meaningful project that specifically looks to provide an intellectual space for people who are struggling with their Jewish identity, which is basically every single Jew I know, myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students who wish to find some kind of intellectual space where they can ask the kind of questions they may feel uncomfortable asking in their own communities, yet within a very supportive and Judeo-centric viewpoint. I feel really great about being invited, and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you this short video version of that discussion. The point of the talk was to look at the concept of Jewish identity in connection with the upcoming holiday of Purim, and specifically the figure of Queen Esther, who I think is an absolutely fascinating figure in the biblical canon, who has a tremendous amount to say about how we articulate our Jewish identities even today, thousands of years after the events described in that book. So over the course of this brief lecture, I'm going to kind of dance across several periods of history. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself, and then look at some of the identity-challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to inquisitorial Spain. I'd like to look at the impact specifically of the Spanish Inquisition on Jewish identity and how that required subversion of Jewish identity in the face of overwhelming threat. And then I'd like to look at Amsterdam in the 17th century, and one especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate into the Jewish community after having been artificially separated as a result of the Inquisition. Then we're going to jump way back in time again to ancient Alexandria and to look at the Targum Shivim, the Septuagint, and the unusual thing it has to say about Esther. And then finally, I'll wrap it up with some thoughts about Jewish identity. This is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it is going to focus on a literary figure in a historical context. But I hope you find it meaningful, and I hope it contributes to your appreciation of the reading of Megillas Esther, which will occur, God willing, until the chronological setting for the scroll of Esther is, of course, in Persia after the destruction of the first temple. Here's a representation of that horrific event in the early 6th century before the Common Era, which is clearly anachronistic. The kind of weaponry and armor and things like that is certainly not what they would have used, but it captures some of the chaos and upheaval associated with Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple, and most significantly, the tremendous pace of exile that occurred as a result of that destruction, captured here in James Tissot's classic work, The Flight of the Prisoners. The destruction of the first temple in the early 6th century also resulted in this massive population transfer in which Nebuchadnezzar exiled, in particular, the nobility from Jerusalem and surrounding Judea, a significant portion of the leadership of the population off to distant Babylon. Let's have a look at where that is. Here is a map that shows the route that those exiles took from Jerusalem. They would not have gone straight because, of course, that would have required a crossing a very formidable desert, but they took the traditional route up through what would be today Lebanon and Syria, and then followed the Euphrates River, here noted by the Hebrew term Prat, which is next to the Hideka or Tigris River, down to their new home in Babylonia. Now, we should bear in mind, not only is this a phenomenal demographic upheaval and political upheaval, economic upheaval, but I think for our purposes, it's especially important for us to reflect on the assault this represented to the concept of Jewish identity. Let us recall that the temple, which had been constructed in the era of David and Solomon in particular, the process was initiated under David, but really only completed under Solomon, which was like 500 years prior, and that meant for half a millennium, the Jews regarded the temple as their primary pivot point in terms of their relationship with God. Everything meaningful in terms of their individual relationship with God was processed through that little bit of real estate in Jerusalem. If one wanted to achieve atonement, if one wanted forgiveness, if one wanted to express thanks, if one wanted to, describe petitions, any kind of relationship to God is really focused on what happened in the temple. With the destruction of that temple, with that physical location of a relationship with God, and then the exile to a foreign land, many Jews must have felt like it's all over. What happens now? Does God even work in the exile? Now, I know that sounds silly for us 2,000 years later, those of us who are theists. Of course, we approach the concept of God as being obviously universal, and there's no reason why God should have any less power in Babylonia than God does in Israel. But it must have been a very real concern for the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era. Especially for less well-educated Jews, would it have been effective for Judaism to work in Babylonia, or would perhaps Babylonian forces have more power? Who knows? A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, the famous By the Rivers of Babylon, which is beautifully expressed here by Edward Benjamin in this painting, the trauernde Juden in Exile, the tearful Jews in exile. You can see actually in the top left and right of the frame is the first verse of that psalm that refers to the Jews approaching the rivers of Babylonia, which would have been, of course, the Euphrates and the other side of the Tigris. And there they sat down and they wept when they remembered Zion. And their captors tormented them, saying, "Sing us a song of God here in our land." And they asked the question, how can we sing a song in a strange land? Will it work? Will any kind of a 3D work? You see this beautifully expressed here with the father who's literally in chains and holding onto a lyre while his family surround him, utterly crushed by this phenomenon. So this is the setting, intellectually, spiritually, of the book of Esther. It's a setting in which people are concerned, does God even have power in Babylonia? What will happen to the Jews and their presumed unique destiny once they have been exiled to Babylonia? And this helps us understand a little bit of the ambiguity of Esther as a literary figure. Forced to hide her Jewish identity, to enter into a forced marriage with King Ahasuerus, she had a dramatic choice before her. She could have simply, abandoned all hope and said, well, all that Jewish stuff that happened prior, it's all over now. The temple is destroyed. We have no, way to communicate with God in this strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally, has given me wealth and power and, tremendous advantage in society, and simply say, I'm going to assimilate into the Babylonian realm. But nevertheless, she held fast to her Jewish identity in her core being, even though it had to be suppressed by external circumstances. This beautiful painting by Edwin Long really captures that ambiguity, I think, in her facial expression. As someone who has a submerged Jewish identity, she is effectively a type of crypto-Jew, a Jew who lives in hiding from her true Jewish identity, portraying only an external, non-Jewish identity to the outside world. The term crypto-Jew is most classically associated with the Jews of the Spanish inquisitorial period, which is in the 15th century. It is a more appropriate term than the word marrano, which means literally pig, and was used by detractors of these Jews. But the idea of the crypto-Jew is a Jew who was forced to pretend not to be Jewish while retaining some Jewish identity within. Now, there's a whole spectrum of what these crypto-Jews were like. Some were like enthusiastic Jews who resented heavily the imposition of this external facade of Christianity, and there were others who adopted it willingly and eventually assimilated into Spanish Christianity. And then, of course, there's a range in the middle. But let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people came to be crypto-Jews, and then we'll look a little further at how they emerged from that status. The story of the Spanish Inquisition really begins 100 years prior to the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks on Jewish communities across the Iberian Peninsula, and Jews could avoid this by adopting Christianity, by allowing themselves to be baptized against their will. This presented an unusual challenge to the Spanish population because, on the one hand, these Jews were no longer bound by the anti-Semitic restrictions that were imposed on them by society. Suddenly, with their newfound Christian status, they were allowed to pursue different occupations, travel without hindrance, engage in higher education, even within the church, all kinds of avenues which suddenly opened up to them. However, because they had accepted baptism against their will, that it was forced upon them through duress, they wanted to remain within the Jewish community. And so they had this unusual kind of very much like Esther, they had this advantage of being considered technically Christians, because within the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There was no such thing as a do-over, that a person who was baptized was in fact a Christian and remained so for the rest of their lives. They were kind of trapped in that external Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them economically and socially, but internally they still retained that desire to remain within the Jewish community. And in fact, for the next 75 odd years, they were very much involved with the Jewish community, still, keeping kosher, still living in Jewish neighborhoods, marrying other Jews or marrying other technically baptized Jews, who were also, by the way, called conversos, or new Christians, meaning they were distinct from old Christians who were not baptized during those attacks of 1391. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Thomas de Torquemada, who was the most notorious figure behind the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition, as the name implies, inquired of those new Christians to determine if they were still practicing Judaic faith practices. And so it was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided the forced baptisms of 1391. It was specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that meant that they were now Christians who were nevertheless behaving like Jews. Observing the Sabbath on Saturday, for example, and keeping strictly kosher, educating their children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the Inquisition was specifically directed at this very significant population of new Christians and their descendants. The methods of the Inquisition are well known. They frequently resorted to torture and forced confessions, in which people, under incredible pain, would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates, claiming they were also secret Judaizers, whether this was truthful or not. And this created a kind of a rolling, perfect storm of more confessions, more torture produced more confessions, and the Inquisition spread further and further in Spanish society, really disrupting it as a whole. in order to give you a sense of the terror that the Spanish Inquisition brought upon people, however, I'm going to show you just one of the many nefarious torture devices that were developed for Jews during this period. This is something which was ironically named the Pips pear. It was inserted in one of several possible orifices of a person that was about to be tortured, and then the ring at the top would be grasped and turned until it opened up like this, creating terrible harm, rupturing internal organs and membranes, and possibly resulting in death. But this kind of nefarious, diabolical torture was used to elicit these forced conversions. Once a person was suspected of being a Judaizer, they would often be put on trial, such as this remarkable painting by Francisco Goya that shows several of these suspected Judaizers wearing the humiliating tunics called sanbenitos and the conical hats that later, incidentally, had an influence on the development of the witch's cap or the dunce cap. And they would be, if found guilty, there would be a whole range of punishments, ranging from the most extreme, the auto da fe, the burning at the stake, to much more lenient punishments such as confiscation of property, which would often be distributed incidentally to people who betrayed them, which created yet another incentive to accelerate the cycle of denunciations and torture and false confessions. And they would often be required to do things like wear the sanbenito for the rest of their lives. The sanbenito would sometimes be hung up in the church with the family name as a enduring shame to the descendants. It was an absolutely horrific time. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threatened to completely overwhelm the normal functioning of Spanish society without necessarily slowing down the process of these false tribunals of suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached this problem from a different direction. He suggested to the king and queen that perhaps the reason why the Inquisition is not succeeding, that they're not actually bringing this process to a close, is because those Jews who are not baptized are still exempt from punishment. And the baptized Jews, the conversos or new Christians or crypto Jews, are still seeking to associate with their Jewish communities. And therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from Spain, an incredibly dramatic move, especially given the strength of the Jewish community in the peninsula, perhaps that would bring an end to the attempt to make Spain Gudenai on a real level. This remarkable depiction by Emilio Sala Frances really captures much of the mood. Here is the elderly Jewish statesman, Don Yitzhak Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who was famous for his rabbinic commentaries, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high officer in the Spanish state taxation system. And he personally begged Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen of Spain, to hold back on this threatened expulsion to no avail. You see also in this painting the varied reactions of the courtiers to this, some expressing horror, some expressing a kind of distant fascination with it, the tremendous range of emotion in this painting. And here is Torquemada wildly gesticulating, his left hand pointing at the decree of Alhambra, the decree that would be signed to expel the Jews from Spain. And through all of this, the king and queen sit impassively, zombie-like, unmoved by the plight of the Jews, and ultimately they would decide to expel them in 1492. This created the great Spanish diaspora as they spread out throughout the Mediterranean basin, settling in the coast of North Africa, the Italian peninsula, in the east in Constantinople in particular. Some made it to the Americas, particularly to Portuguese Brazil, and then some that we'll talk about in just a second eventually made it up to northern Europe, especially the city of Amsterdam, which was particularly known for its liberal, welcoming attitude to the descendants of these expelled Jews. The most obvious route of escape for many Jews, however, was to simply move west in the peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupies the western coast. There had been a history of Portugal sheltering Jews, such as Yitzhak Abravanel's own grandfather, who fled there in 1391. But the new kings of Portugal were not pleased with this overwhelming migrant mass. And in 1497, 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, the king decided he wanted to take advantage of the Jewish population, which was a highly literate, numerate, and fairly wealthy population, and rather than expelling them, he decided to simply forcibly convert all of them, similar to what happened in 1391 in Spain. What this meant was that now you had a large population of crypto Jews, many of whom were formerly from Spain, now living in Portugal, who had about 20 years grace where they could still maintain their Jewish identity, at least privately, but then beginning in 1530, a terrible series of persecutions began with the Portuguese Inquisition, which was in many ways even more ferocious than the Spanish Inquisition. And so for generations in Portugal, because this is something that followed a family from to children to grandchildren, so on, the Portuguese Jews hid their identity deeper and deeper, further suppressing it, and fearful of even revealing to their children that they were of Jewish ancestry, because they were worried that their children might actually, accidentally mention that to someone in the street, another playmate perhaps, and this could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. Absolutely terrible time that lasted for several hundred years. So in this context, I want to look at one specific Portuguese crypto Jew, a very tragic and well-known figure known as Julio da Costa, also spelled Acosta. His circumstances are especially poignant. He was born in 1580, and he was initially, like many Portuguese Jewish children, unaware of his origins, and his parents only revealed this to him when he was a young adult. His mother was especially staunch in her attachment to a Jewish identity. His father appeared to be a very devout Catholic. Now, he had received a very strong education, including in theology, but when he learned from his mother, as they were leaving Portugal for Amsterdam, that he was in fact Jewish, he was actually overjoyed. He was always motivated by the stories of the Jews that he read in the Hebrew scriptures, which were available to Portuguese Christians. But recall that he had no access to any authentic Judaism for his entire youth. He had no access to rabbis, no access to books. The only Hebrew books which were allowed in Portugal at the time were medical texts that were used by doctors. Otherwise, he had no connection with the rest of the Jewish world other than what he could glean through mediated Christian sources. Nevertheless, he embraced his Jewish identity with both hands and had himself circumcised and became a very enthusiastic student of Judaism and the Jewish people. This ultimately led to his downfall, however, because one of the things that troubled him was his perceived disconnect between the ideal Jews that he imagined upon reading biblical texts and the actual Jews that he came in contact with, actual human beings in the real community, with the occasional failings and the occasional inappropriate behavior and so on. And he became kind of like a gadfly to the community, regularly proclaiming his displeasure with Jews who failed to yield to the straight and narrow of Judaism. He was like kind of too religious all of a sudden. You can imagine him accusing people of speaking Lashon Hara, inappropriate speech, or not observing the Sabbath properly, or God forbid, not behaving in business dealings properly. And he was actually excommunicated by the local community 3 times. Incredible. He spent some time living in Hamburg, but he found that he could not deal with being away from the larger community, especially his mother. And even though he had a tremendous resentment for the fact Jews were not living up to Judaism. Rabbi Beryl Wine likes to mention that you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, because Jews are human beings who often make these mistakes. Judaism is a body of ideas. He nevertheless begged to be allowed to come back into the Jewish community. Let us understand, don't forget, that the Jewish community from this time, actually for another 150 odd years, it's a kind of a tenuous situation where their specific rights and privileges in Amsterdam are not really hammered out, and the Jews are worried about, very public declamations of Jewish inappropriate behavior. It's like airing your dirty laundry out in the street. And they were trying to exercise some kind of social control over Julio da Costa so that he would not be jeopardizing the political, social, and economic standing of the Jews. It was not at all uncommon for Jews to be expelled from individual localities, and the Jewish community, in a rather high-handed way, were trying to exercise this control to keep da Costa in check. And his expressions, don't forget, were quite effective. He published books criticizing the Jewish community and so on. This is not a simple matter. After his third excommunication, he begged to be returned to the community. He spoke to the court in Amsterdam, and they agreed to readmit him, but his level of repentance had to be specifically sealed with a much more powerful public demonstration of contrition. This required him to speak before the entire community gathered in the synagogue. You see here Maurice Gottlieb's impression of that, where he beats his chest and reads out loud a confession of his sins. And then he was stripped to the waist, tied to a pillar in the synagogue, and symbolically flogged. This is not as unusual as it sounds. In the 16th, 17th century, flogging in synagogue to maintain social norms was considered not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily common, but it was not all unheard of. The floggings were not, physical punishment. They were flogging him with probably some tiny little strap that just stung a little bit, certainly did not open up any wounds. We're not talking about a serious physical harm, but more of a ritual humiliation. And then following that, he was required to lay down at the entrance of the synagogue, and the entire congregation stepped over his body as they walked out of the synagogue, deeply insulting gesture which was intended to try and force him to cease this antisocial behavior. Tragically, Julio da Costa got up from this humiliation, walked home, and he compiled a 12-page suicide note, which was later published under the Latin title Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life, in which he tells the story of his life and of his struggles with Judaism and the Jewish community, ultimately his struggles with Jewish identity that resulted in his final act of suicide by gunshot. This is a very powerful and tragic story of the opposite of a picture Jew. Here is a Jew who tries to identify himself by affiliating with the Jewish community, but is unable to abandon an idealistic and unrealistic conception of what actual human communities are like. And this led to a tremendous break in his own personality and this terrible act of self-harm. Da Costa's suicide represents a tremendous human tragedy. He presented so much potential, and yet by force of historical circumstances and by his inability to understand the difference between the ideal and the real, ultimately ended in taking. Now, obviously, he had much greater impact. He has been the subject of many artisticizations, plays, and so on. But perhaps the greatest impact he had was with someone he never met, and that is the young Baruch Spinoza. And the relationship between Acosta and Baruch Spinoza, the philosopher, who had a similar run-in with the Amsterdam Beit-Din somewhat later, although they never met in person, there definitely is a relationship between them. And this remarkable painting by Shmuel Gershenberg shows the young Spinoza, blonde, probably blonde, and dressed in colorful clothing, holding onto flowers with a much more healthy kind of life-centered approach, sitting on the lap of the brooding and disturbed Acosta, dressed completely in black, with a laser-like stare and claw-like hand. Spinoza's personal experience was not nearly as tragic as Da Costa's, but also represents one of those expressions of Jewish identity that brings us back to our main thesis, which is on the idea of Esther as a. To that end, let us now go back in time once again. I'd like to take you to Alexandria, Egypt, which is located in the western part of the Nile Delta. It's actually a very ancient Jewish community, considered a very learned community, a lot of medical expertise coming from the Jews of Alexandria and so on. And in this context, the most significant element is a remarkable document produced in the 3rd century before the Common Era, which was a Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures. This is known in Hebrew as the Targum Shivim, the translation of the 70, or in Latin and English, the Septuagint. The Septuagint is a fascinating work. According to the legend surrounding its creation, the king Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all in separate rooms with a copy of the Hebrew Scriptures, and ordered them all to translate it into Greek. Once they had completed the process, they all stepped out, and miraculously, all of their translations were identical. The Talmud goes into specific discussions of why they all decided to divert from the main text and a few phrases here and there, but this was the miracle of the Septuagint, that all 70 rabbis came up with the same translation after working independently from each other. Now, I have to mention one of my favorite jokes about this. Rav Yitzchak Lutner, very important Rosh Yeshiva, head of a rabbinical seminary in New York, he commented, "Do you think that's a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis and don't put them in 70 individual rooms. Put them in one big room. See if they can come up with one translation. If they do, that would be a miracle." At any rate, what is relevant for our discussion here is what the rabbis of the Septuagint decided to do with the book of Esther. Surprisingly, they looked at the book of Esther, and they looked at some of the obvious questions that the text raises, like, for example, why is reference to God in the text? That is, why is there no explicit reference to God in the text? There are many commentators that find God hidden in the text, in particular grammatical features and so on, but there's no explicit reference to God in the text. And Esther's own relationship to God, where is that? Where is her Jewish identity? She seems to be kind of like a pawn moved around by very powerful forces until Mordecai specifically tells her she has to stand up for herself and for the Jewish community, which she does heroically and becomes the heroine of the entire story. But where is her prayer? Where is her relationship to God? So to try and address this lacuna, this missing hole in the text, they actually added 107 verses to the text that adds in all kinds of pieces which we would expect to read in a book of the Bible. The book of Esther is actually one of the most confusing books in the Bible for many reasons. I've only mentioned two of them now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint tried to sort of fix it for Greek readers to make it more understandable within the arc of Jewish theology, and specifically to explain a little bit more of what was going on in Esther's identity. And in the Septuagint version, we have a much more pious Esther. We have an Esther who reaches out to God even in the ambiguity of a post-temple world, even in an environment which is not Israel, it's exile. She nevertheless reaches out to God and asserts her identity at great personal risk in order to save the entire Jewish community. So let us bring it home by looking at this remarkable piece of art. This is actually a wall painting from an ancient synagogue not too far from Shushan that was discovered in the 19th century. It had been buried in sand for many centuries, but when it was uncovered, there were these remarkable wall paintings that were well preserved and give us a sense of what the Jewish community must have been like at that time. This painting, of course, depicts events in the Book of Esther. You can see on the left the famous scene of Mordecai riding the horse with Haman leading it. Haman obviously needs a pair of pants. And over here on the far right, you see Esther sitting beside Ahasuerus in her finery. But what I find especially fascinating, and I have to tell you I don't have an answer for the question I'm going to pose, is these four figures right in the very middle of the presentation. Two figures on opposite ends, like kind of a spectrum, have fully formed features, and the two middle figures have a completely absent and an obscured face. Now, sometimes faces are removed from ancient works of art because of various iconoclastic movements. So particularly in Islam, there's a strong iconoclastic movement that actually, removes facial representations in the Magaba map, for example. But that doesn't seem to be the case here at all. It seems like the partial features, the absent features, are entirely intentional. What is going on here? So I don't know enough about Europa's art history to actually say, but I like to think that these four figures represent some kind of spectrum of Jewish identity, from fully obvious to fully obscure, that the circumstances of the expression of Jewish identity, which are often threatened by external circumstances, like the exiles of Babylonia, like the Spanish Inquisition, like the Portuguese Inquisition, even the kind of oppressive measures taken by the Jewish community itself can submerge a person's Jewish identity. And it is finding that identity and expressing it which is central to not only the goals of Project Makav, as I understand them, but also, I think, in many ways embedded in the text of the Scroll of Esther. Okay, I hope you found this sort of exploration of identity and history useful, and I wish you a favorite and quote.
You saw a change in this when I don't know, the brutality aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. There was an incident. Members of Los Arellano Felix cartel, the Tijuana cartel, were in a direct conflict with elements of El Chapo, Guzman's organization. And they had an assassin. They had an assassin basically infiltrate
Hello, everyone. I'm really grateful to Rabbi Trump and staff at Young Israel Door in Seahurst for asking me to deliver a very short Var Torah, part of the 10 short Divrei Torah on the 10 plagues. So I got the third plague, lice. Let's have a quick look at it. Here's an awful early modern depiction of a louse. There were two species of lice that plagued the ancient world in the Middle East. The Pediculus hominis is the scientific name, and there were dark and light versions. The dark ones are also called head lice, and the light ones were apparently things that could infect clothing. How did people deal with it back then? Pretty much the same as we do today. There are like lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the 15th century, at least from medieval period. We know a little bit about how people dealt with it. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to delouse her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but a lot of the materials they use today seem pretty scary too. And the technology we see used in this golden Haggadah from the same period, a little bit earlier, we see that women are using lice combs, like lice combs do today. The other type of lice, the one that infects clothing, there's a lot of interesting halachos in the Gemara about how to deal with those lice on Shabbos and things like that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them was to fumigate them with a kind of closet-based incense burner. This is an example of an ancient incense burner that would have had coals placed in the bottom, and you would put incense in the top, and then you put it in your closet to fumigate the clothes and hopefully kill the lice that are living there and give it a pleasant aroma. Here's a beautiful representation of the third plague by James Tissot, who was especially adept at giving a kind of romantic view of the biblical period. The passage that is most striking is here in the books of Shemos, where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike the dust. So Aaron hits the dust, and lice comes up out of it. And then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses is able to engineer, somehow the Egyptian Khartoumim also engineer, they look at what just happened and they say, that's weak, we can't do it. Look at the last verse here. They said, it is the finger of God. But Pharaoh nevertheless kept his heart hardened. So the question is really, why is lice the finger of God? I mean, the Nile turning red with blood, the frogs coming there, that's not the finger of God, but lice, that's the finger of God. So there's a famous passage in the Talmud that addresses this, where the Rabbi Eliezer says that the fact that the magicians, who are quite talented, said this, the lice, is an example of the finger of God, shows you that their power was limited. They could only create things that were bigger than a barley grain. Right? They could, manipulate the universe, but there was a downsized limit. They could not do anything with things that were smaller than a barley grain. Rav Papa disagrees. Says, "Are you kidding? They couldn't even create a camel. They can't do any of these things. But in reality, what they do is they're able to control the demons, who can then corral various things in space to make them look like an alligator or blood or frogs and so on. They just couldn't get the demons to do something this small." Now, the way that I approach this, that I think is perhaps useful for us, and this gets dangerously close for a historian to be speaking about something in Torah like this. There's a fantastic passage in the medieval halakhic work, the Sefer Achinuch, that has long been associated with Aaron of Barcelona. There were some questions about this anonymous book, which was actually written as the world's greatest bar mitzvah present ever. And in the Sefer Achinuch, there's an interesting discussion of, what are demons all about in Jewish thought, anyways. And he argues there, and it's in the context of the discussion of mixing linen and wool and eating milk together, like what's so wrong with those things? And yes, discussion that it sounds a little bit like pre-scientific thought. He says, don't think about it so much in terms of demons, but think of it in terms of powers, the natural universe endowed by God, all kinds of unique properties, and certain things like, what do they say, ammonia and bleach and things like that, right? Just don't mix these things, because there are certain powers associated with them, which we would call scientific properties. You put those together and you get a dangerous result. Now, in the mind of the Midrash, in the mind of the ancient world, they could call these demons, but really they're referring to scientific properties. And in that context, I like to approach the time that we've all lived through in the context of the lice, in that something so tiny, something so small as a coronavirus has brought this entire world to a standstill with unimaginable tragedy happening in so many families. And for us to think that, we as the masters of our science and the masters of our universe have somehow been able to control all of the factors in our lives, and all of a sudden this tiny little thing, much, much smaller than a louse, is suddenly able to overturn everything. And hopefully we should get past this situation very soon. Passover, of course, is a dark anniversary because it was really last year's Passover when we were so horribly suffering here in the New York area from COVID-19. Now, thank God, things are beginning to get a little easier and we see the end in sight, although we still have to remain vigilant. But I think it's a tremendous blow to human arrogance to think that we are totally in control of the world. In reality, even the smallest, tiniest of things can be the etzbah, the finger of God. I don't have an answer as to why the finger of God points in the way it does, but I'm a historian, not a rabbi. I hope you enjoyed this short Torah, and I wish you a Chag Kasher with someone. Thanks very much.
San Diego. Yeah, it's not that far. No, and they'll swarm it now through many of those boats. And if you were a TJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So, like, which is a cause for a lot of Mexicans. When I say Mexicans view any sort of intervention by the United States with fear.
Thank you, Rabbi, for that very kind introduction. I appreciate it very much, and it's a great privilege to speak to this august audience. I'm glad that we were able to make it happen. The plan for today is I'm going to speak for about half an hour, and the goal is to give a very broad overview of Egyptian Jewish life after the Exodus, because one of the we're coming up to the holiday of Passover, of course, and we think about the huge emptying of the Jewish population that is described so movingly in the beginning of the book of Exodus. But what happens afterwards? The reality is that there's a significant Jewish population, a huge civilization that goes on for the next 3,000 odd years in Egypt. And ironically, we live in a time in the mid-20th century and onward in which the exodus from Egypt has really come full circle and is more complete now, in a sad way, than it ever has been over the last 3 millennia. So I'm going to just give a very quick, broad strokes look at the scope of Jewish life in Egypt, and then at the end of about half an hour, we'll have a chance to schmooze a little bit, as we say here in New York. We'll have time for some conversation and some questions. I hope you find this material engaging, and I find it fascinating. Let's go straight to the starting point, however, and that would be the Exodus itself. I don't want to overlook this moment that we're going to be spending so much time on at the Passover Seder, God willing, in just a couple of weeks. Here's a satellite map of Egypt that gives you some sense of where the Exodus would have taken place. You can see it. The Nile River Delta, of course, is much deeper green because that's the arable land from the Nile northward into the Mediterranean Sea. Unfortunately, we have precious little archaeological or papyrological evidence of the Exodus as described in Tanakh and the Hebrew Scriptures. There are a lot of reasons for this. There are certainly some cultural barriers. The pharaohs were loath to describe any negative information, and they have a long iconoclastic tradition of destroying any kind of memory of humiliating defeats. Furthermore, the archaeological background of the events described in Exodus are not well suited to the actual geography and geology of the region in which the various structures were built. The mud brick construction of the Nile Delta is especially prone to erosion, as actually is ironically corroborated by the Midrashic texts, which talk about the loose soil of the region. And the papyri that we have from the era is incredibly scant, and we were talking about something that occurred 3,000 years ago, and as a result, it's hard to have any kind of fragile plant-based records of it. But nevertheless, we have a few things that are so precious and give us some indication of what it must have been like. Have a look, for example, here at the a very brief fragment that describes some of the brick-making techniques that would have been used right around the time of the Exodus, preserved in your very own British Museum. We have tomb paintings like this remarkable painting of the Vizier Restream, which is right about the same time of the Exodus, a little bit earlier, that shows Semitic and Nubian slaves engaged in many of the activities associated with brick making. And especially fascinating are these discoveries right about in the region of where Ramses would have been located. Pitom and Ramses, of course, are the great store cities that the Jews are associated with building in the book of Exodus. This is some publication from 2017 showing the remnants of a mortar pit described there. Who can forget the dramatic scene in Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments where Charlton Heston, the great American film hero, is pounding away in the mortar pits. I have to say that for myself, that was like a life-changing movie I saw when I was about 8 years old, and I've never looked back from there. And here is also in that same region some children's footprints found in those same mortar regions, which is just amazing to imagine what it must have been like. I don't know, obviously, who these footprints belong to, Jewish, non-Jewish, slave, or non-slave, but nevertheless, it's kind of a spur to the imagination that I'm so fantasy. When we try to estimate the actual route that the Jews took from Egypt on their way to the Promised Land, there is quite a bit of question about the specifics of it. This is the route as proposed by the scholar K.A. Kitchen, who is one that I find this is probably the most reasonable of the many options afforded, and seems to comply with much of the biblical record. Of course, that's his area of specialization. But as you can see, the Jews leave the marshy eastern delta and probably don't cross the broad part of the Red Sea or enter into the Mediterranean, but rather proceed through the wetlands into the Sinai Peninsula. Possibly.
What's up, man? How'd you find out about me, son?
I didn't see you in the other group chat, in the other shit.
Word, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good. How your day going?
Kicking ass, taking name. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a... What's good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. Going good. I'm chilling.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, well, it's essentially people who have their entire life on camera, and that's what mine is. It's essentially a time capsule for society, or a timeline for society. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Excellent. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to?
I ain't doing that. I just joined the server. I see you in the e-girl world voice chat.
Excellent.
I was wondering what you was doing. I just see you on your phone scrolling.
Word, dog. That's what I do, baby. That's what everybody does, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So just chilling. It's early. Do you have any plans for today?
I'm probably going to the state fair later on.
Oh, that's amazing. What are you going to do there?
We go on a couple rides, grab some food with a friend. Probably just chill for the whole day.
Dog, that's amazing. Are you going to eat like crazy foods?
Hopefully, yeah. You know it's expensive here, so
yeah.
Hopefully, I'll probably spend about $100 to $200 there.
Oh wow, you got deep pockets. All right, good for you, man. What are you gonna? If you had to eat something crazy, what would it be?
Probably the corn with the Cheetos, with the hot Cheetos on it.
That's your jam?
Like a spicy corn or something.
I got you. That's your jam?
Yeah.
Word, dog. Excellent. All right, so you've got the Flamin' Hot Cheetos corn dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
What else would you eat if you could?
Uh, it'd be hard because I'm hard to pick food. Like even if we used to go out to a restaurant, I would not know what to pick.
Okay, what are your favorite foods?
I like chicken. I like to eat. I don't like pizza,
You
hamburgers.
hold on one second. Why don't you like pizza?
It got played out.
Oh, dude, it's classic though.
Yeah. Probably like from Little Caesars. I'll probably eat some pizza.
All right, so you like Little Caesars pizza, the hot and ready?
Yeah.
Word. Okay. Do you like sauce with it? Do you like ranch or buffalo or butter?
Nah.
No, just plain.
Nah.
All right. Do you like it with just cheese, sausage, supreme, pepperoni? What do you like?
I like pepperoni pizza. Sometimes cheese if I'm in a mood for cheese.
Word, son. All right. So you like chicken? What kind of chicken do you like?
Mm. Fried chicken.
Word, dog. All right. So do you like it really crispy or do you like it not crispy?
Really crispy.
Word. Okay. Do you like any sauces? Oh, he's gone. He's like, fuck your food questions, Rabbi. I'd be like, dog, this isn't fucking 20 questions. That's cool though. I hope he has fun at the state fair. Hey, Rabbi, if you could eat anything at the state fair, what would it be? I'd get that crazy shit, like deep fried pickles. If you could eat it, everything was kosher at the state fair. They don't. Well, they should have a national fair. That bitch should go everywhere. Anyway, there used to be world fairs. I wonder what kind of crazy shit they have with world fairs. Like deep fried sushi. Anyway, cray in a good way. All right, what else would you eat? You could eat anything. If they had like turkey bacon that was kosher on one of those fucking like a turkey leg with turkey bacon all around it, and I don't know. What else? I've been to fairs and things, but we never ate at them. All right, but if you could and did, what would you have? I don't know. Every year, the deep fried Snickers. That seems like it's a thing. Fried everything. How about French fries? Dog, I eat French fries daily. I have yet to have anybody come in here who's like, "Oh yeah, I saw you on Twitch." Let's check out. Damn. many views. It's gonna work. Nobody's checking this shit. Views, high to low. Wow, so one got 33. Why didn't I get an award for it? Sucks. That's good. Dragon Balls. Alright. Watch, they consider pushing people on my YouTube to be fraud, but pushing people on my Discord is fine. That would be fucking hilarious. Dude, I'm surprised no one just sells breading. Just straight up breading. Like, just breading. I could fucking eat breading. Dude, how many do we have? The goal is to get 1,000 on one of them. If I got 1,000 on one of them, we'd be in Baller World. What's Baller World? That's pretty close to Pimp, Phil. Come on, you little bitch. Fuck. Is that it? $285. That's good. All right, let's check the next one. What's your favorite animal? Unicorn. Creator dashboard. I have to say everything about it. Ooh, what's this? Notifications. You're not eligible for the games battle for Fortnite. Doug, why wasn't I eligible before? It should tell you, oh, because you did this, you are now eligible. You're not eligible for the games thing. Well, like, why? What did I do? Shit doesn't get explained. I need explanations. Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. I never don't want to hear you say. Tell me why. I can't believe Instagram forced you to have 1,000 viewers or 1,000 friends. That's so stupid. But these bitches are gonna marinate. Cool story, baby. 2 chains. This motherfucker off the chain. It was off the chain. I'm off the chain. Hey, there she is. How you living, girl? Hope you're having a good day. Hope it's amazing. Tell me why. No clips? No clips I've created. Come on, baby. Give me a 10. 9. Okay, I'll take it. Tell me why. I never wanna Oh, Audie, you're muted. Oh, no wonder. You're like, hey, why do you mute me? Girl, because sometimes you talk goofy. Yo, can you hear me? How you living, girl? How are you? How's your life been? What's wrong? Okay, can you get to a shelter?
I'm not going to a shelter. I'm not using a community shower. I'm not sleeping in not even beds with people that don't fucking bathe themselves. That shit is. I can go to a shelter where literally it's well, everybody showers in one big shower. I have to bring flip flops for that, and I've already been some fucked up shit happening right now. I'm not trying to go to one of these places. I'm telling you. The other option is mental illnesses, and technically I could do that, but I don't have to do it because a law was passed saying there's plenty of people who need help, but they don't need to be in a fucking assisted living thing. That's fucking stealing their rights. So I'm waiting for my fucking diversion funding. And that's how this is going to happen. Other than that, I will be in the car and I will be meeting with those people on Thursday. Absolutely fine. These people lied on me again. Do you know what they said? They said that his father, it appears, has done more than you. And I said, oh, this has to be a joke because he hasn't even completed an assessment to be able to visit the child. And by the way, this is not a competition, but that really fucking pissed me off in the courtroom. You must be absolutely nuts. He's how there's a he literally doesn't even you don't ask him anything because everything's going fine. It's going fine. I want to be in the car. I explain it. Some people understand because they understand what I have to choose from. That this might be the best choice for somebody. Okay, so I'm happy when I meet those people who understand I'm making the choice to be in the car for my safety. I'm not, I don't know what, I'm not smart, but evidently I am not that smart. So I'm trying to eliminate a lot of issues and garbage that could come about from associating with the lowly. Pardon me if I have to say it out loud.
Certainly. Certainly. Okay, so we've got something on Thursday. I'm just asking, just a question. Do they have any women's only shelters you could go to?
They do have women's only shelters. I'm already so close to this. I mean, literally the lady that I talked to on the phone yesterday, the one who is the manager, I don't know, or was it me in the show? Yesterday, she told me that we've completed such paperwork, and although she's new to the program, to her, it could happen any day. She just needs to wait for the response. I mean, life is just, it's what it is. How much longer can I take this? I don't know. Obviously, I cannot be in here. It's cold.
Right.
So my master needles I need to get my driver's.
Yeah, you do.
He only wants to buy me things if it's food. He barely wants to buy me soap. And at least he wants to buy me food things. What the fuck do you think that shit is? Anyways.
All right, desperate times call for desperate measures. And I'm just going to tell you what I would do if I were in your situation and I had nowhere to go. I was living in a car and I couldn't do that for the rest of my life. I would start escorting. I understand.
I'm about to believe this man's name because you're telling me some stupid ass shit. Right?
Hold on. Just hold on.
I have a son.
No, I understand. But I would be escort.
To make my work, and at the same time, I need to find some place to live. But there's only so many jobs a girl can take before they give her the thing that's in that fucking program. Everyone just has to wait a second. To meet with Don, I think she was trying to speedy order and focus on some paperwork for a second. Then my ass went to the hospital. here, let's go get your medication for you since you're having much.
Yeah, I mean that's really probably what you need is mental care.
It is a problem. I see it in this way, so everything's fine. But this guy over here, so if I get an A, it's like, just like, tell me, there would be very simple shit like, I need to eat, I need to bathe myself, or you're not gonna fuck me because you didn't let me do these things today. Fine, that's one, but you talked about another woman. And I'm talking about another woman in the past. Talking about another woman that you're trying to fuck me right now as you're fucking me, telling me that I'm not clean because you can't wait for my second doctor's appointment. Thanks for listening. You know how we started complaining about this motherfucker. But I have a big heart, you know, I really do. And I will make friends with just about anybody. And so for many reasons, I do not need to go to a shelter because I will not be able to focus on myself. Not only that, but the shelters and assisted living, they have like extra graduation process. You can't leave whenever you like, and it's just like another barrier for me to get to my appointments, which is I have to get to my appointments for my mental health in order for me to see my son. Because my mom's trying to make me out to be crazy, not fitting or something. And I said that these people, and they see a side of me that they said that's not healthy. And I said that it's not that this isn't healthy, this is a regular snack because you just didn't do your job for 1 month. I don't see him. And you want me to act like everything's normal. And now you're telling me that I need to do parenting classes. And guess who hasn't done any parenting classes? It has been over 6 months. And this is the second agency that's supposed to be facilitating the visits. Before I went to the hospital last time, I was supposed to have a FaceTime call with my son. I was so excited. And like they're like, yeah, like you, because basically I don't have to go to therapy. They've just got my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist. So this last time, yesterday, I just literally told them, oh yeah, by the way, you know, if you're gonna I'm not on Prozac anymore because I was getting side effects. So now I'm on Zoloft. And yes, I'm still taking the Serplusin and I'm still on medical cannabis. She wants to post some shit with me about, well, you were recommended to stay off of cannabis because of cloud psychosis. I said, that's absolutely not true. Which one do you recommend me? Because you're still telling me that you haven't talked to any of my doctors. Oh, so you're talking about the first time that I went to the hospital when we started working at DCFS. Oh my God, are you talking about Dr. Patel? Who I asked if I could use some marijuana while I'm sick. Well, and he told me, you already know what to do. Listen, I didn't have to tell you that part. Yeah, well, I prescribed it to myself, and I agreed that I'll take that to help me sleep. And I said, well, also add the Prozac. While we're at it, doctor, I'd like to add the Prozac. Trying to talk to me. Yeah, and by the way, I never talked to you. I guess you could call her bitch. Because the fucking lady from the first agency talked to her, and she didn't act right. This is actually crazy. What? I'm actually, these people are actually evil. To the point where this isn't, I have to actually give the judge all my evidence for her because she's really about to knock me wrong. Basically, I live these jacked up because I don't have a psychiatrist prescribing my medication. And for that reason, and the reason I really don't do parenting classes, I can't see my beloved son.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay.
I'm not a crazy person.
Look,
either.
I understand. I understand. I understand.
Because I keep writing his father that I'm gonna beat your ass, I'm gonna put you in jail, I'm gonna put you on child support. Who is Kiera and Erica and Colin? I've heard you talking about you want to go inside of my eye. It's too close to go in. How about this isn't even what is supposed to be going on? And you have made me into a whore.
Audie, listen.
Yes.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Okay, so my advice is to get help. I know that's easier said than done. So if you can't do that right now, just hold on. Just hold on. If you can't do that right now, I'm just asking. You're between a rock and a hard place. And if I were in your position, do you know what something called private delights is? Okay, so it's basically a place where you can escort. And I'm not saying that I think that's the best thing for you, but it will get you out of this situation. Okay, well, it you need money, and there's no like way.
Also, I have to survive as myself.
Okay,
And it makes me feel disgusting that you would even mention that to me.
well,
You should know better than to give me recommendations against my good interests.
I'm, it's not necessarily that. Look. It's not necessarily that. It's not necessarily that. It gets you out of this situation. And I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Hard work and patience, and apparently, according to Mr. Prairie, even though I told you I ain't supposed to be doing that. Besides saying thank you for not sending me to jail this time, and I now don't have a warrant. Thank you.
Okay. Well, so if that's out of the question, that's what I would do because I'd be that desperate. Then seek people who I absolutely will. I have known women who have had to do that. I have known women who have had to do that, and I still respect them. Okay, I still respect them, and I think it's. I honestly don't think it. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Look, 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 look. Listen to me. Listen to me. I respect those people more than I respect a lot of other people, and here's why. Basically, you're in the.
Respect me more, just like this. Watch this shit. I'm never doing that shit, Rabbi.
Okay.
I'm worth more than that shit. Are you fucking crazy? I give a fuck what anybody who they think that they are, that they need somebody to talk to about it. I am the bitch that will slip up, Rabbi. I know myself. I can't do that.
Okay, I don't.
And I'm not a fucking whore. And watch how real quick and accidentally went across the street, Rabbi. And that was not consensual, Rabbi. No. While it's happening, is not consensual, Rabbi. And I'm the person who has to live with that and deal with that. I'm the person who has to question, why did that happen? Out of desperation. Do I want to create any more situations like this? Absolutely not. Ew. That sounds like a trap. That sounds like a money trap to me. I don't want to get lost.
I understand. Audie, you're basically doing that now with one guy in a car who's barely provided for you. And I'm saying you can become.
That we have a child together, and when I do this, I increase his life to be with his son. So right now, that's correct.
Okay.
I am only having sex with the father of my child because it's sanitary. And he's forcing me to.
See, that's
So why
the
would I
thing.
go to somewhere else where I'm going to be forced to be gross?
Because then you can get a hotel room, and then you can get on your feet.
Yeah, but here's what I have all things outside the hotel room besides the microwave.
I understand,
And
but that car is going to be unlivable in a few months.
yeah, in a few months, I'm not going to be in this car because Jesus loves me.
Okay.
Okay, pay the price for it needs to be get I'll be in a heating and cooling center. I'll be sleeping in the shelter if I don't have a place to live. If I can't make this live.
Okay.
I don't really understand how much the police today.
And we don't want that. I don't think that sex work is anything to put down. There are many people who have to do it, and it gives you an.
Well, I was gonna do sex work, but it'd be more like actually having sex with people that I actually want to have sex with.
And that's what I'm saying. And you can do that.
But I want to have sex with, but they don't want to pay me.
Wait, hold on.
And they're like, oh, this isn't real. But what am I supposed to do? I'm just supposed to have sex with people, and I'm supposed to ask for stuff, right?
No.
It probably is. I'm not used to doing that.
I mean,
Usually just have sex with them. I'm like, thank you.
You can do that too. I mean, it's whatever. I just think that, look, you don't have many choices. As I said, a shelter, mental health, that's the way to go. But if you aren't going to do that right now, and I understand, I don't think that there's any disrespect in considering sex work if it is a way out of your current situation. And all I'm saying, but it's not that bad. I mean, I know that there are some aspects of it, but you don't have to do it forever. You do it for a month, and then you buy you can get a driver's license, and you can start to Uber.
But I can do that now. You have to go like this and go like, give me $30 to go to my license.
Okay, so about that, isn't it possible to go to your social worker and get a like a pass for a free driver's license? Yeah.
I already asked, and no, I can't because basically because my license is expired. I was thinking you guys just being a piece of shit. You're right. I should ask these other people, like, where can I go besides this place? Because this dude is like, he gave me like a hard time just to give me a hard time the first time. And he was nice with me the second time, but the second time was when I would spoke at 5 words, certificate, and social security. And I had asked them the same thing. I feel like he was lying. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you got to go back and then just try again and ask them to speak to someone else. So you don't.
I'm gonna make you pay for it. I already told him he was going to for weeks. So he can pay for it. I have $200. I have to take the paper to the social security and insurance.
Okay. All right. Well.
I actually have the right here to do anything that I want. Otherwise, like for instance, if I were to be in the shelter, I have to have gone to that place and then be directed to another place. Like that would be so much for my body right now to walk that fucking point. Like I really think I would like this seizure. Because I need to have my leave. You know, I had a seizure in the hospital and realizing that it's because I start to come off my leave not the right way. Tapering is something.
Can't your social worker give you bus tokens?
Yeah, but you know how far the fucking bus stops are. You don't understand. Man, this shit is terrible.
It's true. I'm not familiar with the Chicago bus system, but okay. Well, whatever they're called, bus credits. What are they called? I don't know. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm here to support you with whatever your decision is, and I want the best for you. I'm gonna do that way. I did want you to know this isn't what's never gonna happen. Okay, so that's fine.
I'm never going to sell my time and attention or my booking. That's still selling myself. That's weird. I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable And I'm saying it's something I wouldn't do because it's something I'm uncomfortable with. And if I would be comfortable with it, I would consider it. But for those reasons, that it makes me feel super gross because I can't do that. I'm not being wild, but I can't just be in that situation and entertain anyone's energy. That is totally against my will and against. I would not be nice. I also don't think I would fucking tell someone no. But they will not like that very much.
Okay, nobody wants that. I just want you to get out of that car. I want you to get out of a bad situation. And you're going to sell exactly 0 records. Okay. I mean, do whatever you want to do. If you want to be a rapper, I'll support you to be a rapper. All right, so I added this thing to the server. It may not be important to you, but I just want to make you aware. It measures everybody who's been in here the longest time. And because you've used 2 different accounts, you don't have the highest amount, but if you combine your 2 accounts, you're just about at the highest amount of any person in here. So you should know that you are doing well on that tracker. I appreciate the amount of time that you spend in here. And I'm always here to support you. And if that means that you go get mental help, go ahead. I would. I was just thinking about that. I'm going to tell you this. Wait. You asked me a question. And I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. I'm going to tell you what I would tell her. If you had absolutely no opportunities, which I think you do. That's why I said you could go to a shelter, you could go to a women's care area, whatever. But let's say that wasn't available, and she was living in a car with an abusive person, having sex with him for nothing, then I would say to her, you have no other options. If you can't go work at McDonald's and you can't go Uber and you can't do these other things, then to create a profile and start giving hand jobs if that's what you have to do.
I would say, why don't you get your ass back over here to the house right now?
Wait.
And I would document my mother. That's what would happen.
Wait, but I'm saying that if I didn't have the opportunity, I'd give hand jobs to be able to help my daughter.
You're not in charge. This is why you guys don't make the fucking rules.
I understand, but you just don't have a lot of options. And this will get you out of that car. It will get you out of an abusive situation.
Patience is a virtue.
I understand, but it's going to start to get cold. Good. And that's the advice I would give to my daughter, or to my sister, or to my mother, or to anyone around me. But if they weren't going to do that, I would tell them that I would still respect them and I would still understand the position they were in if they had to basically just go on dates with people for money. I don't see that as that immoral at all. Especially, I don't see it as immoral at all if you have no other choice.
I could have a conversation with all of these people, but am I gonna are they gonna be my best friend? No, because that's not the best decision actually. I mean, it's a decision that could have been made, yeah. That's how I feel about those people, okay? I feel about being a stripper, okay? I went as far as applying many years ago, but now we're not thinking about that. We're not thinking about that. We could be a content waitress, but we need to actually take actual pictures of us so it really look good because that's what they're gonna fucking ask for, and that's about as far as that shit will go. But other than that, I'm not gonna be an escort and allow myself to be one-on-one with some fucking creep because I don't want to. No amount of money is worth that. I don't care if somebody was like, I'll give you 1 million. They'd have to give me $1 million. They'd have to give me $100,000. They have to give me a lot of fucking money. And they're not ready to give me that much. I'm not talking about in the hundreds. That's what I'm saying. This is much. You must now understand. I gotta erase this shit from my memory when I'm done with it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be sitting there and not laughing and acting like, listen, I'm way smarter than you, and I don't give a fuck how much money you get. There is a disparity in this land. I don't even need to go to school to prove that I'm fucking smarter than you. The problem is that I'm before you right now. That's what's gonna happen. I'm not saying no school, but I can't do it for me because that's not me. Me doesn't like that. He wants to touch who he wants to touch. He wants to be around who he wants to be around. I don't want to be around many people at all, as you can see to begin with. Why would I want to be around weird people who want to give me money so that they can be in my vicinity and try to possibly give me more money to put their pee-pee in one of my holes?
You don't have a lot of options, and if you were rejecting going to seek help and you're in an abusive situation in a car right now, it's a way out.
Rejecting help. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Is right now, it is as if I'm in a assisted living facility, but I am doing the process for applying for that same funding for someone who's in a mental health crisis and needs housing. But I will be getting it funded to me, and they're going to help me find a fucking apartment to go and apply the housing towards.
That's great.
And I will have it a lot.
That's
But
great.
I have to wait for that process. And essentially, by me doing the interview for the assessment for the assisted living on the phone, because I took the time to do that, and I thought, well, I'll at least do this assessment. Once they told me about the graduation process, I said that I was not interested. But the fact that I keep going in the hospital and that I was working with these people has made that process so much quicker. So I'm fucking gonna wait until I fucking get it. And in the meantime, I'm keep figuring out if I need to go into a shelter where it is, like I said, community showers and where I don't want to be. But if that's where I have to go in the winter, because I can't live in my own car in the winter either.
Right.
I've thought about this, don't worry.
I'm sure you have.
But you're talking to the girl who wanted to live in a tent outside this summer and the previous summer, but everybody wants to be an asshole. And let her cook in the car instead.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We have to understand you can't just force somebody into sex. And it's called sex trafficking. It feels like that's what you're trying to do. And you should know me by now. Actually, you should know me very well by now that that is not something that I would do. Rabbi, when somebody says they're prude, they don't do that. Come on now.
I understand.
It's like,
You don't even necessarily have to have sex with the people. You could just spend time with them. There are men who will just pay you to spend time with them.
I know, Rabbi, you don't understand what it's like to be me. And sensitive and all this. And I don't want anyone to look like me. And I can read their brain when they're looking at me. I don't want anybody to get close to me. Because that's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a date.
Exactly.
I'm a whore. It's still whoring yourself out.
It gets you out of a car. It gets you out of a car. Yeah, but then you can get from a hotel room to an apartment, and then eventually get a serious job and get on your feet. That's all I'm saying. Or you could do that. Or you could do that. Well, okay, so that's an option. Look, I'm just gonna say that there are a lot of people, both men and women, who've been in your situation, and the way that they are able to get out of it is the way that I suggested. Now, because of the issues that you have you have you sought disability? Okay, well, why don't you do that now? Why don't you do that now? That'll be $1,000 a month. That'll help you. Okay, you do it on your own time. Look, I just don't want you to be in a bad situation, and you're not currently in a good one, and I want you to have options to get out of it. It may be. I don't consider those people whores, and I don't think being a whore is that bad at all. I think we're all whores in our own way. Okay, I understand. I understand.
my time.
Okay.
You're not. This is like. You're not supposed to do that. That's weird. That shit is weird.
It's not weird. It's the oldest profession in the world.
Yeah, it sounds like bullshit to me as well.
What's
Yeah.
it? What's that?
Sounds like I'm not doing either of those things.
What's that? What are you saying?
I could just, stay with this man and have another child with him. Because I thought, how bad could it be? Like, I can make him be nice to me. I know how to act right, to be treated right. But listen, things have been said and things have been done that are irreparable, that make me and I'm not in love with this person. But you don't need to be in love to make babies. Babies don't come from love. Babies come from sex. And you do sex with him. I have to do sex with this guy. Chance of making a baby all the time. Does it scare me? Yeah, because I'm half aware of what the baby is.
Exactly.
But if I knew another one, wouldn't they be beautiful? Yes.
It would be a terrible situation. It would be a terrible It would be a terrible situation for you right now. I'm not saying in the future, but you don't want to bring a life into this world. You can't take care of the first one. You don't want to have to do it with the second one.
I can't take care of the first one. My mother lied on me. Don't even go there.
Honey, you can't take care of yourself at this point, let alone a baby.
Well, I'm taking great care of myself. What are you talking about? They were really honest. They weren't that way.
Okay, that's fine. I'll support.
Because I don't cry very much. Don't ruin it. It don't hurt wherever I but you come to me with some hard shit. Real. Talking to me is, how am I disabled, but you're going to talk to me like I'm not disabled?
Well, that's why I said, if you can get disability or support or anything like that, that's the best option.
Well, we're trying everything all at once. Last time you told the lady asked me if I ever fucking hit my head. I said I don't remember. And of course I have a lot of times. What the fuck? The lady was a bitch. Swear to God, she just didn't like me because I was like, these people don't want to do their job either. They don't like me. They don't like art. They don't like what art makes us say. When it comes to a low opinion, talking, it's not like terrible situation. And they don't want to give her the fucking thing. Some of these people are absolute demons, you know. And then others are not. Others are just right there with her, like, not beat off. And that's what tells me that I'm not crazy at all. That's what tells me that nothing is wrong with me. I'm just fine. And it all might look like it's a wrong decision. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I live 15 months away from my grandma's house. This guy is not going to be on time for my doctor's appointments and shit. But if I sit in his car at those doctor's appointments, are how I'm going to see my son. And I can't trust him to come and pick me up at the shelter because the day that I was raped, he was supposed to come the next day at 9 a.m. and he wasn't there. And I wasn't until the day after we went to the fucking hospital. So,
Can you live with your grandma, Ben?
no, I cannot because there's no protection. I just went to court the other day for her. And they asked her if she wanted to shorten it for years to 6 months. She said, yeah, I don't care. So that's good. Both my mom and grandma's no protection for people for all sometimes. My mom has no evidence or reasons for it. And I will absolutely get a fucking public defender to help up with you on your case as to why the fuck are you doing this to me and my son. This is illegal and kidnapping.
Okay, so when is your mom's order of protection done?
It's up in August of next year. That's always the one like that.
Okay.
Now, my mother, I just saw her at court yesterday, but I'm not allowed to talk to her. So when I left, I said bye to her. She dressed so good. But I did tell the caseworker that was sitting next to my mom, the caseworker lied and said I didn't answer. I turned around and said she told me not to text her off the phone. The worst I told her is do your job in all caps. Location. I asked her to take it spent 6 months. And my therapist doesn't understand because she previously worked at DCFS entity. And she's saying, yeah, this thing doesn't make any sense. You should be doing both of these things at the same time. Absolutely. I don't want to see a psychiatrist and get my medication prescribed by a psychiatrist or a doctor. It's fully capable and is doing it. And it turned out I could be sent. She sent me like 4 or 5 different resources that I called back. One of them she told me that the lady was going to call me back now. I called them, got information. None of these places do those kinds of classes. Only one of them actually did was certain kinds of classes. And they didn't serve as age group. She lied to us. Oh, yes, she is going to call you back. So days later, when I was asking her again if she had any new leads, she tells me, I said, by the way, what happened with that other lady? Yes, she is going to call me back. I'm like, well, I'm sure she didn't just explain to me a bunch of something that doesn't exist. And tell her she has no idea what you say that for no reason. Anyway, so the caseworker was supposed to be sending me pictures and videos of my son, and she sees him every week. Yeah, she's sending pictures. And I'm fucking texting. One time. Yeah. And, I can only do as much as I can do. These people are, like, deliberately driving me crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't answer. I said, when I was turning around, I said, you sent me one email this far with medical documentation about this and talking about how this vaccine waiver needs to now be notated by a doctor. That's all that you sent, one email. And you only started emailing because you don't want to text me anymore. This shit was so crazy. I remember, she's made unreasonable action towards me. Last time I said it was reasonable. I'm like, I'm doing the exact same shit. This makes no sense. But whatever. Absolute garbage. How can they fucking keep their jobs? I've been talking about those laws.
Audie, can you apply for disability? Like now?
We already did.
No, you
I
didn't.
already applied for it, and I did the interview back in June or July.
Okay.
I was at the point where it's just gonna wait forever, and then like during this time, I need to get some tests ordered by my doctor and fully by my psychiatrist because they're gonna have like 6 months while we look at it, and so I'm gonna get that documentation is there. And what happens is they give you kind of have like an agent where you can call them and let them know like, hey, I just submitted new documentation. Like you can give them documentation directly, or I guess you could tell them to like look for it, like you know, at this date at this facility or whatever. To help like prove my case.
Okay,
Besides,
didn't you
they
say
have
that you had to?
those things
Didn't you
over
say?
and over and over.
Didn't you say you had to upload some document to the website?
Oh yeah, that's like because you can go to like the Social Security administration website. There's like you can check like how much like you worked like towards your retirement, and then you can check like when you're applying for your retirement or disability. There's like a little like time calculator bar that flips up, and it lets you know what percentage they are done looking at your report.
Okay, so can't you work on that process?
So I told you it's not too tomorrow, which looks like this today because it's I thought I was going back to sleep.
All right, you go back to sleep. You do that.
As the region that the Arabs call Jebel Musa or Mount Sinai. Of course, we're not sure that that is the specific designation of the great biblical Mount Sinai, but nevertheless, it's a reasonable possibility. And then moving their way up through the peninsula and into Jordan, and then crossing into the Promised Land just north of the Dead Sea. That's most likely the route that is described by the Jews in the book of Exodus. So they've all left Egypt, but one of the amazing things about Egyptian history is, of course, they basically return almost immediately, and they have some significant settlements in a few distinct locations. This does pose some fascinating halachic dilemmas that I will leave to the rabbis to discuss, but nevertheless, there is a strong, indeed world-class Jewish civilization in Egypt for the next 3 years, right up until our own time. This map, which will take us up to the 2nd century Common Era, is the period after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when you have a fairly well-developed Jewish diaspora throughout the Mediterranean basin. Looking at Israel specifically, you can see the shading here with the gap in the region of Judea is especially prominent because this would be right after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, when the Hadrianic persecutions were at their peak, and so many Jews were removed from that region and fled to the north, or were taken off in slave ships to the Italian peninsula and elsewhere. So this is the heartland, of course, Jews in the land of Israel itself. You also have a major Jewish civilization in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This is where the great Talmudic academies of Sura and Pumbedita would be built up, and so on. And then you've got significant Jewish populations, particularly in the Greek peninsula and especially in the Italian peninsula, which will be the heartland or the font of later Ashkenazi culture. Smaller populations in the northern Mediterranean, in Spain, North Africa as well, and the biggest population is happening in Egypt. There are several Jewish centers down the Nile, which aids the demographics in the region. And so let's have a look at a couple of those population centers which show particular interest on a historical level. We know that Jews are in this region already in the biblical period. There's long and frequent descriptions of the relationship between the United Kingdom and Egypt. I know that for this audience, I have to clarify, when we say United Kingdom, we are not talking about your United Kingdom, but the United Kingdom of the southern region of Judah and the northern region of Israel. King Solomon, of course, famously marries the Egyptian princess. There are several references to Egypt throughout several of the passages in the book of Isaiah and Gedaliah ben Achikam in the book of Jeremiah. But most significantly, we have this fascinating population that's set up in the Upper Nile in a place called Elephantine. Let's have a look at that here. This is an especially fascinating site. You can see it's in the Upper Nile, which is in the lower part of the map, because the Nile flows from the south to the north. So this is the upper part of the Nile. And there are cataracts there. There are constrictions of the river banks that cause rapids to flow, and it becomes very difficult for trade to progress along the river. This requires river-going vessels to stop and sometimes to portage. I'm not even sure if that is a word in the Queen's English. It's a Canadian word from French, meaning to portage, to carry, literally, where you'd have to take your boats out of the water and then physically move them over the obstruction. So this is a place where bandits would typically gather to loot the property of the merchants that are moving upriver or downriver, as the case may be. So we have a military colony set up here already in the first millennium before the Common Era. This is, again, amazing. Before you have significant diaspora populations from the invasions from Babylonia, you have a strong Jewish military community down here in the south. Their primary purpose would have been to protect the trade there. And they're engaged in heavy Jewish activity, although it is not necessarily what you would expect. Apparently, they built a temple there. This is one of several temples that were built outside of Jerusalem in contravention to traditional mainstream rabbinic law. There were two of them that were set up in Egypt. Another one, of course, the Samaritan temple in what would be today Nablus, Shechem. And another one possibly in Jordan. There is some doubt as to whether it was a temple or perhaps a palace. But nevertheless, despite the ruling that came already from the period of David to not establish any kind of private sanctuaries outside of the temple in Jerusalem itself, and an attempt to try and centralize worship in the capital city, there are nevertheless these antinomian structures built up all around, because this is the way Jews worshiped their God, and it appears that they simply ignored much of what was going on in Jerusalem. We see it in a lot of other areas as well. There's some very strange pieces of evidence from the various papyri and ostraca, which are like broken pieces of clay that have writing on it that describe marital relationships between apparently Jews and possibly slaves who have not been freed, which is also definitely not in conformity with rabbinic law as it would have been expressed in the Mishnah and onward. Nevertheless, there's definitely ethnic Jews living here, even though they may not necessarily be as, let's say, mainstream Orthodox, to use a modern term, as we might think they would be. To the north, in the western part of the Delta, there's a really amazing Jewish community that lasts right up until the 2nd century in particular, and has significant periods of flourishing thereafter as well, and that is the famous community of Alexandria. Now, Alexandria, being close to the major trade routes on the Mediterranean, was involved not only in simply commerce of goods, but also commerce of ideas. The Alexandria community was especially known for its very well-developed medical facilities. Some of the earliest Jewish doctors were trained in Alexandria. Talmud has several references to them. They engage in some bizarre experimentation, like autopsies and things like that you won't see elsewhere in the world, anywhere. And you see it here in the ancient world among the Jews of Alexandria. They're also famous for having translated the greatest repository of Jewish wisdom, the Torah, into Greek, making it accessible to the rest of the ancient world. I'm sure you've heard the famous story that's recorded in the letter of Aristeas that says that King Ptolemy gathered together 70 rabbis. He put them in 70 different rooms, and he charged them each to translate the Torah independently. And when they came out, they compared the results of their work, and amazingly, they had all translated the Torah identically, including passages where there was some obfuscation or change, which is discussed in the Talmud, incidentally. So just to mention, one of my favorite jokes about this particular period is Rabbi Yitzchak Hutner, who was a very famous Rosh Hashiva here in America. He said, "You call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you take 70 rabbis and you put them in one room and ask them to come up with one translation, that would be a miracle, right?" That's just, I hope you don't mind. On Zoom, it's hard to tell a joke, but I translated not only the books of Moses, but later on you have translations of the other books as well into Greek, hugely influential, particularly in the Christian world, because as Christianity would move further away from Judaism in the 2nd and 3rd centuries and have less facility with Semitic languages like Hebrew and Aramaic, they would rely very heavily on the Greek Septuagint, which had significant repercussions intellectually. You also have another figure, for example, who was not well integrated into the rabbinic tradition, but again, because of this Greek connection, very well integrated into the Christian tradition, a philosopher commentator named Philo, who prepared a fascinating kind of allegorical translation commentary that had significant impact on Christian readers, but because of his somewhat ambiguous connection with the rabbinic tradition, he simply wasn't widely accepted, and we just don't see his work making nearly as big an impression on Judaism as it did on Christianity. The Jews in Alexandria were especially strong and were organized. They occupied 2 of the 5 neighborhoods in the 1st century, and their conflict with local population resulted in what might have been the very first pogrom, kind of a popular local uprising against the strong, in this case, Jewish minority. The Jews, however, would fight back, and in fact, there would be several more local riots of Jews in Alexandria, particularly in connection with geopolitical events that affected the Jewish people. There was a major uprising in 66, for example, when the first Roman-Jewish war broke out, the one that ended in great disaster with the destruction of the temple, and there would be later conflicts with the Titos Revolution, the Titos Rebellion in the 2nd century and onward. So we have 2 really significant populations in Egypt. There are a few more smaller ones that are dotting the Nile north and south, but Alexandria in particular is usually fascinating. Of course, the central city of Egypt is Cairo, and it maintained a very significant Jewish population throughout the entire medieval period. And we have an unusual resource for the history of the Jews of Cairo, and that is the remarkable Geniza housed in this building just outside Fustat, which was also known as Old Cairo, the home of Maimonides, among others. One of the amazing things about this synagogue, here's a view of the interior, which has been renovated in a really modern period, is that the Jews of Fustat, for reasons which are not clear, they had a remarkably strict attitude with regards something called shemos. Just in case you may not be familiar with this term, Jewish practice in accordance with the 10 Commandments that says one should not take the name of God in vain, Jewish practice is not to throw away any document which has the name of God written on it. Hence the word shemos, which means names, referring to one of the seven actually, names of God that appear with sanctity. So there are different interpretations as exactly how this is applied in practice.
How are you?
What it generally
What's up, Kat?
means for Jewish communities.
How you living?
Prayer book.
Can you hear me? Hello? How are you? Cat, can you hear me? Yeah. How's your day?
get, but it's this Discord server.
Oh, excellent. How'd you find out about me?
It was being spammed in some little bit Finnish streamers chat.
Amazing. Okay, very well. Well, apologies. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, my friend?
Yes, I'm really interested. This seems very interesting.
Oh, it's very interesting, Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Again, apologies for the spam. My spam.
No need to apologize.
Okay, I'm
It's
Rabbi.
marketing, it works.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the
Really?
Absolutely. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all become financially independent if you're not already, that you have generational wealth, and most of all, that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound to you?
It sounds wild, that place. That's crazy. You have been actually streaming 24/7 for how long?
Really,
3 years?
yeah, actually pretty close to 4 years.
That's wild.
Absolutely. And not just
He
on
has been very active for years, so
absolutely, and not just on one stream. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now.
that's interesting.
Absolutely. If you see in the corner, upper left corner, you'll see some red dots that say 24/7 YouTube stream. If you look that up in YouTube, you'll see I'm having this conversation on 22 different YouTube streams at 360 degrees, so that basically it's archived in perpetuity.
So we have 24 devices, or you just stream multiple times on the same device, or
Great question. I have like 33 different devices, so they all basically have. A lot of them have different angles. Some of them have multiple, and then I do multi-stream as well. So I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. Basically everything but Kick. And I talk about things to help the world. That's why I do this. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for life straw technology and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you, Kat?
I mean, I have heard about 50% of them. They're very interesting and at least revolutionary. Like these might actually be the future, but I'm not like educated enough on these subjects to actually say much about them.
That's okay. Absolutely. I understand. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future, futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, space tourism, things like space elevators and terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like perhaps anti anti-aging properties, things like perhaps quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is an incredible opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, where they brought 3 direwolves that are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you, Kat, your friends, and your family. If you want, this is all with your consent. Everything I say is with your consent. Things like life extension technology. Kat, when average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80, I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapies, and perhaps ambrosia therapy to increase your average your life expectancy to be about age 120. But eventually, you might be 120 years old, and you may say, Rabbi, I remember we had that conversation when I first met you. All the things that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. But what's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, there's something called mind uploading technology. If you want, we'll be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Kat, is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, does the guys join here?
Yeah, basically, you're in the top 1% of the world. You may not consider it that, but to be in the top 1% of earners on Earth, you just need to make like $32,000. And I know that you have internet. I know you have a device. I know that you have social media. So all those things really put you at the top echelon of human society. And the fact that you had the courage to come in here and learn about what I do means you're recorded on this stream, and you'll essentially be seen as a hero in the future.
I have one important question for you. You almost sound like a large language model because you have so much information in your head. What did you learn all of this information you are talking about right now?
Yeah, great question. Well, I've been using large language models, really ChatGPT, since its launch, November 30th, 22. In fact, I was an adopter of ChatGPT. By trade, I am a rabbi, but additionally, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies that basically integrate international projects. I am someone who has learned a lot, certainly from artificial general intelligence and artificial intelligence in general, and look forward to artificial superintelligence. Specifically, where did I learn that which I discussed? A lot of it has come from large language models. So what I like to do is whenever anybody comes into my stream or into this Discord and they have a question and we don't know the answer to it, first thing that I do is go to ChatGPT and ask the question, and we get a good answer for it. So I've learned a lot through this, 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 this. I would say journey I've been on to live stream my life, and so that's how I learned a lot about futurology. But other ways that I learned about futurology, I am an advocate of alien life and perhaps alien disclosure, and so I study a lot of science fact and science fiction. And when you learn about how those types of civilizations exist, if they do exist, I learn about what kind of technology that they have, and then do my best to utilize that, or best utilize it of how we could use it here on Earth.
Yeah, and you're actually a rabbi and Jewish.
100%, absolutely. I daven or pray on stream. I lay tefillin. I've got my tefillin right here. I'll do that in about 45 minutes. Currently, as you came in, I was watching Jewish history lectures.
Yeah, I saw it. That's why I started speaking, because it's actually interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do everything that I can. Really, rabbi just means teacher. And so in addition to teaching on some religious topics, I certainly teach on some scientific topics as well. But at the heart of any teacher, we're learners. So I like to learn with people as well.
That's very important. If you want to progress in this world, you have to have your attitude and actually want to learn things, not just repeat. You want to learn and create new things like you're doing right now.
That's correct.
Very interesting concept, actually. And one more question: where does the surname come from? Like Rothschild. Like I know it's a very prominent Jewish family. Are you actually related, or is just like a marketing strategy, or why this surname?
It's my last name. There are about 3,000 of us in the United States alone. It's a big family. So do we share some DNA? Yes, but am I?
So it's actually your legal last name.
It is my legal last name.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
So that's what I do. Um, the way that you were able to find out about me, I've created quite a few different types of social media. So I'm live on 100 different, or I have over 100 different YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. I'm basically most. Go ahead.
No, I can listen. I can listen.
I'm
try to remember what I was saying.
Certainly. I'm the most archived person in global history. I'm the most videotaped person in global history. I'm the most photographed person in global history. And I am making my mark on the internet and for the future of society. And I do that one person at a time, basically. And the way that you got about me, I've created robots that automatically create accounts. They create clips on people. They follow the person and they spam the person, and then they move on to the next person. And if Kick ever bans one of them, they automatically create a new account and do the same. So quite effective.
Do you face a lot of job tasks? Like I know nothing about automation. There's know that on social media there's a lot of job tasks. Do you bypass everything you pay for, or do you program to bypass job tasks, or how do you do that? Because you have a lot of bots, so
100%. Yeah, so I have done more captchas than any person in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. I mean, for the last 6 months, just recently was doing them on different platforms. I got Kick down. So one of the reasons why I utilize Kick is because it doesn't have captchas. It does have email verification. It does not have captchas. Yeah, Kick does not have captchas.
It's interesting.
Yeah, neither does Twitch. So those are two opportunities to really automate. What ones do are a lot of times YouTube will, a lot of times Instagram will, to some extent. A lot of times TikTok will definitely. Twitter has the most difficult ones. So Twitter definitely does. Blue Sky, that's the one that I was doing most recently, and I did those for 6 months straight. The way that I would do it to be most effective, which is very smart, is I feel I have handheld devices and I have computers, and basically I would create the account on a handheld device, and then I would do the captcha, and then have that information automatically stored in a large spreadsheet. And then my computers would take that data from the spreadsheet and log in with it. And so they were just going constantly, 24 hours a day.
Yes.
I've never paid to have captchas done for me, though. I've done them all organically. So I can tell you this. I've been doing captchas now for really 4 years, and I've done more captchas than any person perhaps on Earth, and certainly any person who hasn't been paid to do it.
Yeah, I know about these services that actually have some people from poor countries that they don't get paid that much to solve job tasks, but you don't want to do that. You just solve them yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not that difficult to do if you have the time and the energy. And, I think a lot of them, I worked for a company one time, and one of the projects that we built was basically a scraper for a website, and we would pay people in China or Philippines or something like 1 cent per captcha, and
Yeah, I know.
and yeah, but in order to do all of that, it doesn't. There's a lot of trade off, and especially when a company can just come in and ban all your accounts all at once, it can be a waste. I mean, If they're 1 cent each, then that's not that much. But that was a really good rate. Sometimes it's as much as like 7 or 10 cents each. So that can all add up. And I like to have control of what I do, and I don't want to give other people my credentials. So in order to avoid all of that, I do the captchas myself. But like Kick doesn't have captchas. I've even suggested to Kick that they need captchas in order to avoid having someone as like me who just comes in and spams everybody. And I think the reason why they don't do it is because Twitch doesn't do it, and they basically do everything that Twitch does. So the fact that Twitch doesn't do it means that they don't do it. But even if they did, then I just have to create capture or just do captures. I mean, I'm still a human, and I still will. I have the gumption, I have the fortitude to be able to complete them. So it's just a little speed bump in the way, but it certainly would not prevent me from doing what I do.
And you said cache email verification. Yeah. So how do you handle that? Is it automated for you?
Yeah, that's automated. So I use temporary email services, and like Twitch, you have to use something with a Gmail account, and there are temporary Gmail accounts that you can get. So there are ways around that. With Kick, they don't require that type of characteristic. You just need to be able to have any email that you can receive a 6-digit code, and so it's all automated. Basically, while I sleep, these things are going. While I'm awake, they're going. And I'll show you if here just one moment. I'll show you what they do. So what these accounts will do. All right. So if you see the pink, there's a pink pointer, and that is it's like oversized. And what it's going to do
It's easy to see.
exactly. And as of right now, this person has banned me, which is fine. I already have in their chat. It says thank you for the follow, Google Rabbi Discord. So what it's going to do, it's very smart. It has optical character recognition and image recognition. So wherever there's a live, if you see the live in the corner, wherever it has that, it's going to click it. So it just found one, and then it's going to take a little bit text that I have here that says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild, my Discord link. It's going to create a clip on the person. And the thing that's good about this is if somebody from Kick bans my account, the clips stay. So I have clips from years ago that are on this website that are associated with people. So it's going to create the clip, which it just did. And then it's going to get that big wall of text that got you to me. And once it's going to select that, it will copy it from this spreadsheet that I made, and it will minimize the spreadsheet. It's going to press the follow button. So just one moment as it does that. There it is. It recognizes where the follow button is. And then it's going to spam this person. And there it is. That big wall of text comes in. Now you can already tell, like, people know about me because they have my name in asterisks. Like, basically it's a banned word. But that's fine. That just, people still, it still says Google Rabbi Discord. And when you Google Rabbi Discord, my Discord shows up. And that doesn't get asterisked. And so that's the process that it uses. It's very efficient. And I've got 3 of them. So those 3.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, I have seen like server side automation by requests, but like actually doing the automation with visual models and like actually looking at what's being seen and clicking based on that. That's very interesting.
It is. I think it's very unique. I don't know of another person who does that. Everybody else creates scripts and server side, but to me, that is inefficient because the things change with websites.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You can't like really stay up to date with something like that. You have to change the code all the time.
Exactly.
Might even-
Exactly. But with mine, I can recreate that bot. I can make a change instantly. So let's say
This is where you have the approach.
exactly. Let's say right now I only target people who have their their Kick account registered or not registered but categorized as English. So I'm not doing the rest of the world. Not because I don't care about the rest of the world or not English speakers. It's just I get people who come in here and they don't know what I'm saying, and it's just difficult to communicate with them. So it's easiest to me for me to just categorize everyone. And also my spam is in English. And so if I go into someone who's, let's say they speak Japanese and I spam them, they don't know what any of that stuff means. It just looks like gibberish to them. And so it's not that efficient for my bots to do. But if I wanted to, let's say, and I was just thinking about it because you said you were in a Finnish streamer's stream, I could just change it to just change to whatever language I wanted to, or no languages at all, or I could change it to be just certain games. Like I used to just do people who had the categorization as just chatting. So, but then I expanded it to everybody on Kick, and all of those little changes, if you were creating a script, would take perhaps days or weeks to do. With mine, it takes less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I was like wondering why this approach, but it makes a lot of sense now that you explained it a bit.
Absolutely. And then other things change about the website. Just even slight changes will cause issues. Like, let's say Kick has something. They do this like when Mr. Beast was doing that promotion on Kick, and it was like hashtag Team Water. They had like a banner on the front page that normally they don't have. Well, if you have a script, that banner could prevent your script from working. With my strategy, all I have to do is just program it, which takes just a few minutes to click on whatever needs to be clicked on to get past that banner, and then the rest of the robot works. Really, it's not a robot. I mean, I guess it is. It's automated, but it's just a macro recorder, and I do it for free. So I actually figured out a way how to use paid software for free, and so everything that I do is for free.
How much is the electricity cost for all of these devices and this setup overall?
Yeah, so it's actually we get a rebate at the end of the year because of solar, so we actually get paid. So what that means is, like normally you have a big electricity bill, but at the end of the year, because we have solar and the sun shines, we can sell the excess power back to Southern California Edison, and then they give us money back.
Yeah, so sounds pretty nice. So is it like do you still have to pay something though?
No, so it's free.
So it's basically free. That's amazing.
Yeah, because it's solar panels.
Where are you actually like streaming all this stuff from? Is it like you probably don't disclose the location, but like you can't see any windows or anything? This is like what does the setup like look like if you like turn the camera or something?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'm based out of Irvine, California, and the reason why I have things covered is I have a projector behind me that projects on the wall. That's what that is. So it needs to be dark in order for me to be able to see that. And I've been doing this now for 3.5 years. I do IRL content as well occasionally. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. Welcome. How are you? Caquitas, how are you? Can you hear me?
I just invited him. It's very interesting.
Oh,
The stuff you're telling, so I just wanted to show him as well.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
think he has the ability to speak right now, though.
Okay, that's okay. So I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, and basically everywhere in Southern California.
Is it good? Could you please like go on what you do to my friend as well so he understands what he just joined?
Absolutely. Kikitas, can you hear me?
He doesn't have the ability to speak right now, but I assume that he gave you that.
Okay, absolutely. So thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline for society. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than petroleum. And I have more data archived than anyone, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, that cat, and everyone else who's helped me along the way not only becomes financially independent, that you're able to create generational wealth, but most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I stream my life first and foremost because I want world peace, but additionally, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. That's what all of my pillows and all this stuff, all this is merchandise of theirs. And we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the LifeStar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about things that are involving the future and futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like, oh, I see that you came off mic, nevertheless. Things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I find a blowing opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird, following the woolly mammoth, which I think will be really exciting to witness. I talk about things that may be of benefit to you and everyone else, things like life extension technology. This is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able. Oh, maybe they don't want to hear. Oh, uh, I was saying
Please, just the connection is bad right now.
that's okay. That happens. I completely understand. Uh, I talk about things like life extension technology, which may be beneficial to you, your friends, and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy and ambrosia therapy.
I think he's still having some connection issues hearing what you say. I don't know if it's his internet or, but it must be his internet because I am hearing you perfectly fine.
Okay. Well, I talk about things that basically make you live longer if you want, and then eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, I'm going to I understand. I completely understand connectivity.
Yes,
Trust me, as any.
his internet is just not working right now, and he's actually in school right now
Okay,
as well.
that's all right. Of anybody who understands internet not working,
But he
always.
says it works now. He says it works now.
Okay, excellent. Can you ask him? Did he hear anything that I said?
He was messaging me. I think he heard the beginning about the first 2 minutes, but after that it got a little bit. If I how to remember back, it was Dennis that talk about life extension technologies when his internet kind of started.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when you were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I would increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology with your consent, like oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, cold shock therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life. I don't want it to end, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. I just think that's really cool.
Yes, his internet is cutting again, and now his lesson is actually starting. But I think he heard most of it,
Excellent.
and he said he might be back later after the lesson. But that's very interesting. About the mind upgrade technology, is that something you have available right now, or it's in the future?
Yeah, excellent. All right, so there are multiple ways at this. Directly, we have started the process of memory transfers in mice. So basically, we'll have a set of mice that do a maze, and there's a way to transfer their memories into other mice so that the other mice who have never done the maze before are able to do it successfully. So that is quite an amazing uh, scientific breakthrough. There's also utilization that isn't directly related, but it is somewhat similar, known as brain computer interfaces. So this is like Neuralink. This is where people, if you want to know, the first successful Neuralink took place a few years ago with a man named Nolan Aspro. His issue was that he was a quadriplegic. He lost the use of his hands and his legs, or his arms and his legs, in a diving accident, and was unable to operate anything more than basically anything from the neck down. He was unable to operate anything from the neck down. And he was the first person to have a neural implant that was gave him the ability to be able to move a mouse cursor on a computer, and eventually was made him one of the best video game players in the world, because if not the best, because he has basically like an auto aimer in his head, and he's able to move this mouse cursor faster than anybody else can, using traditional hand-eye coordination. We've had several other successful Neuralink implants that have taken place in the years since then, and upgraded models. And then most recently, Neuralink has developed a cap that you wear, just like a hat or a helmet on your head, and doesn't require any implants into your body, and it allows you to be able to move a mouse cursor just using your mind. So with those types of advancements in technology, we have made some major strides towards eventual mind uploading progress.
So that's new to me. The gap was aware of the Neuralink experiments and the testing even on that one. I didn't know this gap. Is this like brand new? This gap thing?
Yeah.
Or
So just for a moment, like I had said, whenever we run into an issue where I don't know absolutely everything about it, we're gonna look it up and all the information on it. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about the Neuralink cap? Basically, the device that you wear on your head that does not need to be implanted in your skull, and how it works. And please provide this in bullet points. All right. So it's often referred to as EEG caps. These are electroencephalography caps, or non-invasive BCIs, so that's non-invasive brain-computer interfaces. Unlike Neuralink's implant, they sit on top of the head like a swim cap with sensors. How it works: it uses electrodes, usually 16 to 256 small sensors, pressed against the scalp. These electrodes detect tiny electrical signals generated by neurons firing in the brain. A computer processes those brain waves, looking for patterns that match certain thoughts, intentions, or mental states. The signal type: it mainly picks up EEG signals, electrical activity in the cortex. Lower resolution compared to implanted electrodes, since the skull and scalp block or blur some signals. Data processing: software translates raw brainwave patterns into commands. An example: thinking about moving your hand can move a cursor on a screen, or focusing attention can select letters. Applications: medical, helping paralyzed patients communicate or control robotic limbs. Consumer or research, meditation, monitoring, brain, just so brain training, gaming, or hands-free control of devices. Neurofeedback, showing users their brainwave activity so that they can learn to regulate stress, focus, or relaxation. Advantages versus implants: it's non surgical, it's much safer, cheaper, and accessible, portable, and can be worn and removed at will. The limitations are that it has lower signal quality, it can't detect as many precise signals as implants, it's sensitive to noise, muscle movement, blinking, or electrical interference, usually slower and less accurate than invasive BCIs, brain computer interfaces. Examples of devices: Emotive Epoch, OpenBCI Ultra Cortex, and NextMind, now part of Snap Inc. So that would be Snapchat. Research labs also build custom EEG caps with higher electrode counts. So basically, the Neuralink cap I'm referring to isn't necessarily uh, anything groundbreaking, but it is an EEG cap, non invasive BCI technology that's already on the market and widely used in labs with big potential for consumer devices. How does that sound?
Uh, yes, like especially the last one, the big potential for consumer devices. Look at something like the Apple Vision that was just published. Like I can just get ideas about combining something like AR with this, and yeah, it sounds that yes, a lot of information also in small time, but it's very interesting that it has developed to this because I have seen some crazy theories about like, oh, there is some Neuralink, it's gonna control what you do, but it's not even the intention because you see it's also like they are also like doing something external that's not even connected to you in any way.
Exactly.
I don't know if my point was unclear there, but I tried to say what's on my mind.
Oh, I understand what you're saying, and I have that worry as well. In fact, I didn't want anything implanted in me. I wanted to be the last person on earth that had anything implanted in them. However, if it were a cap that I could remove, I would be fine with that.
Like at least their starting point, because often even this part of not wanting anything in us might be just some initial fear that's not even based on any rational thoughts. Maybe having something implanted in you is not that bad after all.
Yeah,
Especially if you have something to test it
yeah,
first.
I'm still not comfortable with it. They literally have to drill into your skull, and I just know
Yes.
how modern devices work. The first few questions I would have would be, well, what's the battery life? How do you replace the battery? Many of the devices that we have today have lithium ion batteries that explode. I don't want that happening in my
Yes,
brain.
very dangerous. Get caught in fire.
Exactly. What happens if I get it wet? Can I shower with it? Can I go swimming with it? If not, then that prevents a lot of things. Other things, like what happens if I accidentally hit my head and it breaks it? What do you do then? How do you replace it? The idea of it being implanted in me raises all types of questions. And um, unless I were in a situation like Nolan Aspro or someone who basically did not have that high of a quality of life because they were quadriplegic or something like that, I would not want to experiment with that. However, if I were quadriplegic, God forbid, then I would say, sure, I'll be an example to the world for this. That's one of the reasons why I think Nolan Astro is a hero amongst the human race, that he has had the courage to be a guinea pig type of trial, so to speak.
Yes. It's I like what you're saying is that we haven't like they haven't really addressed these points that you just said, like the battery and shower and the public image is a bit different, and like there's a lot of more questions that are probably not even asked about this.
That's correct. But with a cap that I can just remove if I need to shower, I don't have to wear it all the time if I don't want to. If I hit my head, it'll only damage the cap. It won't damage my brain. I'm fine with all of that.
That's interesting. I wonder how new of an invention this is. Like this is very interesting, and I have never heard about it before.
How new of an invention are these EEG caps? So the first one, okay, so EEG caps, the non-invasive brain-computer interface devices, are not new at all, but the modern consumer-friendly versions are much newer. Here's a breakdown. So in 1924, German psychiatrist Hans Berger first recorded human brain waves, electroencephalography, EEG. This was the birth of EEG technology. In the 1950s and 70s, EEG was widely used in medicine for epilepsy diagnosis, sleep studies, brain injury research. Caps with electrodes were mainly research clinical tools. 1970s to 1980s, the first experiments in brain-computer interfaces using EEG began. People could move cursors or select letters on a screen, but it was extremely slow and bulky. The 1990s, computer processing improved, more reliable EEG-based BCIs in labs. 2000s is the introduction of portable EEG caps for research with gel-based electrodes, since still mostly for scientists. 2010s, rise of commercial EEG headsets from Emotive, NeuroSky, and OpenBCI. These made EEG caps cheaper and more accessible outside labs. And then 2020's modern EEG caps and dry electrode systems became available. Some even look like regular headbands or VR headsets. Companies like NextMind, before Snapchat acquired it, pushed towards consumer-grade brain control devices. So EEG caps are technology that are almost 100 years old, since the 1920s, but the idea of using them as a wearable device you can buy and use outside hospitals is only about 10 to 15 years old, and they're still rapidly evolving. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was a lot of information again, but I think I got the idea on when that was like introduced. I wonder if these have something to do with, like I have seen some caps that are placed on your head when you sleep, and then they monitor your sleep, and it can be part of a study or something. I don't know. I wonder if this is anyhow related.
Absolutely. I just, within that information I just read, those started with sleep studies in the 1980s.
Yes, that's what I heard. What was this is a little bit different subject, but what was the crypto called that you were talking about?
Sure.
Crypto related to this?
Absolutely. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu. This is its logo. And it is a cryptocurrency that I found out about on Twitter Spaces. I would go into Twitter Spaces and just tell people about my project. And this group of people thought what I was saying was really interesting. And they invited me to their Telegram. And I've been live streaming my life in their Telegram for now more than 2 years. I'm in a fantasy football league with them. It's a wonderful community, and we're very close.
Interesting. And can you please repeat the name? I didn't hear it.
Absolutely. Apologies. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Its website is HPOS.
Yeah, I found it.
Excellent.
Is it ERC20
Yep,
token?
that's correct.
I see. Right, well, at 8 cents, and it has gone quite a lot. It's gone up like 600,000 all the time. So,
Yeah, so it's an interesting cryptocurrency. Its appeal is that it has a really long name, and all the other cryptocurrencies have really short names, but it allows people to remember. It allows people to remember it. People are really positive about the project. I mean, most of all, it's the community. The community is really a bunch of great people in there. We have great leadership, very generous people. The Telegram is t.me/HPOS10I, and I'm live streaming in there 24 hours a day. At least I always have a device on in there. And um, you'll see if you ever join it, it has constant people bringing in new memes and new information, and people having fun with each other. And so that's really cool. And then it has an associated these NFTs. They're called Sprotos. At their most, they were worth about like $10,000 each, and I'm not exactly sure what they're worth now. But basically, the leadership from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu, sent me a bunch of merch, and I've been wearing it every day. Not always the same stuff, but I've been doing it now for like more than 2 years. So that community, I talk about the project quite often, but as you can tell, this isn't a cryptocurrency project. This is a world peace project.
yes, I understand. This is something that's not decide to bring even more attention to this
100%.
project of yours.
Absolutely.
You mentioned something about working with some companies before the Scrape project, for example, and you said you have published some apps in App Store and Play Store.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell a little bit more about this? I'm very interested in this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't mention exactly the companies or the apps per se, but I can tell you what we did,
Yes,
just because I've signed non-disclosure agreements with them. So
Yes.
I created the first Uber for car washing. So basically, anywhere in Los Angeles, you press a button on your phone, somebody comes to your house and washes your car.
Did you get the idea for this, or did you just make the program for this from someone's idea?
Yeah, so the idea had been
Or
around.
were you just creating it together?
Yeah, the idea had been around for at least mobile detailing, mobile car washing for over 100 years, where people would have basically trucks or equipment that would be mobile to be able to wash people's cars. In the 1990s, it became via telephone. And when I started with the company, that's where we were. We just had a telephone number that people would call for people to come out and wash their vehicles. But they brought me on before we had an app or anything. And we created an app, and we created the largest car wash app in the world.
And it's all about people actually coming to your car, washing it
That's
at
exactly.
your yard,
Wherever
you are.
That's exactly right. Especially in Los Angeles and California, people's time is very valuable. And imagine you're a lawyer and you could be with a client and charge them $1,000 an hour, or you have to take time out of your own day and go wash your car. That takes time. So we save people time by having someone come to their address, wash their car, or either their home or office or wherever, and clean it inside better than anybody else would clean it. And then everything is charged through the app. You can tip through the app. You can rate through the app. It's very successful.
It's very interesting point of time, because like time is a an asset for rich people, and when you have rich people, you can also make money.
Exactly. Exactly. And at least our app was used by the ritziest of the people in California, all the celebrities. We would wash the Kardashians' cars every Friday. We watched Quentin Tarantino's cars weekly. Um, we would watch Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston, Angelina Jolie, just basically um, sports icons. I was able to sign sports spokespeople personally, very big sports personalities. So it became a phenomenon. And it doesn't work everywhere because a few reasons. Not everybody has these detailers who are in their area. So, for instance, if you're in the middle of nowhere, let's say in Wyoming, nobody in Wyoming may be doing mobile detail, let's say. So, we aren't open there. But in places like Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, usually in warmer weather climates, but also New York, Chicago in the summer. This is a viable option. And we didn't employ the detailers. It was like Uber, where they were independent contractors. And so we allowed people to be able to start their own businesses and be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in their first year. Meaning, we would have people who came from another country who barely spoke any English, who would get the equipment that was needed, and we walked them through the process to get insurance and a business license. And we would be able to give them unlimited customers, and they'd make over $100,000 in their first year. You can't beat that. That's the American dream.
That's amazing. And like I mentioned it before, I was watching a Finnish live streamer because I'm from Finland, and something like this would be a little bit problematic in Finland because at least half of the year is very cold. So if you were washing car outside, it might be a problem in a cold environment like this. But in USA, like the areas you talked about, I think they stay pretty warm most of the time, so you can just operate around the year.
That's absolutely true.
Interesting point there.
Yeah.
This was one of the apps you worked on, and you said you had multiple. This is very interesting idea. Like this, like when you live your everyday life, you don't think about all the possibilities, but some people just think about them, and it's very amazing.
Absolutely. And the detailers come with everything that's needed. So like literally you don't even have to do anything on your like it can all be done hands free, and they come with their own water, their own soap, their own power washer, their own generator. You can unlock your car remotely if you want them to clean the inside. Um, the only thing that you need to do is really pay for it. And this I will say this, it is one of the nicest things that you can do to treat yourself. To have a very clean car all the time, especially in Los Angeles, is a privilege. And for those people who have the ability, it's a really nice service, and it's not that expensive. To have somebody to come out to you and wash your car starts at like $20.
Yeah, not bad. If you go to like we have automatic car washes in Finland, you just drive in there. And you pay a lot more than $20, and you have to actually drive there.
Yeah, you have to drive there, and those scratch your car because they have
Yeah, they have these spinning things that go very fast.
exactly. So all of our washes are hand washed. So basically, it wouldn't scratch your car at all, and really just saved people a lot of time. I mean, we had busy moms and dads who didn't want to put all their kids in the car to go to the car wash. They wanted to be able to stay at home and watch Netflix and just hang out. And somebody would come to their house and wash their car. Or busy doctors and lawyers who want to clean. Maybe they have a client or somebody they're going to have in their car, and they want to make sure that their car is pristine, but they don't have the time to be able to go leave and come back to the office. So it just comes out, washes their car, and it was all they had to do is pay and tip through the app.
Yeah, that's interesting. Also, like about even like this is going a little bit deep, but washing something you have purchased like a car, it can keep up the excitement of the new product. Or like when I just recently purchased a very expensive computer because I believe that computers have a lot of potential. So I just don't want to be limited by my hardware. And I've been almost like weekly taking all the dust with microfibers out of it because it can keep up the excitement of the new product if you keep it clean. So
Absolutely.
You're telling me why they're buying the service. I mean, you're telling me why they're choosing this exact service, but the reason why they want to buy car wash might be something related to this. I don't know. This is my my thought.
You're absolutely right. One of the sayings that we have is fall in love with your car again. Basically, it's your second biggest purchase of your life aside from a house. Reinvest in it. There are people who their entire day was changed because of their car wash. You wash yourself, and it's important to keep up good hygiene. Why not with your and it changes your day where you get into your car and there's no trash. Everything has been detailed, even the little spots in your cup holders and in your door handles. There, it's actually it's really important to keep your car clean from a safety standpoint, especially with modern cars and the cameras. You have to make sure that those areas are clean, and then the windshield, making sure that the windshield is clean because if it gets dirty, it's hard to see. You can get glare. So it's important from a safety aspect to keep your car clean as well. And this is a service that literally, just like Uber or Lyft that come to your house to pick you up, it's like Uber or Lyft for car washing. You press a button on your phone and you get your car detailed from top to bottom, and it's very inexpensive. In fact, in its own way, it can be cheaper than going to a car wash.
Yes. At least in Finland, many things are really expensive.
Yeah, and the reason why it can be cheaper than going to a car wash, many times car washes, especially in Los Angeles, are in prominent positions, and they have to pay for the real estate, and that can cause a lot of money.
Yeah,
And
so that adds up.
and electricity, and uh, what do you do when when it's raining? So with
Yeah,
our system, everybody wins where somebody comes to you. It's only temporary. They wash your car in your driveway or wherever you have access, and they're gone in about 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how thorough you want them to clean it. Oh, and the people, they would just have the ravest reviews on Yelp and on the App Store and Google Play, just very, very happy with it.
it's amazing.
So,
And there was also something when you mentioned if the costs adding up, you can think about something like a car wash, one of those very fast spinning things breaking that's gonna also cost a lot. So there's a lot of expenses in the business like that. You can end up buying a lot per one car wash.
Absolutely.
You don't even get it delivered to you like in this model that you are describing.
Absolutely, and then you have to pay sometimes because of damage to the car. If that thing breaks something on the car, then you have to pay that person out as well. With ours, it's a hand wash, so it's very soft and very gentle on the car. It doesn't scratch it. There are no moving parts essentially. The only thing that really is at a high speed is the water pressure from the hose, but that's to clean off all of the dirt and debris that on the exterior of the car, and then everything from the inside is uh, dealt with kit gloves, basically in a very gentle fashion. And then you get into your car, it smells good. It's completely clean. There's no sand, there's no dirt, there's no rocks. Uh, Front, back, your trunk, everything is clean. It's like we get people who say all the time, it's like having a brand new car.
Yes. This is very interesting. I didn't expect this conversation to get this interesting. Like it's I wonder like why there is not more people in this call right now like listening to this because this is very interesting. This is happy means teaching. I have learned more today than in the last 3 months, I would say.
Thank you so much for your high praise. And most of all, thank you for having the courage to come in here. You didn't know what you were getting into. What is this? Somebody spamming my friend. What is this? I have to check it out. And you learn about everything from brain caps and brain computer interfaces to mobile car washing apps to life extension technology to de-extinction technology to all the data in the world being archived. It's I say it to people when people find out about this, it would be the biggest event in global history.
Are you familiar with the project archive.org?
Absolutely.
Like, my pronunciation is gonna be very like. Did you understand the domain I just said?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's archive.org. It's an internet archive, right?
Yeah, my pronunciation is a little bit hard there.
That's okay. Yeah, I love it. I love archive.org. It's one of my favorite websites. I feel it's very important to preserve.
Yes, it's very important actually. Like, and sometimes when I'm actually looking for some information, I might just, do you know Google Dorking?
Google what?
Google Dorking.
Please enlighten me, Google
So
Darking.
basically, you know Google search. You can
Yep.
search stuff in Google search, but if you want to be a little bit more specific, you can add some search parameters there. For example, if I want to look only
Yes.
something
Yes.
on Reddit, I can do
colon and
subject, site,
Yes.
colon, reddit.com.
Yes.
So sometimes when I want to find some information, I might just do that with archive.org because like there is some information shown there that's not really be broadcasted in the public internet anymore.
I agree. One of my favorite things to do, just with Google like that, is to just type file type colon PDF, and then type in some,
Yes,
and
that's
you get all kinds of books in there. It's like an entire library, and it's all for free.
and if you don't want to pay for books, you can also get them free from archive.org. I think almost any book you can get for free from archive.org. Like,
That's right.
reading some.
That's right. Or use their digital library, where they allow you to check it out digitally.
Yes. So I personally like that my books also like basically with me it's easier to actually concentrate on the book, but sometimes I end up reading also digital books. Or do you see it yourself? Like, do you prefer digital or do you prefer physical books?
I actually prefer text to speech, so I can listen to it. I can go much faster with text to speech. So I like to get the PDF version and then just get a PDF reader and have it read it to me. I can read much faster that way. I can multitask that way. I do like books. Trust me, I do like books, but I can't read a book as fast as I can listen to a book.
Yeah, and I think listening to a book is something you actually like develop in much faster than you develop in reading books. So you can like what you're saying that I used to listen to books as well, but like in airplanes and stuff. But like somehow my multitasking just never got to the level where I can actually feel like I'm actually understanding what I'm hearing fully. I don't know if that's just like
I understand that, and there's a difference
so
between
I just listen to it.
certainly. I understand there's a difference between text to speech and an audiobook. So I like audiobooks. That's great. You can listen to somebody melodically read a book, but I don't mind just having a PDF read to me. And I understand if the pronunciation isn't always going to be correct. I listen to PDFs. I have one set of PDFs that goes 24 hours a day. And when I go to the bathroom, I just listen to this PDF all the time. And it just goes over vocabulary words to increase my vocabulary. And it goes through, like, what I'll do is I'll go to ChatGPT and then just get glossaries just of new words on scientific terms and then just have it read to me. And the more and more I listen to it, the larger my vocabulary and my lexicon becomes. And I just get more intelligent that way.
I think it's more effective to learn from text to speech than read books or audiobooks. Like,
Great question.
which one you
So
like?
I would say audiobooks because the pronunciation is more accurate and it's literally a real person generally who's reading it to you. However, I don't always have that ability with many of the PDFs that to which I want to listen. So it's very easy to just have a text to speech reader, upload the PDF to the text-to-speech reader and have it read it to me. And I know that the pronunciations may not always be accurate, but that's fine. If I ever hear a word that doesn't sound correct, I can always just look at the PDF and review it and understand that, oh, it's just mispronouncing whatever this word is. Ideally, though, I think audiobooks are probably better because it's a human who's pronouncing things correctly. But text to speech is much more efficient. So if I had to only choose one, I would much rather have text to speech because I can use it for websites, I can use it for PDFs, I can use it for books, I can use it for any type of optical character recognized text.
Yes, and you're talking about the traditional text-to-speech, not AI-based text-to-speech.
That's correct. I do use AI text to speech occasionally, but it's still in its infancy. It still takes a long time. It's not always that accurate. So, just traditional text to speech, I find to be incredibly efficient, and it saves me a lot of time. I will sometimes be on a website. Well, like just for instance, articles. Many times, even websites are starting to integrate listening, the ability to listen to their articles, and as opposed to having to go through and read it all. I find that much more beneficial if I can just listen to it, or even listen to it as I read it. The more ways I can get the information to myself, I feel the better.
Yeah, so you think you can actually take the information in better if you're reading it or hearing it?
Absolutely, yeah. Because even as accurate as a reader as I may be, I'm not always right, nor is anyone on earth. So if you're hearing it as well as reading it, it just helps for you to absorb the knowledge better.
Yes. I can ask you which type of books you like. Like I would assume like assumptions are bad, but depending on what you have said, I would assume that you read very large variety of books. But what's like your favorite category of books?
Glossaries. I love glossaries. Basically, a word and then a definition. Word and definition, word and definition. Just allows me to learn new words very quickly. Um, but that's not necessarily like a category. It is, but not a traditional category. I love history books. I love biographies specifically. So I would say probably biographies. I do like science fiction books. I do like history books. I like religious texts. Um, I like, like I'm kind of somebody who likes to be really efficient. So what I'll do is if there's a subject that I don't know about, which I don't know a lot, I will get somebody's study guide from it on the internet, and I'll just listen to people's study guides.
Yes, now that you explained what glossary is, I don't know how to pronounce it but now that you explained what word definition, that type of thing, I understood much better the text-to-speech thing now because that makes a lot of sense to listen to something like that in that way.
Exactly. And it's another thing too where I don't have to be listening like if I listen to an audiobook, I have to be focused on the audiobook to know what's going on. But if I'm just going to the bathroom and I just want to have something so that I keep learning while I'm basically have dead time, glossaries are really great because it's short. It's like 10 seconds and you're going to learn a new word. And then a lot of times that'll inspire me to go look something up or just, to research another topic. And it can lead me down a Wikipedia rabbit hole that I may be down for hours just because I was inspired or learned a new word.
Yes. You said you like history books. I have
Yes.
very question for you.
Go ahead.
If you wanna hear it.
Sure.
Do you think there is any truth to that history is written by the people who win?
I think it's 100%. History is written by the winners. Or as they say, the winners write the history books.
Like, in your reading history, how do you like receive it? Like, do you think that you're reading facts, or do you think you're reading one side of a story, or how do you like when you read this history? How do you like interpret it?
Yeah, so the phrase history winners write the history books has been attributed to Napoleon Bonaparte, and I recognize that that may be true, and so I have to take things with a grain of salt. So when I hear about someone who, let's just say, won quote unquote a war, I have to recognize that it didn't necessarily always go the way that that was. I also recognize the that one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter, meaning
Exactly.
if you listen to one side, the hero they people's actions may seem heroic, but if you listen to the other side, they may sound to be very terrible. Um, and I recognize as well that there is a huge amount of silence in history. That we're fortunate to just get the amount of history that we've been able to get throughout the 10,000 years of written history, basically. But there is a major amount of silence that was not recorded, or we haven't had the opportunity to discover or be able to translate. And so I'm just getting a small amount of what actually happened in the past. And the way that I justify it is I'm appreciative to have the information being read to me or reading it in whatever opportunity that I can. But I recognize that this is just one person's opinion.
Yeah, but there are definitely some facts too. Like we can prove from all sides that this something has actually happened.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I do the project that I do and I record my life 24 hours a day. As I record my life, I keep a radio going in the background. You may be able to hear it. That always has the news going. So that basically, even though that news is just one person's opinion as well, this is like a time capsule or a timeline for society. And you can go back to my life 3 years ago and find out what's going on in the world at any given minute of any given day. And I think that that's beneficial to people. It's like a minute by minute update of what's going on. And in the past, with history, there's just been an issue where people either couldn't write fast enough or their works got destroyed. And we haven't had a huge comprehensive overview of what life is like. But I feel with my video project that I give people a view into the past as well. It's almost like a time capsule or a time machine in its own way.
Yes, and you said happened, so I think that really sums up what like is like unarguable history. When something happened, you can like just look at the event and it's documented that it happened. Then there is a lot of opinions around it that are the history that you have to take with grain of salt.
Absolutely. And you can get my reactions to it. So, for instance, I remember the first time I used a large language model. It was in November of 2022. It was before ChatGPT was even officially launched, and it was really bad. And I was like, this needs to improve. This isn't that good. And then all of a sudden, when it launched, it was much better after, giving it feedback and things like that. And I've literally seen the dawn of large language models and been able to document it on camera. And so I've been able to see ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, ChatGPT 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And I can tell you that I have a lot of issues with ChatGPT 5. And they've even Sam Altman, thank you, has even said that ChatGPT 5 hasn't gone the way that they want. And people will be able to watch the struggles that I've had with it. But watch this in 5 years and see where large language models are and how much they've improved. And it will be quite interesting to see. Additionally, I remember it was when the Queen of England died, or the UK monarch, and what that was like, and being able to archive what the events were around that time, or when the war in Ukraine occurred, or when October 7th occurred. I mean, I was live streaming for all of these. I've been live streaming when we had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. I've been live streaming when we've had 3 Olympic games. So I was live streaming when we did the 2021 games, which were delayed a year because of the pandemic, the 2022 games, and the 2024 games. And I look forward to being able to do the 2026 games, but also we've got the 2028 games that are going to be in Los Angeles. And I want to be able to perhaps document that in real time because that's my city. So I feel like there's an excellent opportunity to be able to document history in person as well.
Yes, and you said you streamed the Queen Elizabeth's death, so there is your actual reaction has been captured on camera when you
Absolutely.
learn about this.
Absolutely. I heard it on the radio and I immediately did my best to archive my thoughts and then the thoughts that I had in the subsequent days. And but yeah, I remember the reaction on my face. I've been in earthquakes while on stream, so I've been able to get those on camera. There's a lot of really interesting aspects just about daily life that I've been able to archive, in addition to world uh, events.
Yes, you said you don't stream in Kick. Do you have any specific reason why you don't stream in Kick?
Yeah, so I used to. So what happened? So my big thing, Kat, is I want my data to be archived. So what does that mean? I want it stored. And the reason why is I
So
want
Kick doesn't stop the stream.
it
so
stores it for 30 days. And that's just not that good for me. And the reason why it's not good for me is because I do a lot of cool things and I want them to be remembered. And if they're only stored for 30 days, that's not good enough. But when I first started streaming, or I shouldn't say first started streaming, but like first started really multi-streaming, which is where I'd be on like a bunch of different platforms at once. I included Kick in this. So my story with Kick, what happened is I have a bunch of different devices, and I was live streaming on Kick from like 10 different devices at once. And Kick basically told me to keep it to one account, that we don't want you streaming on 10 different accounts. So I said, well, there's nothing in your terms and conditions that says you can't stream from multiple accounts. And they were like, just stream from one account. So I streamed from one account for a little while, and it's really hard to get seen on Kick because Kick is so full of bots. Same with Twitch or same with YouTube, they all are. And I just wasn't getting that much attention. Where I would get attention is in people's Discords. And I figured, you know what? If I had the opportunity, I could just make people aware of my Discord through Kick. So I would tell people, hey, join my Discord through, by telling people in Kick. And eventually, Kick felt that that was spam. So they banned my accounts. And I didn't think that was cool because I didn't spam with all my accounts. I just spammed with a couple of or a few accounts. So then what I was like, okay, fine. If you're going to ban me, Kick, if you're not going to let me stream, then I'll create a bunch of accounts, 10,000 more than any person you've ever met, and all I will do is spam people. So I did that for like 8 months last year, up until January 1st, 2025. I did it so well that I would get Kick influencers to interview me. So I've been interviewed by Sam Bond and Ori and X Straight Savage. I've interviewed a lot of Kick streamers as well and had the opportunity to meet some really great people. But I basically became very well known on Kick, even though I wasn't streaming on it. So I figured, you know what, if I stop spamming them after a certain amount of time, maybe they'll let me stream again. Additionally, in one of the interviews that I did, Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, saw it and friended me on Discord. So we're friends on Discord now. And I felt, you know what, if they would let me stream again, I'll stop spamming people. So for 6 months, I stopped spamming people on Kick. 100%, I did not spam anybody. So I had a friend of mine from Kick who came into my Discord in June after about like 5.5 months of not spamming anybody. And he said, you know, Rabbi, you didn't do anything that bad, they've let a lot of people back onto the platform for doing a lot worse things than what you did. You just spammed people, but you didn't hack anybody, you didn't hurt anybody, you didn't do anything illegal necessarily. Like, why don't you try to stream again? So I said, okay, maybe I'll try. So I did. I was able to stream for like 24 hours, and then I got banned. So I reached out to Kick and I said, look, I haven't spammed anybody in more than in like 6 months. Is there any way that you'll let me back? They said, you've been banned indefinitely. And I said, okay, well, what's indefinitely mean? And we went back and forth. What's indefinitely? I said, is this a lifetime ban? Eventually, they said, yes, it's a lifetime ban. I said, okay, that's fine. So you're telling me that it's the year 2025 right now. In the year 2075, 50 years from now, if Kick is still a thing and I'm still alive, that you won't let me stream on Kick anymore? And they said, that's correct. Then I said, you leave me no choice. There cannot be peace. I'm going to spam you guys because you're not giving me any other option. So then I told them I'm going to come back with bigger and better bots, which I did, and I'm going to continue to spam. And so I've kept that up now for the last month or so, and I've gotten a lot of new people in here, really great individuals as yourself. And I explained to them, though, I gave them some opportunities. I said, look, what if I take a year off of like, you banned me for a year? Is that good enough? No. How about 2 years? No. I said to them, well, it's in your best interest, essentially, under these conditions, to say that you'll reevaluate my case in 1 year, because if you do that, then I'll be on my best behavior and I won't spam anybody. But you're just basically telling me right now, in 50 years, we're not going to let you stream anymore. Well, you've left me no choice. There cannot be any peace. I'm going to spam all your people. And not only that, I'm going to create clips on them, and these clips are generally permanent unless somebody manually deletes them, and I'm just going to be extremely annoying to your entire user base. I don't think that that's in your best interest, but if that's the choice you want to make, that's the choice you've made, and that's where we stand.
I mean, I think this like if you really think about this, what kind of content even exactly content drives in Kick? It's just these crazy stunts and people harassing other people. That's what I was watching, this Finnish streamer, very drunk, actually, Norwegian streamer who has basically flown a Finnish drunk person to Norway to film him do stupid stuff when he's drunk. This is like a Kick in a nutshell. This is the type of content that drives there. And it's not very intellectual if you think about it. It's not something like, yeah, you might find some people there, but streaming in there, maybe you don't even want to be part of it. Maybe you just want to advertise there.
That's exactly right. So I just use it as my punching bag. It's just for me to be able to do free advertising. And if they ever ban my account, which they do several times an hour, my bots create a new account automatically. I could be asleep, I could be in the bathroom, I could be outside, I could be doing anything, and these bots are working 24 hours a day. And there are 3 of them.
Do you have proxies for this, or you just use your own IP at the time?
Oh yeah, I always use VPNs generally, and I use temporary email services. I do my best to stay as anonymous as possible, but I have no problem. They know where I live. They know all about me. I'm the most well-known troll, so to speak, on their platform. And I've basically I've told them how they can stop me. And they're just not a big enough organization to be able to do it. I've said to Eddie in interviews with their own creators, you need more staff. You're competing with Twitch, which is Amazon. You have 800 people working for Stake, your gambling site, but only 200 are working on Kick. If you increase the amount who are working on Kick, you'd have the ability to pivot much faster. You'd be able to develop better software, and you'd have more people using your platform. I mean, I've said that to him in interviews, and I've sent him those interviews. He's aware of it.
Just remember that kickonstage.com.
Yeah, so that's basically the secret about Kick is once you get to be a big streamer on Kick, they just will give you free credits to gamble on Stake, and that's what it's about.
So it's basically just a small advertisement for the camping websites.
Exactly.
It's like almost every streamer I see on Kick is either streaming straight on casino or advertising casino, and it's always stake.com.
That's exactly right. And that's the way that they want it. So if they don't care that much about their platform making it quality, then why should I? I will I I feel I'm the nicest troll that anybody will find, because if anybody ever comes in here and they're like, quit spamming me, I tell them the settings that they need to make, that they need to utilize, so that they never get any of my spam. And it's very simple. If they turn a 2-minute delay on for new chatters, they'll never get any of my spam.
Yeah.
So I do my best to be as nice to them as possible. And a lot of times they come in here with one mental idea that they're like, this person's going to be deranged and mean. And then they get to know me and they're like, oh, you're really nice. And I'm like,
I think this idea of thinking that someone is deranged, whatever, it's just, you have to be kind of simple person to put people on such simple terms, like everyone is an individual, you need to understand the complexities behind them. Like,
exactly.
It's just easy to call someone dumb, call someone crazy, whatever.
Exactly. And when people come in here,
approach is never based on reality.
Exactly. When people come in here and get the opportunity to meet me, they find what I have to say to not just be cool, but fascinating. They know that this is going to change the world.
Yes, it's I have time now as like watching that Finnish streamer, whatever, I don't know how to describe that much, but I did close it to actually talk to you, because it's way much more interesting, this conversation we're having, than that stream on Kick.
Absolutely. And if we had people who listened to the conversation that we had, they'd be fascinated by it as well. It's very difficult doing what I do to amass a large audience, because I'm going 24 hours a day and people just don't have that much time to be able to watch you. So over the course of a day, I may get dozens of people who watch me, but it's not all at once. So people think, well, I'm the only person watching this, and then they go to somebody else. When other streamers who only stream for 1 or 2 hours keep all those people together, and it's much easier for other people to see, oh, I'm not alone in this, and the chat's going, and there's a lot of interaction. But I understand that. I also understand that most people on Kick or Twitch or YouTube are botting themselves. And I when I first started this, I botted myself. That doesn't, you get lost in that whole world and in the algorithm and everything. And I've recognized that my best strategy is to spam people and create clips on people. And I get big streamers who know who I am, and then they eventually on their stream go to my YouTube or they come into my Discord and they talk to me, and I get people who join all at once. That's the best thing that I can do myself.
Streamer notices you in the chat, that brings even more attention to you.
Absolutely. And what they'll do, I hear it all the time, almost every day. This person always spams me. What do they want? What do they want? And they always say, I'm almost tempted to go into their Discord and see what it's all about. And eventually they do. I use a psychological approach known as mere exposure effect. Basically, the idea is that if you show someone a stimuli long enough, it will eventually become familiar to them, and it will eventually have generally positive connotations. So even if I just keep doing this more and more, it's exposing them to the same stimuli, and eventually it will cause them to get curious about what it is and find out about what I do. And once they're in here, I have them hooked, because I know what I'm doing is very interesting, and I know what I'm doing is for the benefit of the world, and I know I have the confidence that I'm an intelligent individual and that I can captivate them with the things that I say. And by the end of the conversation, they're an ally of mine, and then they spread it to the community. We have over 1,900 people in this Discord. We started with 0, and it's just been organic generally of just people telling other people about what I do, and that's just been an amazing growth. That I've seen amazing growth just through that strategy.
Are you aware of like Discord listing websites that list Discord servers?
Yeah, so the big one.
Which you can set the keywords.
Yeah, so the big
Discord,
this
Dispedia,
Discord, Top GG. Yeah, I'm on all of those.
Yes. So you talk about spam. Myself, I have developed a bot that can basically flood any keyword, so only you get exposure for that keyword. So if you wanna sell something in Discord or you want attention for specific subject on Discord, you can just flood these websites with your own servers, which all redirect to your main server, and you can have a bot bumping you up automatically in there, so you can get a lot of attention that way too. And it's running on my VPS 24/7 for my own server.
Well, that's a beautiful bot. Generally, I do my best not to endanger my Discord with bots, just because this is my like home base, and this is where I point everyone toward. Though I'm not against it, but like so, what I mean is, I don't spam people on Discord. I don't send out invitations on Discord because it's very easy for Discord to say that this is.
They can block it easily, and there is even age shops, though it's difficult shop to actually to even bypass. You said you do it manually, but I don't also spam on Discord DMs or anything like this. It's just the server listing website. So when people actually search for it, they only find my option.
I understand. That's brilliant. Absolutely, it's absolutely brilliant. Do you have a Discord?
Yes, I do. I actually, when I spend some time on PC, I actually sell botting services myself.
Oh,
but
do you? Okay.
It's really dying business, whatever you want to call it.
It is.
It's just something if I spend a lot of time on my PC, I can just do it. But AI bot detection systems are getting so advanced that this type of mass botting by programs, it's really dying. It just exists. I have like 4,000 members in my own server.
You're absolutely right. Well, that's a very big server. You're absolutely right. AI is getting so good that they're able to detect this stuff, and you can't even really get it off the ground. However, the strategies that I implement, I mean, they're organic, and like for instance, the person who you were watching, that Finnish person, they now have a clip. Generally, if my bot works correctly, it's not even the bot working correctly. The bot works. It's Kick sometimes has some kind of glitch that it doesn't always save the clip. However, 90% of the time it does. And now they have an advertisement on their clips on my channel from now until from now for the indefinite future, basically. And sometimes I clip somebody so much, especially some popular streamers. If you go to their clips, of 50 clips that they have, 46 of them are mine. So basically,
yes, and your bot. I saw like you just talked about the psychological thing you do to get people join. I got tricked. Yes, I joined.
Exactly.
Because I didn't saw one message. I saw 10 messages, but instantly when I saw it, I joined actually.
Exactly, but you're 100% right. And another cool thing that these bots do is then when you use Google, the clips show up. So I'm all over Google. My Google rank is really strong. So all I have to tell somebody is to just Google Rabbi Discord, and my Discord comes up.
Yeah, because you have so many backlinks pointing to you.
Exactly.
Websites.
Exactly. So it's quite.
You have them from many big kick streamers.
Exactly.
What are the strategies to get like, because it's big kick streamers, it's their clips. I wonder how much Google follows a backlink like that. You know.
Well, they rank it very highly because I'll even just do clips from a couple days ago, and sometimes it's the top result, just depending on what it is. And I know that Google changed they're always changing their algorithm, but a few years ago they made video to have a much higher rank than text or audio, and so all my video comes up way at the top. Now, there's another thing that these clips do sometimes, especially on Kick. People have uh, automatic clip uh, automatic clip systems that whenever anybody clicks their stream, it automatically posts to YouTube and to Twitter and to Instagram and to TikTok for them. So sometimes I'll clip somebody's stream on Twitch, let's say, and it or Kick, and it'll automatically post to like 5 different social media accounts. And on top of that, it uses my text, so it just says like join Rabbi's Discord with my Discord link and my Linktree link, and then also it's not on my account; it's on their account, which means I don't. It's not like my accounts are spamming it; it's their accounts that are spamming it. So that's a really I think brilliant way to be able to market yourself as well. Because the big thing is when you spam, you want to avoid being seen as the spammer, because if you get caught, they're going to ban your accounts. So have somebody else spam this stuff, and you get the same result. And it's on their channels, and their channels are usually very popular. So all of a sudden, you've got that's very clear as to what to do and where to go. And even if somebody doesn't join my Discord, that's fine. There's the link tree that they're going to look through. Many times they just type it into Google or into YouTube, and they'll find out about me eventually.
Yes, and I just put I didn't even put their name. I just put the Rabbi Discord, and I see the third result is just some random Twitch clip that has your Discord link in it.
Exactly, and that's what happens. Go to YouTube right now and type in
What should I type in?
Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD,
Yeah, I know this.
and then filter by live.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It goes forever.
It's a lot.
And the funny part is, these are all different cameras almost.
Exactly.
Some of them share the same camera.
Yes. And
there is every angle.
Exactly. And there's a reason why I have some of them sharing the same camera, because I want to have redundancies. If anytime, let's say, account 1 gets taken down for copyright infringement or whatever, account 2 is still going.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so you can watch my life in 360 degrees, 24 hours a day. And when people start to find out that there's somebody out there who cares about them, who cares about the world, who is quite intelligent, especially in terms of futurology and science, this is going to be very popular. And people are going to, I already get people who sleep to me, who just want to know that they're not alone in the world. And so we sleep alongside each other, thousands of miles away from each other, and I don't even necessarily know that they're doing it.
Just found one the camera angle where I can see the projector pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see it now. You have something being displayed from it right now, or?
Yeah, so if you see
Their books wear out, or
this
forest
is
schools become no longer usable.
it's a Jewish
and they are
history
gathered
lecture
up in
that's being
a holding area called
projected
the
on the
Geniza,
back
which means
wall.
literally
And
storehouse
what you're seeing
or treasure house.
with this other
And,
Discord
then
account
at a certain point in time,
is
when it's
it has a
sufficiently
camera
full,
pointed at the
they're
screen as
taken
well.
to a Jewish cemetery, and they're given a plot.
Is this in Hebrew?
No, it's in English. Some of it is in Hebrew, some of it's in Aramaic, some of it's in Yiddish, but generally it's in English.
I actually, have you been to Israel ever?
I have not. I had plans to go right before the pandemic, and I had to them because of the pandemic. And then October 7th happened, and I was doing live streaming. So I plan on going certainly after. Uh, Perhaps I don't want to say I'm done streaming because I want to continue to stream the rest of my life. But what viral, I'd like to give people an IRL view of Israel, basically with maybe like meta glasses or a 360-degree camera. But as of right now, no. Although I did have plans to travel there.
So when you do IRL streaming, do you just take one of your cameras from here, or
Yeah, so at one time I had 4 different data lines through Verizon, and I would just use iPhones, and then I'd also use a GoPro on my hat and just go around that way. Um, but that gets really complicated with the amount of devices that you have and such. So I'd use like selfie sticks, and then if you're doing it at night, you need lights. It gets very complicated, and it's very expensive to do as well. Just I'd have like hundreds of dollars bill every month for my data, and when you're doing that, you've got to worry about the power. You've got to worry about power banks. You've got to worry about your lights. You've got to worry about your devices overheating. I would run into issues just in the summer in California. If the sun shines on a camera long enough or a phone, it will eventually overheat. And so that becomes an issue. So it's much easier for me to stay in one position, and it allows me to have a lot more angles. And on top of all the things that I just said, you've got connectivity issues. So while I do some IRL streaming, generally, at least recently, I've been doing desktop streaming like you see, and just giving people an opportunity to view my life on a daily basis and what I do and the conversations that I have. Other things that we do, I get a lot of people in here from all over the world, so my sleep schedule kind of gets thrown off. I get people in here from Australia and Canada and Europe and Asia. And so at any given time, we can have different people who come in here. But we like to play games. So we play a lot of games in here, just like board games. We play a lot of board games. Like we'll play Monopoly, we'll play checkers, we'll play chess, we play backgammon, we'll play card games like poker and bridge, and we'll play other games like mini golf and like table soccer, and we'll play like Pokemon. We'll play like a bunch of different games. So we use an app called Plato, Plato, and so I've got a bunch of people who come in here, and we do that every night. I've got a very consistent group of people who come in here and play, and so those are fun things that we do. I'm really into sports, so I watch like all the major sporting events in here. Like I said, we watched 3 Olympics. We've watched the World Cup, the Men's World Cup, the Women's World Cup. We've watched the UFC. I'm really big into the UFC and into boxing. So we'll watch all those big fights. Super big into the NFL. So we'll watch all of those. We've watched hockey. We've watched Stanley Cups. We've watched World Series. We've watched NBA titles. Just anything sport related, I do my best to be able to follow. I'm right now in the middle of the fantasy football draft, so that's been fun. And then we watch movies in here. I've done my best to watch every major motion picture ever in here. So all the Oscar winners since like 1928, which is when it started, and listen to every major music album. So I do a lot of singing in here as well. And I sing a lot of karaoke as well. So I do my best to keep it lively and interesting. And then most of all, I love lectures. I love history, so I watch those, and I love podcasts. So all the major podcasts of the world I listen to basically on a weekly basis. Everything from Joe Rogan to Kill Tony, which are the 2 biggest podcasts in the world, to science podcasts, to paranormal podcasts, to true crime podcasts. I'm all about all of that. And then on top of all of that, I've got a radio going in the background that not only archives the daily events of the world, but those are shows in themselves. And I should say as well, I've got it charging right now, but I've got a device that I use that's text to speech that many years ago, I created study guides for myself in my rabbinical training. And so I have those reading off to the world to be able to teach the world more about Judaism for anybody who's interested in that. And um, I just do my best to stay as active and interactive as possible. But most of all, I want people to come in here and be able to learn and allow me to learn, and we learn together and just create a better society. I hope that makes sense.
Proper burial. So two unusual things happened in the Geniza of the Ben Ezra synagogue in Cairo, in old Cairo. One is that the community had an unusual standard for hundreds of years of not only putting holy documents into the Geniza, but any document written in Hebrew characters, which included marriage contracts, bills of sale, honey, could you pick up some pita on the way home notes, children's doodles, anything that had Hebrew letters written on it was considered sacred, apparently, and put into the Geniza. And secondly, the Geniza was not emptied for several hundred years. And so when it was discovered in this attic of the Ben Ezra synagogue in the late 19th century,
Okay.
it provided
Yeah, I
a
did everything. I just had to put my microphone on.
No problem at all.
Have you seen any movies from a studio named A24?
You know, I'm not familiar with all the movie studios that I've seen, but enlighten me. What are some of them?
So basically, I don't know what to think about horror movies, but they make a lot of very unique movies. Like I like to watch these very high-rated movies that these chefs just mentioned, like Oscar-winning movies and everything. But these studios, they have very unique way of making movies. It's just interesting. You should definitely
I'll take a look.
sometimes watch those if you have time.
A24, right?
Yeah, A24. It's very unique movies.
Very well. What are some of the movies they've made?
They have made from the horror side. They have made Midsommar, Hereditary. These are very, I would say, wild horror movies. But it's not only horror that they make. They make also societal movies like most recent one, Eddington. It's just psychological movie a lot.
Okay. I'll have to take a look.
Yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about psychological books? Did you ever read them?
Absolutely. My favorite is probably Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky.
You see, are you familiar with the author Robert Greene?
Who?
Robert Greene.
Robert Quinn.
He
What?
makes a lot of psychological books.
The name sounds familiar. What are some of his books about?
Laws of Human Nature, 48 Laws of Power. Yeah. It's, yeah.
Very well. I have to take a look at them, and if anything, listen to them via PDF.
Yeah, but wait 1 second.
Take your time, my friend.
Second. Do you want to explain this to someone I know? This stuff that you do.
Absolutely, bring them in.
Yeah, 1 second. I don't know if he's gonna speak, but I'll explain to him.
Absolutely.
Let's see if he's gonna join right now. It's very interesting. I already invited my other friend that he was in school, but I think this guy has some time to actually listen.
Excellent. I appreciate you sharing. Thank you.
Okay, he's here. You can explain to him what you do.
Welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family are all made financially independent if you're not already, that you have the ability to create generational wealth, and most of all, that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. I talk about things to help the world myself, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Bataninu. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people there. I'm an advocate for the LifeShare program, and most importantly, for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things to help the world, specifically in terms of futurology. I'm a futurist myself. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light technology, things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, terraforming intergalactic travel, perhaps alien disclosure, things like perhaps de extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, Asian elephant surrogates, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. Once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, I think this is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. The direwolves that they created are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you in your life if you want. When you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, red light therapy, perhaps even ambrosia therapy, nootropics, just things to increase your average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, this is all with your consent, but if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know if this guy speaks, but did you say you have 34 devices streaming yourself right now
Yeah, 33 or so.
on the internet?
Yeah, 33 or so.
33, yeah. Can I ask you something about their family? Like their Rothschild family, is it there's 3,000 of you in United States?
That's correct. Yeah, about 10,000 of us globally.
I see. Are like currently just streaming, or you still working in some of the businesses you were talking about?
Well, I've dedicated my life to streaming. As I said previously, I'm a certified project management professional. So occasionally I will get people who want assistance with the project and I can freelance. But as of right now, I've saved enough that I don't need to work full time and I'm able to focus on this project.
Yeah, I see. And all of your electricity comes from solar panels, right? And you will get paid a little bit for it because you produce extra.
That's correct.
I don't know if my friend wants to speak at all, but yeah. Can you show the bot to him a little bit that you have made?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Tenebris. So I created a bot that creates kick accounts, that follows people, that creates clips of them, and that spams them. So this one here, I'm not sure if it's going to create this account. It should hit the I accept button. If it does, sometimes an error comes up. Oh, but it did. It created this account. And the name of the account is Google Rabbi Discord 0001200. And these are all just ways for me to promote myself. What it's going to do is it's got to click some buttons on here. It takes a little while. So we'll let that one go. This one here is working. So just give it a moment. So what it will do is it will scroll the front page and find people who are live.
Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and feature live USC live streams are going on right now.
Yeah, it's quite something. And what these will do is scroll down the page and find the next person who's live. And then what it will do is click on their account, which it just did. Opens up a new tab.
As you're seeing, it's fully automated. It's just doing it through the browser to work. It is not surrounding if there is some updates and post protection, for example.
Exactly. So it's going to create a clip of this person, and it names the clip YouTube Rabbi Rothschild, and that has my Discord link. Just gets people to come to me. And what it will do, once the page loads, which it just did, it will create a clip, which it's doing right now. It will paste the name of my desired choice into the clip. So this one is the heart emoji since it catches people's attention. It's red. And then it will publish the clip. And once it publishes the clip, then it will take a large wall of text. It will copy that. And it will then follow the person. And it will spam them. So some people have, I call them defense mechanisms, but settings on their computer or on their account, so that you need to be following them for a certain number of days, or your account must be a certain age. But generally, a lot of people have it so that anybody can talk to them whenever they want. And so my device just followed them, and it's now going to spam them. And that one's working. Now, this person has something that says you must wait 2 minutes. So that's fine. Then that means I won't be able to spam them. But that's cool. I have these ones that can spam, and they just go through, and it's all automated.
Just a very interesting form of advertisement that really works.
Exactly. And that's what they do. And that's what I do. And it's very efficient. I mean, it works when I'm asleep, and it allows me to meet new people like Kat. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, let me know.
Um, you mentioned for the businesses. Do you have? Can you share any other information on the other businesses you were talking about or projects you worked on, or can you disclose anything about those
Yeah.
other than the Carlos
Sure. So I've worked for Fortune 100 companies, um, major companies globally. Like we're talking like the biggest companies in the world, like companies like Walmart and uh, J.P. Morgan Chase, those kind of size companies, and launched projects for them internationally. So I've successfully launched projects for what's called APAC, which is Asia Pacific Island and Australia region, like Oceania. I've launched projects for the Middle East, including successfully launched projects in Israel. I've launched projects for what's called EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and I've launched projects in what's called LAO, which is Latin America, and also North America, including emphases on projects in the United States and Canada. Um, and what are these projects? Generally, I mean, if you know what a Scrum Master is, I've been a Scrum Master in these. If you don't know what a Scrum Master is, it's basically someone who hosts meetings and gets updates on where projects are and updates documentation for the projects on a daily basis. They're basically just like daily meetings with project engineers and helping them get through any type of issues that they may be experiencing to be able to deliver the projects on time. And that's what I did before I started live streaming my life. In fact, I live streamed my life for about a year while still concurrently doing those kinds of jobs. And I got to the point where I didn't necessarily need to do that anymore, at least not at the time. I had enough money to be able to save up that I could be able to just focus on this project. If I need to do that again, I can certainly get those kind of contracts again. I don't want to say it wasn't very hard, but I have good experience in education, and um, it allows me, fortunately, to be able to get those kinds of positions. I've worked in the startup world. That's where I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So that's some of my experience that I have from a work standpoint, um, and that's about what I can say about it.
Yes, it's all very private stuff. NDAs are everywhere, so you can't really speak much. But that Carvash project you told about was very interesting as well.
Yeah, definitely. So
I don't think you mentioned, but you have been streaming for almost 4 years, right now, non-stop.
That's correct. Yeah, from multiple streams. When I first started, I wasn't doing it from 22 different streams at once, but always about 6 streams at once in 360 degrees. And every aspect of my life is essentially on camera. Um, if we ever have like a power outage or anything, which doesn't happen often, but if it ever does happen, I have GoPros that I can use to back up the video, or if my internet ever goes out. Doesn't happen often. I might get a hiccup every once in a while of just, but I reconnect very quickly. And I've got disconnect protection on most of my devices so that they don't disconnect. But if that ever happens, or they have to work on the Wi-Fi or something like that, I have GoPros that I've been able to use, or I have alternate accounts that I've been able to use. Um, what else? I'm live on. Well, I have over 100 different YouTube accounts, over 200 different Instagram accounts, over 500 different Twitch accounts, over 1,000 different TikTok accounts, over 2,000 different Twitter accounts, over 5,000 different Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 different Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And while much of this doesn't have content, a lot of it does. So I have like archives of myself on Instagram. Like I created a robot on Instagram that just always updated my life every 4 hours. So I've got just hours and hours on Instagram. And I do that to be as diversified as possible to ensure that I don't, if I ever lose one of my accounts, that I have redundant backups. And I know that when I go viral, even the accounts that I've had banned, I'll be able to get back because the people will consider what I'm doing, like YouTube and such. This is a newsworthy effort. Something is newsworthy, you can get your accounts back. So I got just gigantic amounts of data that have been archived on different servers. And then on top of that, I have a lot of IRL content on SD cards and terabytes worth that I've just uploaded. So I have like an entire bag of SD cards from when I first started this and any kind of backups that I needed to make. So I'll be able to upload those as well. And as I've said previously, data is Earth's number one resource, and it's essentially a modern day gold rush. If people don't realize it, it's not just data's Earth's number one resource, human data specifically. And I have more human data archived to the internet than any person ever, which means that AI will be able to model itself off of perhaps some of my video or a lot of it.
They can use your archive data to train many good AI models.
Exactly. So that's what I do. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
So basically, when you go sleep, you just in this bed and sleep in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do my best to end the streams every 12 hours because that way they're uploaded to YouTube. If you keep a stream going longer than 12 hours, only 12 hours of it will be available to the general public on YouTube. So I want to make sure that it's always available. So the stream is in like 12-hour segments, and I do my best usually before I go to bed to try to restart all of the streams, which takes me probably about 15 to 20 minutes every day, and I have to do it twice a day. And then I sleep, and a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer here, and people will come in. A lot of people come in and try to wake me up, or just yell or whatever, and that's fine. But sometimes I'll mute it, and so I can get better rest. I get people who just come in here and want to sleep with me. So that's always, and they just don't want to be lonely where they are in the world. I get people on my YouTube who say that they sleep alongside me or they just watch me as I sleep. While I sleep, I keep the history lectures going and I keep podcasts going. So there's still some type of entertainment value while I sleep to the viewer. And I eat on stream, I drink on stream. I've gone to the bathroom on stream, though I don't always go to the bathroom on stream live because I can get in trouble from YouTube and such because that's a violation of their terms and conditions. I'm not saying but so I understand that, but I have so much archive of myself going to the bathroom that it's on other servers as well. It's on Twitter, it's on Instagram. I've laughed on stream, I cry on stream, I eat, sleep. People will be able to view in the future my circadian rhythms and what I'm thinking and what I'm dreaming. Uh, right now, we only understand like video to be two-dimensional images, basically many different photographs that are linked together. But in the future, people will be able to use augmented reality to be able to live my life in a virtual world. They'll be able to remove my clothing and have me change different clothing, or they'll be able to remove my skin layers and my skeletal layers to be able to see what's going on in my brain. They'll be able to know what my heartbeats per minute are, my blinks per minute, my swallows per minute, my breaths per minute. Every aspect of the human body will be able to be studied from a biological standpoint because of this stream.
That's interesting. Interesting future.
I agree. That's why I do it. Do you
Is
have,
there usually a lot of people in these Discord calls, or is it more like people watch it from the streams?
yeah, so I mean, it's like 6:17 in the morning, so it's early.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are doing their own thing. Usually about like 10 p.m. or so, or maybe like 8 between 8 and 10 p.m. We usually get the most amount of people, and I'll get as many as a dozen or so people in here sometimes. Um, a lot of times I'll have one person in here or two people in here, and they're just doing whatever they're doing, but they just like to know if they want to talk to anybody that person's here to be able to talk with them. There are instances where I'll get one person who gets really excited about what I do, and they'll invite all their friends, and we'll get a ton of people in here, and I'll be able to tell them about what I do. The more people that I get in here, the more troublemakers occur, though, where I'm trying to talk and they're just wanting to play soundboards or things like that. But generally,
I see, I see.
generally people are respectful of me and what I have to say. I get some people in here who want to troll me, and that's cool. They want to come in here and play fart noises or perhaps chainsaw noises or whatever, and that's cool. I do my best to like warn people, and if they don't stop, I'll mute them. And if they, become, you know, uh, if they become disrespectful or something like that, then occasionally we have to ban people. But I don't like to have to do that. And even if somebody does get banned, I have an appeal server. If they want to appeal their ban, they can be forgiven for what occurred. And all I ask is that they just don't do it again. And there are a lot of people who have mutual friends in here, and they'll ask, like, "Hey," they'll be like, "Hey, my friend, they were being a jerk. They thought it was funny to, like show pornography in the video call." Okay, well, I don't want people doing that. Even though I do my best to make sure everybody's 18 who's in here. Not everybody wants to see that, and so you may get warned because of that, or you may get banned because of that. So I explain to them, okay, well, just tell your friend to not do that anymore. They need to act with decorum and maturity. But if they like a place where they can connect with someone 24 hours a day, I'm here for them, and I'll unban them for those types of reasons. Just generally, uh, mutual respect of people goes a long way here. I occasionally will get people who accidentally leave their microphone on or something like that. Not a huge deal. So I'll send them a message and just explain to them, hey, if you can mute your microphone, I don't want to have to mute you. I do my best not to have to mute people. Occasionally it happens though where they don't recognize that they're on camera or on microphone. But really, people are usually very respectful of everybody else, and um, I have had it where I have a section of this Discord right below here that's called Rabbi Rothschild's Arena. So if we ever get a lot of people in here, which we sometimes do, and we're gonna max out at the 25 people who can be in here, I'll go in there, and when I'm in there, I have to let up people who can talk, but that allows us to have a count of people witness it. You can have thousands of people witness it. Or if it's just something that I want to say, I want a lot of people to be able to hear it and I don't want to get interrupted, occasionally we'll go into there. As you can tell, I've got a very large server. with basically every kind of interest that anybody would ever have. And
Yeah, it's taking me out all the interests that you can think about.
exactly,
Finance, gaming, clothes, anime, and even all the music genres I can think about.
exactly. I'm a very diverse person, and I have diverse interests, and I want people one day to make this home. And when they do, I want them to know that they have a place where they can discuss anything that they wish, essentially. And um, I've prepared for them. As the saying goes, if you build it, they will come. And that's what I've done with this server.
Can I ask you a little bit of a personal question?
Go ahead.
So you said you're Jewish. I know that in the Jewish culture, it's very important to be very educated, and education is very like praised in the Jewish culture and everything. But does the family networking in Jewish families also help you um, with getting employed in important positions, or is it more about the like importance of education in the culture?
Both are very important. So, in order to gain parnasa, what we call like a career or way to be able to support yourself, education's at the heart of it. And so, we do our best to ensure that our children are educated and that they not just have secular education but religious education as well. This allows them to have larger vocabularies and to just be well rounded individuals generally. And then once they get to a certain age, uh, let's say the age of employment or so, we encourage them to be able to get positions that allow them to live a comfortable life. Certainly, there are organizations where we may be able to network in to get an internship or to get an initial position, but that's not always guaranteed. And there are just some situations where we have people who go long periods of time without employment. Um, just like whether you're Jewish or not Jewish, it's not always easy to get a job. There isn't necessarily an opportunity for everybody at every given time, but we do our best to ensure that people have the opportunity to be able to support themselves and then create a family and live a nice life.
The reason why I even ask this is because in business, networking is very important and connections are very important. But I think that the Jewish community like embraces this fact of connections and networking, which is maybe not done in other communities as well as in the Jewish community.
Well, we are a very close knit minority, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't depend on push to either employ us or help us. I've had Jewish bosses myself. I've had non-Jewish bosses myself. Um, I can tell you that we do our best to ensure that we have some type of influence around those who are around us the best way that we can in a positive fashion. And generally, we have uh, industries where we have some history, certainly in finance and in entertainment, and but there are others, certainly education, academia, but there are others that are new and are open to anyone. And there are some situations where we have people who are business owners and people who are not business owners, people who are stock owners and people who are not stock owners. If anything, I would say the thing that makes us successful as a minority is that we're the best organized minority. And I think the reason why we're the best organized minority is because the strength of our families and our networks. So not only do we have
This is primarily my point. was not with any negative attachment.
I didn't take it that way.
Analysis of it.
No, I didn't take it that way. But there are other ways that other people who have these types of connections as well. Um, they just may not be in as broad uh, areas as we are, but certainly, at least in Southern California, there's a very strong Russian community, very strong Asian community, very strong Armenian community, very strong African American community. Um, so, in the same way that there's a strong Jewish community, I find that one of the reasons why people may think that we are able to network so well is because we're in many different cities around the world, as we have to be uh, many times just because of how we have had commerce in the past. So you may find Jews in most major cities in the world, um, at least really all major cities to some extent, but in some cities we have larger influence than others. Um, for instance, cities like London, New York, Los Angeles, we have much more influence than a city like Nairobi or perhaps Lagos or Helsinki, but we still have some type of influence everywhere. As I describe Judaism, it's like the world's biggest family, and if we have,
Yes, that's how I have understood it myself as well.
yeah, if we have people who come into our community who need a position, we can hire them if we think that they'd be uh, a good fit. But that's the key; they have to be a good fit. If we see a non-Jewish person who would be a better fit for a position, we may choose that person for the benefit of the larger community. Uh, but generally, just like you would in your own family, if you have the opportunity to hire someone within your own family and you think they'd be a good fit, you do your best to help that person.
Yes, and about hiring other Jews, I think that Ashkenazi Jews,
Yeah, I am one. Yeah.
and they have the highest IQ of basically any group, so it would almost be logical to hire them the power.
Yeah.
I don't know if that take is controversial, but it's just
Yeah.
sometimes you want to look at the data.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the data. We average about a 116 IQ. I think that that's debatable because I've met some dumb Ashkenazi Jews in my life. But
Yes, it's everywhere.
yeah,
Smart and dumb people.
exactly.
Never so black and white.
And I also have an issue with intelligence tests because many of them are skewed to people who are educated or people who have taken them before. And thus, I think probably the best IQ tests are those that don't include words, that only include shapes. Even ones with numbers.
Recognition.
Exactly. Pattern recognition is really what we determine to be a high IQ. But even that can be taught to some extent from a young age, just giving children the opportunity and rewarding people for pattern recognition can help to skew the results. But yeah, I mean, I've seen statistics that show Ashkenazi Jews at like a 116 IQ, and like Singaporeans are like 115.8, and Koreans are like 115.5. I mean, very very close there. Again, every person is unique, and there may be different people you might need for a certain position, and we shouldn't only hire a Jew if we don't think it's going to be the right fit, if it could harm the community. And if we think a non-Jew might be a better fit for a position, then we'll hire that person.
And about like intelligence overall, I think you pointed out yourself as well. It's just one measurement, and there is different forms of intelligence. IQ is just one of them.
That's absolutely true. And it's not the most necessarily most important thing either. Physical well-being is very important as well. And on that list, Ashkenazi Jews don't do as well. So people, when it comes to uh, the ability to build muscle or height or raw strength, we don't do as well. But intelligence, we do quite well.
Yes, but like I think today's societies actually you try with intelligence and especially the IQ type of intelligence in society that we have nowadays. It's less about physical strength, more about actually intelligence and the ability to actually think about things.
That's true. I mean, pattern recognition is important.
Yes. It's true.
Do you have any other questions, Kat?
But
Go ahead.
yes, I think we should continue our discussion after I come back. Are you gonna sleep at then? Are you gonna go sleep soon, or
No,
are you gonna be awake?
I'm going to be awake for the next 12 hours or so.
Okay, I will definitely join back later today.
Excellent.
But I'm gonna have to go have a meal with my mom now.
Absolutely. You go do you. I'm always here. So whenever you have questions or you want to talk, I'm here. And enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll connect soon, okay?
Yes, and I must say this is the most interesting conversation I had on Discord. Thank you for having this conversation with me.
My pleasure, Kat. Thank you so much for being so sweet. Thank you for sharing with your friends, and bring other friends. Spread the word, okay?
Yes, I will bring someone who actually speaks. There might be,
That's okay.
I don't want to tell that they're a troll, but they might be a little bit immature in a way. They might not, I hope they can behave themselves, but can of course always remove the mistake.
Absolutely. We'll figure it out.
He's also an intelligent person. I discuss a lot of philosophy with him.
Excellent. Excellent.
I will be back later, so I will see you later, okay?
Take care, Kat. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Absolutely
Thank you.
overwhelming look into what one of the great scholars of the period, Dr. Goitein, called a Mediterranean society, an explosion of documentation that dwarfs just about anything we have for the same period, let's say about 800 to 1300 of the Mediterranean basin at all. Here's a photograph of one of the great scholars of the period, Solomon Schechter, working in Cambridge with the hundreds of thousands, estimated 300,000 fragments of fragile paper from the Geniza. Here he is in his Cambridge study where he did much of the work. And the kind of things found in there, some incredible treasures, like, for example, Maimonides' own autograph corrections of his manuscripts. This is actually the handwriting of the great Maimonides himself, who was active in Cairo. And in fact, he and his children were the leaders of the Cairo Jewish community for over a century. We also have, as I mentioned, children's doodles. We have like lessons from children as they're learning the Aleph Bet. They're just like children today, drawing little pictures in the sides and things like that. Absolutely phenomenal work. There's so much to say about the Geniza. But what I find especially fascinating about the Geniza is that the work is ongoing. We're not anywhere near finished figuring out what these little fragments are. And the internet has provided so many advantages. Right now, there is a site called Scribes of the Cairo Geniza, in which you can sign up for free, and they are crowdsourcing the deciphering of the documents in the Geniza. As you can see from this sample page, if you know any Hebrew at all, then all you do is, they show you a document and say, what language is this in? And if you can tell that it's Hebrew, you say Hebrew, and you don't know, you say, oh, show me another document. And then they'll ask you, is it right side up? Is it upside down? Is it a palimpsest with two scripts, one over the other, and so on? And to the whatever extent you can provide your volunteer time and expertise, you can help push forward Geniza research. Absolutely fascinating stuff, and it tells us so much about what's going on in Egypt and the entire Eastern Mediterranean world for several hundred years. So, just like Maimonides, I mentioned earlier, really brought the community to a brand new level of stature in the 11th and early 12th century. He was, of course, born in Cordoba in Spain, and as a result of then Muslim persecution, he and his family left and they made their way along the coast of North Africa to come finally to Cairo. Spain would actually provide another big jolt to the Cairo population after not Muslim persecution this time, but Christian persecution in the context of the Great Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews in the 15th century. You have a range of great scholars in Egypt at this time. Advaz is a particularly significant one. Radiscaf Luria, who would later make his fame not in his native Egypt, but rather in Tzfat in northern Israel, would be the greatest of the Kabbalists, following in his teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero's footsteps. And these are the great, heights of Egyptian Jewish culture that are happening in the Middle Ages. The society goes through phenomenal change under the Ottomans, and especially in the 19th century, there's some significant economic change going on that attracts a lot of Jewish migration. There are about 25,000 Jews living in Egypt by the turn of the 20th century, again, primarily in these two big centers of Cairo and Alexandria. And you have about 60,000, threefold increase just about 20 years later. However, this is all destined to come to a crashing halt in the 20th century, primarily because of the confluence of the Zionist movement, which is having, of course, tremendous successes at the same time. Jews are moving to Israel in significant numbers from the 1880s onward, and immediately after the Holocaust, there is incredible pressure on the British to relinquish the mandate and to allow the Jews to create a homeland in Israel and to open up the floodgates of the Holocaust survivors who wish to immigrate to this region. The Arab world, which is it's too much of a story for us, especially with 4 or 5 minutes left in the presentation. But of course, there's tremendous hostility to the establishment of the state of Israel. Egypt will fight several wars with Israel. The one shown here is the troop movements of the War of Independence in 1948-49. There will be another major conflict in the Sinai in 1956, the Six-Day War of 1967, and then once again in 1973. So Egypt is having more and more hostility with Israel, and this has very negative consequences for the Jews in Egypt. Egypt passes increasingly anti-Semitic legislation, such as the so-called Companies Law of 1947, which required all Egyptian businesses to have at least 75% employment of Egyptian citizens. Egypt is, of course, a secularizing nation at this time. Although the vast majority of people there are Muslim, Egypt is going through its own nation building as well. And this affected Jews very badly because 80% of Jews living in Egypt were Egyptian born, but were in fact stateless. They were not given citizenship along with Egyptian Muslims. And so this was a very negative element for their civilization there. There are increasing levels of physical attacks, even bombings, also seizures of Jewish property in the 1940s and 50s, and especially after a disastrous failure of an intelligence exercise that was undertaken in Egypt by Israel. Several local Jews were hung, and more were sent to jail. And there's a mass wave of Egyptian expulsions of Jews in the 1950s and 1960s. There is a positive upturn, a major one, to Egyptian-Israeli relations and also Arab-Israeli relations with the signing of the Camp David peace accord between Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the president of the United States, and Menachem Begin on the right. Ironically, two hawkish individuals who saw the advantage of aside their hostility for the sake of peace. Israel gave up a major amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, which had been conquered in the 1967 war, in exchange for a peace which has basically held solid until the present day. It is not a warm peace. There is, small moments of hostility, but it is certainly not erupted into a full-fledged war since then. However, the exodus of Jews from Egypt, encouraged by anti-Semitic activity in the country, proceeded apace. And according to the United States Department of State, in 2019, there were less than 10 Jews living in Egypt at that time. So this is bringing me to the point that I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that although we are going to be marking the exodus of the Jews from Egypt in the biblical period in a couple of weeks as we celebrate Passover, in reality, the total exodus of Jews from Egypt occurred in the last century, within our own lifetimes, as a result of the geopolitical events of the 20th century. That brings me to a conclusion. I hope you found this survey useful, and I'm happy to stick around for a few questions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for joining me today. This is a difficult topic to speak on, and it's a difficult time. This is, of course, the 17th of Tammuz. It is a fast day, and begins a period of reflection of about 3 weeks, moving up to the commemoration of the destruction of the temple on Tisha B'Av. Most years at this time of year, I've spoken about something really massive and difficult, particularly tragic in Jewish history. Today, what I'd like to do is look at much smaller incidents, things that were much more systemic and pervasive, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, if you will, the smaller indignities that Jews had to face as a result of their exile from the land of Israel in the first century. So let's have a quick look at what is the 17th of Tammuz. Okay, so the 17th of the month of Tammuz, which we're in right now, just past the solstice, is, as I mentioned earlier, a fast day, and it commemorates, according to the Mishnah, 5 distinct events that occurred on this day in history. First, there was the breaking of the tablets of the law when Moses discovered the Jews rejoicing around the golden calf. That's remarkably presented in this 15th century belt chronik, which you can see the Jews at the bottom there dancing in medieval costume. Moses and Aaron. Moses has horns, which is a very common medieval depiction of Moses, mistranslation of the phrase Karen, or the horns of light that shone from his forehead, and laying at his feet, he's standing right next to it, looks like Aaron, are the tablets of the law. So that's one of the most important theological events that is associated with today. Later on in history, King Manasseh, who is not one of the better Jewish history, returned the land of Israel to polytheistic worship, and even placed idol in the sanctuary on the daily, we jump ahead centuries to the tumultuous first century, the Tamid, or the daily offering, stopped being offered at this time as a result of disputes with the Romans. We actually spoke about that last year on this time. And there's a mysterious reference there to a general named Apostemos, who burned a Torah scroll. There's a lot of dispute among the commentators and scholars as to what this could have referred to. The name Apostemos appears to be a Greek name, so it could have been from the Hellenic period when say from the 4th century before the Common Era onward until the 2nd century. But others suggest that, like Gedalia Alon, one of the greatest scholars of this period, argued it may have been something in connection with the Quitos rebellion. But at any rate, the specific historical context of it is lost. It may have been in the early 2nd century when that rebellion occurred. But the most important event, the one that I think most people associate with the 17th of Tammuz, is the beginning of the process of the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. It was on this day, according to the rabbinic sources, that the exterior walls of Jerusalem were first breached, and this led to a series of pitched battles that ultimately resulted in the Roman conquest of Jerusalem, complete conquest of Jerusalem, the displacement of the temple authorities, and the destruction of the temple itself, which is very memorable, captured here in 19th century work by Francisco Hayes. So in this context, since we are at the beginning of this period of reflection, of a call to repentance, to remember the tragedies of this era, I thought that rather than speak about something very large and earth-shattering and incredibly tragic, as we have actually many times in previous years, I thought we would look at smaller insights to the Jewish psyche that were directly resulting from the exilic status of their being after the destruction of the temple. We certainly have no dearth of mortal threats. I mean, we could speak about many other horrible things that happened to the Jews, the Crusades and the massacres of the pogroms and so on, or the ongoing threat of blood libels, as you see here in this rather offensive Polish piece of art representing the Jews luring children to their deaths in the horrific lie known as the blood libel. And in fact, it would be entirely appropriate to speak about these incredibly mortal threats because they continue to this very day. For example, this extremely offensive piece of art from the talented and twisted Giovanni Gasparo actually came out in 2020. This is an entirely modern piece of art that commemorates a very ancient type of hatred. So we could go into those things, but what I would like to do rather is to look at smaller aspects of the exile and think about what that may have done for the Jewish psyche over the centuries. And perhaps at the end we'll have some reflections on what it means for our own times as we enter into the period. This gate here actually comes from Buchenwald, one of the notorious Nazi death camps. The gate itself and its slogan was actually designed by one of the prisoners on the command of the Nazis. He later died in Buchenwald. And it incorporates right into the actual fabric of the itself a motif in this motto, Jeden das Seine. Jeden das Seine basically translates as to each what he deserves, literally to each that which is his own, right? But it means you get what you deserve. And this is a horribly cynical thing to put on the gates of a concentration camp, meaning if you walk in these gates, you're just getting what you deserve. And this is a theme that we see running throughout the period in which the Jews lived in exile over the last 2,000 years. I'm going to focus in my remarks primarily on the High Middle Ages through the early modern period, and that's when the bulk of Jews lived in Western Europe, which was predominantly under Catholic rule. The Jewish exile in Western Europe during these centuries, let's say from the year 1100 until the modern era, were in many ways much of the most terrible elements of small-scale persecution, punctuated by large-scale persecution as well. So to give you an idea of this Jeden das Eine concept, it really seems to be quite dominant in the trends of Catholic thought, that the Jews, since they had rejected Jesus as the Savior, therefore they and all their future generations somehow deserve punishment as a result. And the small inconveniences of life that were placed upon the Jews and the small insults that they had to bear were all a reflection of this, a Yedem das Seine approach that, you get what you deserve. If you or your ancestors, more properly speaking, had originally adopted Christianity, then all will be fine and you would not be suffering this. However, you bear this cross, if you'll pardon the metaphor, for centuries as a result. We see this explicitly stated in the Gospels in the book of Matthew when at the moment of Jesus' condemnation, Pontius Pilate asks the Jews what he wants him to do with Jesus, and the Jews say, his blood be upon us and upon our children. Now, this particular passage, most biblical commentators today argue that it was referring specifically to the generation that immediately followed the crucifixion, because that's when the temple itself was destroyed, and it was kind of like that was when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, and it was kind of like a backwards prophecy that was written at the time of the destruction, so slightly thereafter, illustrated the consequences of the illogical act. But many Catholic thinkers for centuries thereafter have taken, not just Catholic, I should say, many have taken it after to mean that all Jews or all generations somehow wrapped up in that fateful decision. However you want to read Gospels in themselves. There was a widespread practice. We're not exactly sure how far back it goes, possibly to as early as the century, of Deus Lapidantis, means to stone the Jews, or of the Jews who will be, is a widespread practice you see across Western Europe that during Holy Week, the week which culminates in Easter, children are to throw stones at Jews in the street. It's kind of like a playful type of thing, not at all inconsequential. No one wants to have stones thrown at them, and it can be actually quite dangerous. And their homes are to be stoned as well. So you may watch out for yourself when you're walking down the street, but you could have all night people just gathering around your homes and throwing rocks at them, and this would occur year after year during a particular week when it was literally dangerous to go walking outside, particularly if one were identified as a Jew, which is especially noteworthy because from the 13th century onward, Jews were forcibly required to display their Jewish identity in the form of the Jewish badge. You actually see it here. The Jews are on the left, and they're all wearing a badge which is shaped in the form of the two tablets of the law. Later on in the 18th and 19th century, there are actually reports that there was a custom of children running up to the doors of Jews during the Holy Week, when the actual stoning of Jews was already suppressed. But the children would take stones and knock on the doors and then run away in a kind of a prank type of environment, which is also a minor harassment. But to go a little bit further into the insult of the identification of the Jews, this is something that comes about as a result of the 12th Lateran Council, which met in 1215. And the problem that many of these would-be regulators had is it's not always possible to identify Jews in the street, particularly if their clothing is identical to that of non-Jews. In the Muslim world, there was something very similar to this, where Jews were required, for example, to wear certain colors, like yellow turbans, for example, and were forbidden to wear other colors, like green. You see that much less in the Muslim world, much more so in the Catholic world. You see a significant implication of or application of the Fourth Lateran Council to the demand for Jews to wear badges. This is obviously a photograph from the Nazi era, but we have many depictions of Jews throughout the medieval period that are wearing Jewish badges. The most common was not the Star of David. That's actually a much more modern symbol, but the Jews were forced to wear the blue well, which was either a round patch or an O-shaped patch like this, usually fashioned out of yellow cloth, and it was supposed to be an imitation of a receipt of 30 pieces for the betrayal of Jesus. So it was like a marker in itself, besides simply a designator of Jewish status. You also see, as we noted in the previous image, in England, the two tablets of the law is very common. And there's also one, I apologize for the low resolution of this image. I couldn't find a higher resolution one, but I have it in my office, unfortunately. I'm able to access it right now. In this particular depiction, which, by the way, is related to the blood libel charge of Simon of Trent that shows on the left a Christian accomplice, and you can see he's got around his belt a money bag that, as a result of his being rewarded for supposedly turning over the young child, who he is now helping to murder. And there are 4 Jews who are in attendance, and the badges, which you can't see very clearly here, but they actually have the image of a pig inside them. That's also part of the internal insult of the Jewish badge, and they would be associated with an animal that was considered unclean. And of course, one of the most ubiquitous signs of the Jewish marking was the Judenhut, or the Jewish hat, which was a conical type hat. Sometimes the color was mandated as well. Yellow was very common in Italy, and red as well. And this was a piece of headgear that the Jews were forced to wear. They could not, for example, leave the ghetto walls without having this on. And there were times when they were, of course, allowed to leave the ghetto walls. They typically had to come back at nighttime when the gates would be shut. But the hat had to be worn at all times outside the ghetto. In many of these cases, the badges could be bribed away. Local officials were happy to turn aside rather than enforce the regulation. And it could be, some suggest that it's more of a convention of medieval art than it is of medieval reality. But nevertheless, we do have lots of examples of the Jewish badge. Also, a smaller level insult that just something that goes along with not being a member of always being in exile. Another example of this is the Mora Judaico, which is this notion that the Jews are intrinsically untrustworthy. And the Mora Judaico, or the Jewish oath, was a specific type of oath that was composed for Jews to use when they were forced to testify in court. So Jews did have some rights that they could pursue in a court of law if they, felt that they had been wronged in business or had been in some way. They certainly get up with the local magistrate, but in order to lengths for their oaths to be accepted, and the types of things they had to do, which are well documented and quite varied. In this particular example from the 17th century, the Jew was required to remove his hat, bare his chest, and stand on a pig skin. Again, the notion that this was somehow anathema to Jews and it would be an offensive thing to Jews, and place his hand on the Hebrew Bible. You can see that the artist here is clearly unfamiliar with Hebrew letters, although he wanted to try and depict it, so you essentially do gibberish. But only under these circumstances would a Jew be believed in court by taking memorial day. In other words, they were considered to be intrinsically untrustworthy. They could not rely upon anyone to actually give proper testimony regarding their situations in court. Another insult that would say to them constantly, "You are not like us, you are not one of us, you are not equal to us, you are separate, and we resent your presence." One other kind of intellectual insult that I find it's amazing that it was really persisted for centuries upon centuries was this phenomenon that resulted from a papal bull called Duneum Soda, which was originally authored by Pope Nicholas III in the 13th century and was widely cited for centuries thereafter. what Nicholas essentially argued is that the persistence of Jewish misbelief or disbelief is obviously something that the church had to take in hand. Since forced baptism was technically forbidden, we've spoken about that in some other classes. I would refer you to it. The church had to take on the responsibility of demanding that Jews appear for forced sermons. There are a couple different ways in which this was articulated, but it lasted right up until the 19th century, where Jews were forced to congregate, typically inside their own cells, and attendance was taken, and the community was punished if they did not have the requisite, and they were forced to listen to a sermon, usually from a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And this was more of a harangue than a feel good self-help, love your neighbor kind of sermon. And in many cases, it was stipulated that they had to produce 50 or 100 members of their community every Sunday to show up at church to hear these four sermons. And it's just one of the indignities that went on literally for hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, I'm just wondering, as I'm telling you this, since I deal with the sources all the time in my research, I'm familiar with this, but I would like you to just try to imagine what it must be like to be forced to specifically pick yourself up and go and listen to a lecture in a topic, against your will, convincing you that you really should not be doing what you're doing as a matter of kind of like public welfare. And this would happen week after week, year after year, generation after generation. It's truly phenomenal that this kind of thing, I think, could go on. But I think the reason why we've forgotten it is because there's simply these smaller insults are dwarfed by the much larger kind of tragedies that have suffused Jewish history. I'd also like to pause for a moment and reflect that most of the history that I like to treat in these series it tends to be much more positive, looking at creative elements of the Jews and what they did. Their literary innovations and all kinds of things like this, and social developments. But on a day like Shivasar B'Tammuz, the 17th of Tammuz, is more appropriate to delve into these negative things. Under Pope Paul II in the 15th century, an annual race of the Jews was initiated in Rome. Along this street, the Corso, at certain points in history, it actually was diverted to specifically go past the Pope's Palace, but it was not eliminated for a couple hundred years. And in fact, it was only eliminated very briefly and then even reinstituted and then eliminated again for good. But again, for more than a century, the annual race of the Jews took place on the Corso. And this was basically a humiliating race in which Jews were forced to run, typically, but not always, either dressed in a loincloth or even stark naked, down this stretch of road to the laugh and enjoyment of the spectators, including the Pope, who would historically stand on a balcony and watch them as they passed. From the year, there were certain dark innovations added to this particular ritual, including the notion that Jews would not have to race on foot, rider, meaning Jews would have to race on hands and knees, naked, in the streets for the amusement of the other dwellers and citizens of the city. Absolutely horrific. Can you imagine that this kind of Mardi Gras kind of event was designed around the humiliation of the Jews? It's mind-boggling. Again, I don't know what to say about these kinds of things. They're absolutely horrific. So, taking all of this in total, I just wanted to spend half an hour with you and reflect on some of these smaller level tragedies that affected the Jews. it was very rare when anyone actually lose their lives as a result of one of these kinds of practices, but nevertheless, it was the kind of thing that could strip a person of dignity and could leave them, psychologically traumatized as a result. And it is perhaps fitting to sort of warm up our preparation for the 3 weeks by meditating on these smaller types of insults, because we will, of course, be commemorating in 3 weeks, unless the Messiah arrives before then, the destruction of the temple and the onset of this horrible, horrible exile that lasted for 2 millennia. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and your patience, and let us hope that we can all reflect appropriately on what this means for Jews and Jewish history, but also, I think, what this means for the society we live in today. Because there are so many, we are living in a period when the entire world is going through a period of self-examination over, racial disparities, the question of systemic racism, and perhaps reflecting on the historic experience that Jews have had, we may gain some insight into what this really means on a human level and translate that into acts of kindness, charity, and respect for the dignity of all people. Welcome to this lecture that I've titled Sectarian Infighting and the Fall of Jerusalem. This is a lecture for Tisha B'Av, which is the 9th day of the month of Av that we are currently in the Jewish calendar. This is the anniversary of the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, both under the Romans, which we're going to be looking at in more detail today, and also, ironically, under the Babylonians. It also happens to be a day of tremendous misfortune for Jews. Historically, the Warsaw Ghetto went through its deportations beginning on Tisha B'Av. The Spanish Inquisition and especially the expulsion is associated with Tisha B'Av. And there's so many events in Jewish history that culminate on this particular kind of like national bad luck day for Jews. There's a whole series of quasi-mourning rituals that are observed to mark this dark event, including, for Ashkenazi Jews, weddings are not held for the previous 3 weeks, and for the 9 days coming up to Tisha B'Av, which are called simply the 9 days, Jews don't eat meat and they don't drink wine. They allow their beards to grow in deeper and all kinds of things like that. So it's definitely a very sad day. And what I'd like to do with our time together today is to look specifically at the epicenter of that sadness, the destruction of the temple itself, and to explore one aspect which is especially highlighted by the rabbis in the Talmud, that of Jewish infighting or sectarian fighting. We will, of course, be looking at other groups besides the standard Pharisaic community. We'll look at the Idumeans, we'll look at the early Christians. I hope to mention the Adiabanians as well. But for the time being, what I'd like to do over the next hour or so is to go through the many different groups that were all competing for control of Jerusalem and the temple in particular, and I hope that we will be able to understand a little bit more of what the rabbis meant when they said that it was baseless hatred that destroyed the temple. So first of all, let's have a look at our sources. Although I've looked at this topic many years in the past, and Tisha B'Av unfortunately happens to be one of the high seasons for my lectures, I went to a different source that I hadn't read in detail before this year to refresh my memory. Emil Schurer, who was a German Protestant theologian, and I was really quite amazed at how good his work was in the 19th century. Even though it's you would think that something published over 100 years ago would be dated and would suffer from a lot of the disabilities of new historiographic approaches. His narrative proved to be very fresh and quite cogent. It was so much so that I read it in English translation, but his history was actually republished at the end of the 20th century with a new edition with extra footnotes to help us catch up with a lot of scholarship that's happened since then. So I'm going to rely heavily on Emil Schurer's account, and we're going to return to him at the end. Also looking at modern research, of course, Steve Mason is perhaps the greatest authority on the destruction of the temple. I have often looked at his major work, The History of the Jewish War, which is a massive tome. It must weigh about 10 pounds and goes through everything in great detail with a lot of creative new material. But looking at classical sources, we're going to rely, of course, on the Talmud, which is a difficult book to turn to for historical data, primarily because the multiple authors, it is a book that is composed of literally thousands of statements by different people. It's not really intended as a historical source. It does have historical data, but it is primarily a religious source, and more specifically, it has to do with religious law, how ritual conduct should be maintained, which often involves digressions into historical data, scientific data, and so on. So the rabbis nevertheless offer obviously a very compelling position from which to analyze the events of the first century. And it's especially encapsulated in just a few pages in Tractate Gittin. As I mentioned in the introductory comments, they sort of boil down the causes of the destruction of the temples, both the temple that was destroyed in the 6th century by the Babylonians, and then the temple destroyed in the 1st century by the Romans. They sort of boil it down into like really simple, basic ideas that can be carried forward. The first temple was destroyed because 3 particular sins were violated, and these are I know the term cardinal sin is really not appropriate for Judaism, but these are the so-called Yehareg ve'al Ya'avor, meaning a person should rather give up their life than transgress these 3 sins, which are idolatry, adultery, and murder. A lot more to say about that, but it's beyond the scope of our discussion. And then they said that the second temple was not destroyed for these very serious transgressions, but rather for the idea of sinat chinam, baseless hatred, meaning hating people for no good reason. That level of general hatred is really what brought down the temple, say the rabbis. Now, they don't break it out into the specifics of this person and that person, which I hope to do a little bit today, but they offer an example of a story of 2 people with very similar names, one named Kamsa and the other one named Son of Kamsa or Bar Kamsa. And I can't go further in this lecture without quickly relating the story, although I'm sure that many of you already heard it. One of them makes a wedding, makes a family simcha or celebration, and by accident, the other is invited to that simcha. Now, it happens that they are lifelong enemies, and this invitation was a mistake. But the recipient says, oh my gosh, this is so nice. I got an invitation. Maybe they mean to make it up. And he decides to go to the wedding. He shows up at the wedding, and the host sees him there and says, what are you doing here? And he says, what are you talking about? I got an invitation. He says, it's a mistake. I want you to leave right now. And the invitee says, well, wait, don't embarrass me, please. Don't kick me out in front of everyone. Please let me stay. He says, no, not at all. He says, okay, really, I don't want to be embarrassed. Allow me to pay for half the wedding. And he says, I don't care. I need you gone. And he says, I'll pay for the entire wedding. And Kamsa says, no, that's it. Please leave. And so he ends up leaving. But the key point in the story, which is often overlooked, is that the rabbis were all present. And they said nothing. They didn't step in. They didn't suggest that perhaps they should allow him to stay. Look, it was a mistake, but perhaps it's all for the best. Their lack of moral leadership at this particular moment was considered a defining failure that ultimately resulted in the spread of basic hatred and the destruction of the temple. There are more specifics with regards how the humiliated Bar Kamsa followed up by offering an animal to be sacrificed for the temple and connecting it to Rome. And the rabbis, when confronted with this, I won't go into the technical details, but they failed to find an adequate response to it. And there was one particular individual, Rabbi Zcharia ben Avkolos, who decided that the rabbis had to be really tied into his specific vision of how the law should be expressed, and rather than make an adaptation because of the unique moment, this ultimately brought about the destruction of the temple by angering Rome. The historicity of all these events is really based totally in the Talmud, but I think we can see that they're definitely echoing things that are marked in other sources. Our major source for today, of course, is going to be none other than Titus Flavius Josephus, known in his day as Yosef ben Matityahu, who is actually a rather brilliant historian. He's a complicated figure. He, as his book called The Jewish War relates, he was a Pharisee who had in his youth experimented with a lot of different religious orientations within Judaism. As we shall see, there are many different expressions of how one might have been a Jew in the first century. He ultimately was assigned the role of being the leader of the rebel forces in the Galilee, where he acquitted himself, at least according to his own count, tremendously well. However, he was captured by Vespasian, a fascinating story about how that happened, the Roman emperor, or the soon-to-be Roman emperor, and he was able to kind of, through his wits, preserve his life and actually attach himself to the Roman forces as a kind of aide-de-camp, kind of advisor, interpreter of sorts. And most famously, after the war, he retired to Rome, where he wrote this phenomenal history of the war and many other books besides. He is, without a doubt, our most detailed source that we will have, but he's a problem anyways. First and foremost, because after all, he was a rebel who then ended up joining the Roman side. And what does that say about his motivation? He was writing under official Roman sponsorship, so would his narrative not be skewed towards his sponsors? We know that he wrote an earlier version of this history, which he wrote in Aramaic, but that version, unfortunately, is lost to history. And so we only have the version that he wrote in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the Eastern Mediterranean. And reading Josephus is like a puzzle into itself. But nevertheless, he is actually quite a brilliant historian, compares very favorably with the other great Roman historians of his era. Very compelling writer, fantastic narrative, a sense for the dramatic, as well as a sense for detail, although sometimes his numbers and things like that are put into question. But that's the primary source that we will be relying on, as any historian would, for a study of this period. Finally, we do have several other accounts that are worthy of note. The great historian Tacitus, who tends to have a rather nasty anti-Jewish position. Cassius Dio, also a very important historian, and Eusebius, an early church historian. You can see, however, though, that with the exception of Tacitus, Cassius Dio and Eusebius are writing quite a bit after the event. Josephus was a participant observer himself, so he was deeply involved in all the events described. Let's start with the war beginning. Now, I really want to focus on the years 69 and 70 in particular, although the genesis of the war can really be traced back much earlier, depending on where you want to start. But I think it's more reasonable to start with the year 66, which is when you begin to have really open hostility that sharply focuses the conflict between Rome and Judea. The local procurator is a named Mangesius Florus, who is widely regarded as being incredibly culturally insensitive to the specifics of the Jewish population. He had a base on the coast. There was a much more Roman flavored city called Caesarea or Caesarea in Hebrew that was actually built by Herod or significantly renovated by Herod. And from there, he would, issue various proclamations and decrees that deeply offended the Jewish sensibilities, particularly in Jerusalem, where they were, for example, very much opposed to the setting up of images like Roman standards and things like that. But Gessius Florus really could not care less. And several other incidents where the Jews felt that Gessius Florus really did not have their best interests at heart. There was numerous armed conflicts, especially between the region of Galilee in the north, and then increasingly in Jerusalem, where there was conflict with Gessius Florus's actual soldiers in the streets. The way things worked out over the year 66, the Romans decided to send in a legion of soldiers from the north under the rule of Cestius Gallus, and he marched down. He actually set up shop outside Jerusalem, and he could have put it under siege or attacked it for reasons which seem unclear. He decided that perhaps his presence there had made a statement that Rome always had legions nearby, and he decided to retreat. And on his, which really I don't think was seen as a retreat, really troop movements at the time. But on the way back, he was ambushed very cleverly by the zealots led by Elazar ben Shimon and Shimon bar Giora in particular, who attacked his baggage train and actually destroyed it. And Cestius Gallus, although he survived and managed to make his way back to Rome very briefly before he passed away, it was a humiliating defeat that these ragtag bands of zealots, of rebels, who were not representing any official faction other than, kind of like being hooligans at the time, they nevertheless were able to defeat a Roman legion at this pass shown in the image, the pass of Beit Horon. This obviously got Rome's attention, and they decided to take still more stringent measures, and they would ultimately send in Vespasian. Meanwhile, in Jerusalem, as the conflict with Gessius Florus is escalating and Cestius Gallus is sent packing, there's more radical activity. An individual named Menachem attacked the Roman base at Masada, and he seizes all of their weaponry, which is a really amazing thing as well. And then he went to Jerusalem, and there he actually murdered Ananias, a high priest, which was a tremendously scandalous thing to do. And there were some significant uprisings between the general population, who, although they may not have agreed with what the high priest had to say and his policies in general, they certainly weren't in favor of having these outsiders come in from the Judean desert and take over the city. One of the things that happened early on is that they burned down the place where all the local records for debts were held, and this indicates to some analysts that there were strong socioeconomic elements to the early conflict. That they wanted to remove all of the records of who owed money to whom, so that they could be, they received large debt amnesty. Ananias' son, named Elazar, goes and murders Menachem, who had murdered Elazar's father. And with the end of Ananias, there was basically an end to the pro-Roman posture in Jerusalem. Things just spiraled further and further out of control, as we shall see. Rome sends in a great general, Vespasian, one of the most talented generals, to essentially restore the honor of Rome after Cestius Gallus had lost it when he was attacked by Shimon bar Giora and Elazar. And he comes in from the north, and he takes his time. He arrives in the year 68, if I remember correctly, and he spends 2 years just essentially engaged in much smaller mop-up activities in the north, wandering down to the center of the country. He has plenty of time to besiege Jerusalem, but he ultimately decides not to do it for reasons that we shall discuss shortly. But more significantly, when the Emperor Nero takes his own life, Vespasian is shortly called back to Rome, where he ultimately becomes the emperor. And the person who takes over after him is his son Titus, who is shown here in his battle garb. I believe the individual at the bottom is Vespasian. I'm not sure, but the larger shows that this particular triumph, he is celebrating the destruction of Jerusalem. You can see at the top the menorah is proudly displayed there as well. This may be the triumph in Rome that occurred after the battles were all over. Now, looking at the main point that we want to get to today is to understand who is fighting whom. We've already seen some of the zealots, but let's go through the many different groups. This is going to be a bit of a blur, and it is rather confusing to try to keep track of them, but I'll try and keep us focused on the main groups. The first and the dominant group were the so-called Herodians. So-called because they were descended from King Herod, who had passed away at the end of the first century before the Common Era. His great-grandson was king at the time. He's shown on the left here, King Agrippus II, also pronounced Agrippa. He's an unusual character. Like his predecessors, they had no real power, and Roman authorities, immediately after the death of Herod, had simply kept on the Jews as kind of puppets or as client kings, from time to time, actually not even giving them control of Judea itself, or giving them very limited control. Agrippus was in this family. He was not considered a great leader at all, and he had very little authority vis-a-vis the Romans. But he did believe that the ongoing alliance with Rome was appropriate for Judea. Rome was such an overwhelming world power, and Judea was this tiny little nation. The concept of rebelling against overpowering Rome was anathema to Agrippa, and he made some strong speeches recorded in Josephus. I'm sure embellished with his creative artistry, but he made some strong speeches for a kind of pro-Roman orientation. Let's stop all of this rebellious activity. It's getting out of hand. Attacking a Roman legion like that, how are we going to patch this together? This particular image shows some of the key players at the time. Besides Agrippus II, who's shown on the left, looking kind of like an Oriental king, you have Festus, who is the Roman proconsul. His name means like happy, but he certainly doesn't look so happy. And Agrippus's sister Berenice, who had actually a romantic relationship with Titus that was quite celebrated in the ancient world. And this is a moment which is recorded in the Gospels where Paul presents some small version of his views of Christianity and Judaism to Agrippa, simply because Agrippa is curious and he wants to know more about Christianity, which is emerging at this time, and we will return to them. So you have this party of, we can call them Herodians, who are essentially the old aristocracy, who have connections to Rome and want to see that connection maintained and preserved. Not necessarily because they totally capitulate to everything that Rome wants. Berenice in particular was frequently trying to hold off some of the more negative aspects of Roman policy in Judea, but nevertheless they want to maintain at least the traditional alliance that they've had for nearly 200 years now. Then you have the so-called Sadducees, in Hebrew the Saducean. The Sadducees are especially associated with the temple cult, and at this point, just like the kings of Judea were essentially puppets to Rome, the high priest was also a formality that was assigned by Roman sponsorship, and the high priesthood simply was a churning kind of revolving door occupation where you would have them replace sometimes several in 1 year. It was a tremendous turnover of these high priests. It was a very high status position, obviously, but was one that was essentially corrupted by the rule of the Herodians and by Roman influence. They often engaged in high levels of ideological conflict with the Pharisees. In the Talmud, they have lots of debates in which the Sadducees are invariably portrayed in a very negative light. But like the Herodians, they want to go back to the status quo ante. They want to go back to the idea of Rome in control and Judea being, loyal subjects of the empire. They will have an especially difficult time with the so-called sicarii, or the short knives, daggers. That's what they were named for. These were the individuals who carried these short knives while wearing regular plain clothes, as Josephus describes it, and they will infiltrate crowds and actually assassinate people that they view as their opponents, as people who are associated with the regime. Menachem, who we saw earlier, who murdered Ananias, the high priest of the time, and Elazar ben Shimon is another of these zealot forces who are especially feared by the Sadducees because they're in there and they're trying to take over the old aristocracy, perhaps for many of the socioeconomic reasons that we described earlier. On the other side of the ideological point from the Sadducees is, of course, the Pharisees. And I use this particular 19th century image to illustrate them because the Pharisees are generally regarded as the progenitors of the later rabbis. The rabbinic movement comes from the Pharisees. The term Pharisee is sometimes mentioned in a derogatory sense, perhaps derived from particular readings of the Gospels in which Pharisees are often in dispute or in debate with Jesus. But it is basically a translation of the Hebrew term Perushim, meaning those who separate. Separating in the sense that they separated from official authority, from the Herodian aristocracy, from the Romans, and so on. Josephus takes pains to note that the Pharisees are, by and large, the most popular party, that they have the support of most of the countryside, who are hit by the violence of the zealots, and they despair of any effective leadership from the Herodians. So the Pharisees are kind of like the natural leadership of the broader masses, but they have no other official power base other than their sort of charismatic spiritual leadership. They are at this time in an uneasy alliance, however, with what some scholars call the Peace Party, and the Peace Party basically includes the Herodians and the Sadducees. The Sadducees are, the ideological enemies of the Pharisees. The Sadducees, for example, deny the existence of an afterlife, something which is very core to Pharisaic theology. The Pharisees and the Sadducees are unhappy about how the Pharisees have popular power, but the Sadducees control the temple cult, and so on. So it's surprising to see them in an alliance, but what they all agree on is that the level of communal violence that has penetrated Jerusalem is getting out of hand, and they have to find a way to scale it back, even if that means putting up with Roman domination. The most important leader of the Pharisees, for our purposes, is undoubtedly Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who, in a very dramatic passage, which is echoed in Josephus, but with different players, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai manages to fool the zealots, who are called biryonim in the text of the Talmud that describes this passage. He manages to fool them into allowing him to leave Jerusalem and actually speak and negotiate with the Roman authorities, and he does so by faking his own death and pretending to be a coffin, a corpse. The zealots actually don't believe it at first, and they ram iron rods through the coffin to be sure that he is in fact dead. He miraculously survives that. He's taken outside of the walls of Jerusalem, where he meets with Vespasian and tells him that he will one day be emperor. And Vespasian, impressed with this prophetic statement. Again, this passage is mentioned in Josephus as well, although Josephus is the hero right there, and it happens in the north, not in the south. But Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai says, okay, I want three things. The one that's especially important for us is he says, give me Yavne and its sages, meaning let me have the city of Yavne, which is at the time it was called Yamnia. You can see it here in this map. It's a short distance from Jerusalem on the coast, and allow the rabbinic tradition to continue there by allowing safe passage to Yamnia, or allow them to collect there and not be massacred by the Romans. That, in fact, is the decision that allows rabbinic Judaism to continue because they have some safe space in Yamnia. In this context, take us to another group that's very significant that also, now the Christian movement at this point is still very, very young. It's 30 years after crucifixion. And so it's a, who knows how many hundreds of people, thousands, but that seems a stretch. But it's definitely a small number, primarily of Jews who are impressed with the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth and believe that a version of Judaism that is described by in particular is really rooted to future salvation. It's kind of at this time very much an amalgam of Judaism and what two movements have not formally separated at this point. They definitely are up until this point, they have been praying in the same space, observing the same ritual calendar, but over the century after crucifixion in particular, the widening gap that separates the early Jewish movement from the original Jewish movement. It will be exacerbated by the large inclusion of non-ethnic Jews in early Christianity. As Christianity becomes much more Gentile in ethnic composition, there's much more of a reduced tendency to view the Jewish origins of the movement with the same level of charity, but that's more for another discussion than today. What happened to those Jewish Christians during the time of the revolt? The truth is, Josephus tells us nothing about them, probably because they are really small in size. He will have some passing comments on Christianity in another book that he would write later called The Antiquities, but he doesn't really tell us much about what was going on with the Christians at this time. Much more significant passage occurs in Eusebius's massive church history, which was written about 200 years later. And he writes in his introduction, for example, that his book is going to be a history book that focuses primarily on things that immediately overtook the whole ethnos because of the plot against our Savior. Now, it's clear from that passage that Eusebius has a particular theological interpretation of the destruction of the Second Temple that is essentially blaming the Jews and their downfall because of how they treated Jesus. This is not an argument that appears in Josephus, but it will appear significantly over many other theological approaches in coming centuries. At any rate, let's answer the simple question: where were the Christians? According to Eusebius, he writes that the people of the church in Jerusalem had received some kind of a prophecy given by an oracle before the war, saying that you should all leave, that it's going to be dangerous and they should flee. The oracle revealed that they should flee to a place called Pella, which was either in the Perea, that's the phrase that Eusebius leaves, and I'll show you a map in just a second, but according to other historians, it was in the Decapolis, just on the other side of the Jordan River. And they believe that this is where Christianity would be preserved during the war. Here's the map that shows you Jerusalem in the south, and here is Pella, which is clearly in the Decapolis, so there are some questions about the text itself, but nevertheless, that's what's happened to the Christians. They apparently have no role in the story that we are going to describe. Okay, now we should turn to some of the named zealots who are very active and fighting, as we shall see, with the Herodians, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and most significantly with each other. John of Giscala is one of the most significant figures. Giscala is an interesting place. It's in Hebrew Gush Chalav, which means like, very productive milk, which is a place in the Galilee region. Um, he was originally a moderate who was apparently alienated by the Romans and their cruel policies, but he was a longtime enemy of Josephus. Josephus has nothing nice to say about John of Giscala. In fact, views him as a prime instigator for some of the worst violence, both in the north and especially in Jerusalem. So again, Josephus is such a tremendous treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when you're trying to filter it by what we know about Josephus's personal attitudes. At any rate, he escapes Vespasian when Vespasian is still in the north, and he enters Jerusalem in 68. And it's at this time then that John of Giscala would portray himself as an ally to the high priest Ananus, not the same person that was murdered earlier, Ananias, but he would ultimately also be murdered by the Zealots. Josephus portrays John of Giscala as kind of like pretending to be allied with the Herodians and the Pharisees and Sadducees, the peace party, but in reality feeding information to the Zealots so that they can be more effective in their attempt to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces grow very large. And also, we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only do pilgrims arrive in Jerusalem in large number, the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot. Josephus describes this in some detail. But also there are war refugees because there's the Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there. And in the south, you have these zealots wandering around and people are fleeing their homes, looking to the big cities, hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the Herodian aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard. And he will invite Yochanan ben Tzvi, who's just another one of these bandit leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians that he comes across. And these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish infighting that we're discussing at this point. And now, to understand how this unfolds, we really have to see a little bit of the map of Jerusalem itself to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as it appeared in the first century. And you can see the kind of wavy, squiggly lines are topographic in nature, meaning when they are closer together, like in the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline. And when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several of these plateaus, and there are some significant geographic separations by the valleys that are in there. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower called the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the temple grounds itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activity would ensue. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod had actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the Upper City and the Lower City, and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem would grow, a third wall was built to the far outside. And in fact, that would be penetrated very early on by the Romans. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is the peace party. This is the unusual, come together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots, actually engaged in wide-scale massacre at this point. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground, where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their only base for self-defense. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans, which is an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in any form of forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans, and among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it's widely regarded in rabbinic thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was in many ways the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent or matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are persecuted, so they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue the Zealots in Jerusalem. These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged, and we have to take them with a grain of salt. But even if it's a significant fraction of 20,000, it's still going to be a lot of people. When they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by the city walls, and the high priest Ananus comes out and says, "Hey, please understand what's going on here." And he makes an impassioned speech saying, "We are not, oppressing the Zealots. They've come in here, they've committed violence, and this is not good for us. If the Romans see us all fighting with each other, it's just going to weaken our movement." And he tries with tremendous effort to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful because one of the Zealots slips out of the city once again and actually opens up the city gates for the Idumeans. And this is when the violence just gets much, much worse. The Idumeans enter, and together with the Zealots, they massacre the high priest Ananus, and this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considers this the point of no return for Jerusalem, meaning before the Idumeans and the Zealots murdered the Kohen, Josephus, maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans, saying sorry about those Zealots, sorry that we couldn't, keep them from destroying Cestius's Gallus's and things like that. Really, we didn't mean those things. But once the high priest Ananus was murdered, the population would descend into a whirlpool of violence, and there will be no one left to adequately defend in front of the Romans, and he felt that at that point, really, Judea was doomed. The violence extended beyond the attacks on Herodians, but went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses and the civilian militia was attacked by and overwhelmed by the Idumeans, and all door-to-door attack on the general population happened at this point, where the Idumeans and the Zealots would simply run around amok and raping and killing and as they went. To give one example, the level of lawlessness, the Zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual named on trial, and the Sanhedrin, a grand jury of 71 members, to convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with it, and so instead they simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley over the, just a kind of lawlessness going on at this time. And then finally, it gets so bad that even the Idumeans regret their role, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because, we thought you were being oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressors, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up going to join another one of the Zealots, Shimon bar Giora, who was also active at this time. This particular coin shows possibly Shimon ben Giora led off in chains by Vespasian. You can see on the right there is a prisoner there. Some numismatic experts have associated with him. He plays a very important role in the eventual triumph in Rome. This time he has not been in Jerusalem. He has been ravaging the countryside, and there's general lawlessness that is spilled way beyond the city of Jerusalem and way beyond the Galilee region. There's this widespread hooliganism and highway robbery, literally, and people are being killed. Not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Idumeans as well. Incredible savagery associated with Shimon bar Giora, regularly amputating limbs from his prisoners, and quite often just mutilating them and sending them back to send a message to prevent any further resistance to his movement. The Zealots are actually afraid of him. The Zealots in Jerusalem, they actually try to threaten him into submission by kidnapping his wife. Remember, these are all Jews fighting each other and criminal Jews fighting each other at this time. And the Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped. The Christians have decamped at this point. But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of the city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum that the Zealots are actually afraid of him standing outside the walls yelling at them, and they release his wife, hoping that perhaps he won't be mad after all. He ends up being part of the invasion of Jerusalem in the spring of 69, along with the Idumeans, and he ends up dominating the lower and the upper cities with them. Here is the map of Jerusalem again, and you can see that the forces are arrayed in three major areas. Elazar ben Shimon, one of the early Zealots we spoke about, is actually in the temple itself. John of Giscala is controlling the temple courtyard, and there are like rings of walls that protect them from each other. And Shimon bar Giora is controlling most of the upper and lower cities where most of the people of Jerusalem live. And it's a three-way fight between these three zealot forces. The Herodians are sidelined at this point, and they're simply waiting for the Romans to come in. Let's understand what happens in the context of the battle now. So the fight becomes so intense between these three zealot forces that they actually attack each other's stores of grain and burn them, hoping that they will weaken each other by preventing them access to foodstuffs. And this was such an incredibly stupid and short-sighted strategy, because the Romans are going to use hunger as their primary weapon. But by destroying the grain storage of each of their opponents, they have no way to withstand the ultimate attack of Vespasian, and especially Titus, who will be very much involved at this point. Vespasian has actually gone back to Rome by now, but this is following the same strategy, taking his time, making forays around the north central part of Israel, down into the south of Israel, but he won't attack Jerusalem until he is completely ready. And that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 70. And this map illustrates what was going on. The already been a serious problem when Tito approaches Jerusalem. And Tito thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time attacking Jerusalem, but he's actually quite surprised because the rebels provide unusually stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious fighters against Romans at the same time. A couple of key examples include that the Romans settled of the surrounding hills nearby, Mount Scopus and also the Mount of Olives, and they get themselves set because they're going to be building their siege engines and things like that by pouring out of the city of Jerusalem and actually attacking uphill at tremendous disadvantage to themselves. And they actually managed to make tremendous progress. Titus himself was wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels back into the city. And they very narrowly evade destruction by this bold and rather unusual attack. Another example, the Romans, their way of destroying the city is going to be with lots of people and technology, specifically the building of siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can weave up to the walls, and then they can throw things over with catapults, and they can climb over the walls with them. But it takes time to build these things, and there are certain places where they are, most ideally situated. So while they're busy things, the rebels that they intend to use for the siege engines, and they build a tunnel underneath, they fill it with wood, and when they place their product of the work, the siege engine in place, the rebels fire to the wood tunnels, collapsing the tunnels and destroy the siege engine. And this is hugely frustrating to Titus because this is schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the Romans that the Jews should be having such success. Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful. If cunning should always prevail over valor, desperation over weapons, mass over expertise, Judeans over Romans. But in fact, that's what is happening in the early months of Titus's siege, that they are able to hold them off with the combination of cunning, desperation, mass, and being Judean, I guess. The last decision that Titus makes, therefore, is he says, we're just going to use the old-fashioned route, and we are going to starve them into submission. And he builds this massive siege dike, you can see, functionally the fourth wall around Jerusalem, and he mans it very carefully to make sure that no food can be smuggled into Jerusalem from the surrounding countryside. He shuts down any possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside. When you combine that with the fact that the zealots have already destroyed their own grain stores, they descend into a horrible level of famine, which Josephus describes in very pathetic terms, involving human cannibalism and the same kind of terrible things that ironically are also described in the book of Jeremiah and in the book of Lamentations and the destruction of the first temple. In the end, Jerusalem is doomed, and it will fall to Titus's sieges. The story behind it, however, is somewhat complex. Josephus says that Titus holds a war council and says that he wants to burn out the temple complex and take care of the last rebels, but he wants to actually preserve the temple itself. Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here, because Josephus is, of course, sponsored by Titus. He, in fact, ends up being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman emperor family. But it's also possible that Titus wanted to preserve the temple because, after all, it was like one of the great wonders of the world. It was one of the most fascinating and well-known architectural feats, renovated significantly under Herod and attracting thousands upon thousands of pilgrims from all around the Middle East, Jews and non-Jews as well. So we don't really know how true this is, but it's not impossible to imagine that Titus did not actually want to destroy the temple itself. He wanted to destroy the rebellion, and he may have rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that, like Antiochus did when the Greeks conquered the region. But this is at any rate the account that Josephus gives us. Now, the rebels, in the context of this fighting, which we've discussed in a little bit more detail in a previous lecture, they rush out to engage the Romans. And in that context, according to Josephus, one of the rebels grabbed a piece of burning wood and threw it through a window into the inner sanctuary. And that was actually the spark that ignited the burning of the temple itself, which continued from the of well into the 10th of, and is of course the reason for the commemoration on this day, the 9th of. So if we can conclude, let's just go back to Niels Schurter for a minute. I looked at him at the very beginning, and I remember reading, it was so fascinating to see his account of the destruction of Jerusalem, viewed from the lens of a Protestant theologian from Germany in the 9th century, and concluded by saying this: a Jewish authority, in the earlier sense, no longer existed. Meaning, with the destruction of the temple, the ending of the sacrifice that actually occurred a few weeks earlier on the 17th of Tammuz, what the Jews knew about how they were to relate to God in a physical way no longer existed. Authority itself had disappeared. The only center left to the people was the Torah. They now rallied around it with anxious and scrupulous fidelity. In the unwavering hope, once again, in a deed in the world itself, acquire practical validity and use. Fascinating way to conclude his discussion of the temple. And hopefully, this will be the last 9th of Av that we have to commemorate together. The next time will be a celebration in Jerusalem. Thank you very much for your attention. And, I hope that for those of you who are fasting, you conclude the fast well. And thank you.
Because he agrees with them. So the issue isn't really being an expert versus being a comedian. You know, Konstantin Kassin went on this whole thing about expertise and all of this, and it's like, he also started as a comedian. Why all of a sudden does the standard only apply to me and only when I'm talking about Israel? It never applied to me when I was talking about COVID. It never applied to me when they agreed with me on stuff. They would just go, look, Dave breaking it down. But now there's this one topic that one guy is not allowed to not be an expert on, and it happens to be this one topic that the entire...
Hello everyone, I hope you are well. Today is Rosh Chodesh Elul, the first day of the Hebrew month of Elul. It traditionally occurs in the late summer or early fall, and it is an incredibly important month in the Jewish calendar for reasons that I'll explain shortly. I'd like to take a moment as a kind of a departure from our traditional Jewish history lab format of going through more conventional social, political, and economic history and look at literary history. People have sometimes criticized the nature of Jewish history as being a combination of books and pogroms. That may have some value to it, but for today we're going to focus on books. We're going to look at these really amazing trend in literature which has become known as the Musar tradition. So let's just take a step back though and talk about what exactly is Elul. So according to Jewish thought, the high holidays, which begin with Rosh Hashanah, the beginning of the year, this year falls in early September, is a period of judgment for all humanity. And this awesome day, and it's not just that day, it extends to Yom Kippur, and according to some of the more mystical trees, much later than that as well. But we have to prepare ourselves for that judgment. And the assessment of the prior year is made, and a decision is made about what's going to happen in the future with an individual and community and a nation, and so on. So the month of Elul is this penultimate month in the Hebrew calendar, and it is set aside as a month of self-reflection, of self-analysis, of determination of how well one has done over the year, how close they are to the person they want to be, and it's an opportunity for us to look at our lives and look at how we treat the people around ourselves and try to make amends. Apologies is a very big part of it. Although this is considered the best time to kind of clear the accounts we have with other people, not only in terms of paying our financial debts, but also in terms of paying our emotional debts. And trying to wrap things up so we go into Rosh Hashanah with a clear as conscience on the record as possible. So in this context, it has become a tradition for many centuries now that Jews read literature related to repentance during the month of Elul. And I'd like to give you, over the next few minutes, some of my favorite Elul reading texts, some of which I've loved so much that I ended up publishing something on them myself. But I hope that you will find this as meaningful and, in a kind of cathartic way, as enjoyable as I do. So it is really a good feeling to be able to reach deep and to think hard about how one behaves and then make some resolutions about how one will try to improve the future. This sort of coalesced historically in something called the Musar movement. So the word Musar is kind of an unusual term. It literally means to hand over, kind of like in a relay race, and one hands over the baton. And so sometimes it's translated as tradition, in the sense that the Musala, the tradition, refers to the teachings that Jews have received from Mount Sinai over the generations. In the 19th century, it acquired a particular connotation, specifically relating to this body of ethical development. That there's a whole series of readings and exercises and kind of like a sub-discipline really focusing on how to improve one's character. It was pioneered in the 19th century by people like the Alter of Slobodka, Rabbi Salante, a phenomenal individual. I wish we had a really good photograph of him. I bet it would just blow off your screen. And so there, we speak about Musar literature, even though the movement itself is really only a few hundred years old. The whole idea of it goes much further back. Also, I should put in this context that colloquially, to give someone Musar means something else entirely. To give someone Musar means to rebuke them, to berate them. Now that's kind of like a negative sense of the word Musar. That's not the sense in which I'm taking it here. The Musar is really quite a cleansing, beautiful and studied properly. Incidentally, it is best to study Musar alone or with a small group of trusted individuals, people who you can sort of reveal your thoughts to and get honest, constructive feedback. So there aren't too many people like that in most people's circle of friends, but that's really the best way to learn Musar. We're going to be looking at the Musar canon, right? Like the series of works that are the go-to text adopted by the Muslim. I'm not at all going to be exhaustive. There are so many fantastic books, some of which are really classics, but I'm not going to talk about them very much because they haven't really resonated with me. Maybe more of a personal. For example, there's a very important medieval work called Shari Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, which is good. I enjoyed it, and it is a classic, and many people derive tremendous benefit from it, but I find that the whole discussion of levels of regret. He identifies 20 different levels of regret. That just puts me off. I just can't stay with it very long. I'm going to look at books that I found very meaningful, and hopefully that will make an impact on you. The first book that I look at very quickly is something called Pirkei Avot, the Chapters of the Fathers. This is not, strictly speaking, a narrow work in the Musar tradition, but it is central to the canon. It is an ancient book. It's a collection of statements of the rabbis from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about the year 200 of the Common Era. So about close to 400 years of rabbinic wisdom, all boiled down to these little pithy comments, which are absolutely stellar. This and all the books I'm going to describe to you have been life-changing books for me. And Pirkei Avot comes from so many different translations, I couldn't decide which one to provide for you, but I will give you this website, safaria.org. If you're not familiar with it, definitely check it out, because it has an incredible wealth of Judaic texts, often in translation, and Pirkei Avot appears there first. It also appears in your prayer book, if you own one, that is in this particular section. There's 6 very short chapters. It comes to about maybe 25, 30 pages in English text without commentary. It's usually found in the section for Saturday afternoon. By the way, I should mention, these videos, I know they reach a very, very broad audience, so I'm trying to speak to people who have never heard of Pirkei Avot before, to people who have virtually memorized it, and I apologize if I'm being a little too redundant for those of you who are advanced, and for those of you who are new to the Muslim tradition. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy these things. One other text that I will not speak about too much, but I should mention is the Chovot HaLevavot, the duties of the heart. It's written around the year 1080 by Rabbi Zachariah Ibn a very important Iberian thinker who produced a work in Judeo-Arabic that is widely studied. To my mind, even though it is generally considered the beginning of the Muslim tradition, even though Pirkei Avot is 1,000 years earlier, that's more of a philosophical work. Although it has a tremendous amount of ethical input. I think the same thing applies to Buddhist work, and it doesn't resonate with me as much as some of the later ones. Let's go to the ones that I find really So I've divided these books into categories. I know if you're familiar with some of the things I've published, I've sometimes divided Muslim literature into different categories, but I've got the how-to books of Muslim, like how does it move, what are the steps that are required to do this, and then what I'd like to call psycho-emotional. We already know what to do. I'd like to find some motivation. Please convince us that we should be sacrificing for these higher ethical. And then there is the Kabbalistic literature, which also all these categories borrow from each other. The Kabbalistic literature leans very heavily on some of the mystical teachings of Judaism, quite a fascinating way. And then finally, the last category that I'll go over with you is what I call postmodern mysticism. It's a difficult term in some ways, but let's get to it now. Let's start with the how-to part, how to repent. So here's one of the books that's made such an impression on me that I wrote a commentary on it. And this is a shameless book plug because I feel really excited about this particular work, but I want to talk to you about it anyways. So Maimonides wrote this massive work called the Mishnah Torah, and if you poke around on my website, you'll find all kinds of videos in which I've discussed this at great length. But basically, he was the first one in the entire Judaic tradition to kind of encapsulate in one work exactly how does one do tshuva, or repentance. How does one engage in repentance? The term repentance is not a really close translation for tshuva. Tshuva actually means more like return or respond, in the sense of coming home or come back to center. That's the best word I think in English. So this particular book, his laws of tshuva, actually explain step-by-step manner. First you got to identify the problem, then you have to feel regret for the problem. Then remember there's 20 levels from Shari Tshuva, he just goes to 20 levels. And then you've got to confess it, then you've got to make amends and apologize and things like that. And then he has a long discussion about related philosophical concepts like, well, what's the point? What does it matter? Well, there's reward and punishment in Judaism, life after death, issues like that. And he goes through discussions of free will versus determinism. Absolutely amazing. And so, in my personal contribution, very small one, but I find it personally meaningful, I have written a translation of this particular section of the Mishnah Torah, and I have, and there's also good translations for it, Sakari and Ekbar, and I've written a commentary as well. And what I find really exciting about this is that I re-evaluate the commentary every year as part of my personal creative process, and also because I've dedicated the book to my late father. So the cover you're looking at right now is from the 9th edition, which includes 2 years of reflections that I've had reading my mind in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic that we are hopefully going to be past very soon. So this is a great how-to. If you want to start with what do I need to do to improve myself, this is a great place to start. Another great place to start is in Mr. Book as well. It doesn't precisely in categories, but it's a work by this individual, the Chafetz Chaim. Now, that's actually not his real name, was Yisrael Meir, but he wrote the book anonymously under one who desires life, actually, and it's based on a verse, who is the one who desires life? It's in Psalms chapter 34. That the answer to that question is one who guards his tongue from speaking evil, right? No gossip. And it's like a mind-blowing book that's totally different. It's basically a book on the law of proper communication. And so much of our challenges in life are associated with how we communicate with others. So this particular book is definitely an incredibly important contribution to the Muslim canon because it really breaks down not why you should speak properly. It does have a section at the beginning about that, but it lays out in Judaism what does it mean to speak properly. And it is just a bear trap of an argument that he presents. It is inevitable and it is overwhelming, and it will really change the way you speak. It's very hard to keep every single detail of the laws in this particular book. The founder of the Mission Village, Israel Salanta, once said that it is sufficient for one to simply read this book and sigh an expression of, oh, I wish I could live up to this level of personal integrity, but it is fantastic. I will give away just a little bit of it. One of the huge, perhaps the greatest contribution of this book is pointing out that, according to Jewish thought, it is forbidden to relate any negative information about anyone. Full stop. That just eliminates every conversation I've ever had, or maybe like 90% of every conversation I've ever had. So there are 7 preconditions that, if one meets all 7 of these preconditions, one may in fact relate negative information. But otherwise, no, you can't speak ill about anyone. It's a really great book. Highly recommend it. If you are not familiar with rabbinic thought, it's hard to read it in translation because it will introduce you with so many other ideas, and it requires a pretty strong foundation to understand it properly. This is also because he wrote it not regular people, but really for other rabbis. He wrote from the initial chapters that it's really intended to convince the rabbinic elite, hey, we're not speaking properly. We have to do a better job. Look at all these things. So it's a high-level work, and I would recommend if you would like to access this wisdom, I would start with something like this. This is sort of like an anthologized version of it, which is kind of like watered down for people who are not necessarily so overwhelmingly familiar with the rabbinic thought, and it's also laid out in a very manageable size so that you can study it over a period of time, where like days and with a shoulder note, so you can say, okay, day 1, day 2, day 3, and so on. And I read this English translation over an adaptation, and I profited from it tremendously, as well, of course, reviewing the Hebrew several times. It actually informs not only my personal speech as best I can manage it, but also my writing as a historian is really affected by it. So those are two really good how-to texts. The first one on repentance in general, and another one on such an important element, which is specifically the laws of proper speech. And I really encourage you, if you are so motivated, have a look at one of these books during the month of August. Now, if we move to the psycho-emotional, I'd like to show you two books. One that I really enjoy is Orthos Tzadikim, and this is a medieval work which is written in the 14th or 15th century in Germany. It was really originally written in Yiddish, not in Hebrew, and it was written anonymously, just like the Chavetz Chaim, by the way. He wrote his first book anonymously, using that title Chavetz Chaim, by which he has become known. If I remember correctly, the reason why he eventually revealed that he was the author is because there were some people who were impersonating him. You know, imagine walking to a set saying, I'm the Chavetz Chaim, pay me for a speaking engagement or whatever, so we have to put a stop to it. But Orthos Tzadikim was written anonymously. It's not impossible, it would be unlikely, but not impossible that it was actually written by a woman, because it has all kinds of cooking metaphors and kitchen metaphors and things that would be related to a woman's life, which is quite fascinating, kind of domestic issues. But it was definitely written by a very, very learned, also relying quite heavily on Maimonides. And this is an edition that has a commentary by Rabbi Abraham Yachnis, a wonderful commentary that I produced on as well. I read it in his translation with his commentary as well. Now, what this particular book does is it goes through a series of gates. Most of which are kind of emotional in nature, like the gate of anger, the gate of happiness, the gate of silence. And each of these gates, it defines the topic, like let's say trust. It defines what is trusting God, and then it talks about how to develop trust in God, and it talks about the ways in which trust in God is beneficial, and then it talks also about which trust in God may be instrumental in raising us. And so I found this especially good with adolescents or people in emerging adulthood, like me, because it really sort of gives you a mature perspective on personality development, and it's a wonderful read. It's got excellent sourcing in traditional texts, and it's a very creative way of looking at all human characteristics in a very comprehensive way. Second book, which I like to put in the same category, so Orthos Tzadikim was written on the 14th, 15th century. This book, the Mesilat Yesharim, or the Paths of the Just, the Paths of the Straight, was written by the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Tzadok, a genius of the 18th century. This is a book that I personally have ambitions to complete, as apparently the Vilna Gaon did, 101 times. I'm up to about 27 now, with lots of breaks in between to kind of let the information sink in. And I've been giving a class in this for a couple of years as well, and there are some videos on my channel as well. Now, this is probably the king of all Mitzvah texts. It has received an unusual level of popularity and acceptance across the breadth of the Jewish intellectual spectrum, not only do the so-called yeshivish or the Misnagdim, the Iranian elites, accept this as a tremendous work of ethical thought. The Hasidim love it because he was a tremendous Kabbalist and had tremendous influence on Hasidic thought as well. Even masculine, the Enlightenment thinkers, from Moses Mendelssohn on, praised it because he also wrote some secular materials, or at least more secular materials, like he wrote plays, for example, in Hebrew, and poetry, things like that, which were not so common in 18th century Italy. There's a tremendous backstory to his life in that he was a child prodigy who was then mercilessly attacked and pursued bitterly with false accusations that he was a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, which is first false messiah, and so on. And this is the book of his maturity. He wrote in his late 30s, when he died a very young man after he moved to Israel. But this is an absolutely fantastic book. Now, I specifically recommend this edition, the complete Mesilat Yesharim, because the book was published in the 1730s. We've been studying one particular version of Mesilat Yesharim, which is kind of like a straightforward text of ethics. In 1991, a new version was discovered, an autograph version written in his own hand in an archive in Leningrad, and this new version is called Seder Vikuach, or a dialogue version, as a kind of a play, as a kind of a dialogue between two figures, much like book dialogues and things like that, a so-called chacham and a so-called chassid. And it's hard to really parse exactly who these figures are, but the chacham is kind of like a well, first of all, the two of them were friends in their childhood, and then they separated sometime in their early adolescence, and they meet up with one another. You get the impression that they're probably around 25 years old or so when you meet them, when they meet each other again. And they've changed quite a bit since they were children. The chacham has kind of become a well-rounded individual with higher education and appreciation of secular culture and curiosity about science and things like that. And on the other hand, the chassid has become very, very pious. Dresses in black, spends a lot of time meditating, studying psalms, and the chassid is such an item of curiosity to the chacham. That is the kind of well-rounded person who's so curious. He says, what does my friend do all day? How can he spend so many hours invested in prayer? And so he goes up to him, and he's so happy to see him. They start talking about their different approaches to life. And the chassid ends up dominating the creation. Pretty early, a well-rounded person realizes that his well-roundedness is kind of like a lot of breath, but he has sacrificed so much depth for it, and he is just entranced by what it has to say about the eternal spiritual world that he inhabits. It is so dramatic and so fantastic. I actually prefer the dialogue version because it has that tremendous level of additional excitement attached to it. But at any rate, oh, what an amazing book. What does he especially say to the chacham? He essentially says that there's a series of levels of personal development you have to go through based on the teachings of the Talmud. You have to go first from watchfulness, which is kind of like protecting yourself from harm, to alacrity, which means like to seize opportunities, to move forward when you see an opening. And we go through all these levels that discuss how we can improve ourselves on a step-by-step basis. It's a little more complicated than that. One of the biggest challenges to understanding this is that sometimes Mesilat Yesharim seems very much like a ladder, that you can't get up to the higher levels until you finish the lower levels. And in other places, it seems more like a garden, that you engage in some weeding and beautification over here in this area, and then you go to another area and start, putting some fertilizer, and you realize that you need to go back and do some more weeding in the first area. Both of these things coexist in Mesilat Yesharim. Please poke around my website, you'll find some videos where I talk about it a little more detail. But anyway, I find this particular book just so amazing and strongly founded. So that's kind of the psycho-emotional type of Musar that reaches in and kind of like forces you to think about it in a different way and react to it in a different way. Let's go to the Kabbalistic school. So this really originates in the phenomenal exploration of thought that occurred in Sfat, in northern Israel, in the 16th century, largely fueled by refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions. There are a number of thinkers in this text, which is just phenomenal how many of them were concentrated in this little place for such a brief period of time for the middle of the 16th century, but they wrote some amazing things. In particular, you have this book, which I always find so called The Palm Tree of Devour. And the basic idea of this is that we have in Judaism of imitating God. There's actually a Latin term for Christianity called imitatio Dei, imitation of God. And in Hebrew, it's a different term. There's the idea of God. The Talmud asks, how can one cleave to God? God is a metaphor of consuming fire. How are you supposed to conceive the fire? And it says, well, what you have to do is a sacrifice. Now, in order to do what God does, it's important to essentially argue Rabbi Cordovero that you have to understand who God is. You need a little bit of a biography of God. And in that regard, he turns to the Spirot, these essentially this a way of understanding God's interaction with the universe through a series of emanations. I don't want to go into more detail about this, but they see words like kindness and severity and glory, beauty, grace, foundation. Exactly what these terms mean, I certainly don't. But Kabbalists do. Anyway, what Rabbi Cordovero does, he tries to give us a little bit of a sense of how is God in terms of, for example, spirit, glory. What does that look like? So he describes it. What do we mean by that? Once we know who God is, then how we should behave. And that's really what the Talmud does. The palm tree of the Lord describes, look, this is who God is. This is what God does as a result of who God is. And then we can do these things in imitation of that. Just as God clothes the naked, so we too can clothe the naked. So as God feeds the poor, so we can also feed the poor and so on. It's absolutely fascinating. The best part of it, without doubt, and I just get excited thinking about it right now, is the first chapter, which is just overwhelming. There's a sphera called Keter, or crown, which refers, argues Rabbi Cordovero, to God's 13 levels of forgiveness. That God is able, in 13 very different ways, 13 different strategies, to forgive humanity on a daily basis. And as he goes through each of these 13 levels, he describes how, look, God forgives us in this way. We should also forgive others in this same way. It is an amazing book, so much so that I wrote a translation and commentary of that first chapter, which is huge. It's like 1/3 of the entire Palm Tree of Torah, and I titled it The Kabbalah of Forgiveness, because one of the biggest things about repentance in the month of Elul is being able to forgive those who have transgressed against us, to cite the Lord's Prayer that I said every day when I went to public school. But we have to let go of the anger we feel at others who have legitimately wronged us. I mean, in the sense that we have a legitimate argument with them, but it's very difficult to progress until we can let go of that anger. And so by reading the Tomer Devorah, one can get 13 strategies for forgiving people. I myself have a favorite, level 6. That's almost always the one I use when I do forgive people. And some people make me so angry that I have to go all the way to level 13, which is like the nuclear strength way to forgive people. And then I get angry at them again later, and so I have to try again and again. It doesn't like it forever. But nevertheless, this was really a transformational book. I encourage you, to poke around my website. I actually have a series of lectures on each of those levels on my channel that you might find valuable. Ooh, the Kabbalah forgiveness. Wow. Now, finally, let's go to the last stage, which I have called postmodern. And the truth is, the three books that I'll introduce to you are not really directly addressing Musser in a postmodern sense throughout the entirety of their books, but they begin to touch on it. And we're still waiting for a really great postmodern reading of Musser. But anyway, let me introduce it to you. Here's one that I was fantastic. I read it a couple of years ago. David Bashevkin's Synagogue, Sin and Failure in Jewish Thought. There are very few works that deal with failure in a comprehensive analytical manner. And this is one of them. It's really, I got so much out of reading this book. Now, Rabbi Bashevkin is an incredibly funny individual. I count him among my friends. If you check on Twitter, you cannot type in Jewish without finding David Bashevkin somewhere in there. He is the king of Twitter. And he is incredibly funny. But don't mistake his humor for lack of depth. He's written another Hebrew book called Beroges Rafim Tizkor, which is a really, really good book, also in similar things. And Synagogue, I think, will hope for those failures in life that make a difference for you and help you move forward. It's certainly helps me move forward. Another book that really looks at postmodernism straight on is this collection of the great Raj Shagam. Faith Shattered and Restored is the title of the overall collection. Rav Shagar, who passed away a number of years ago, was one of the few thinkers who really understood the nature of postmodernism and struggled to articulate a Jewish response that could incorporate the challenge that postmodernism places on the system of thought that Judaism represents. It is, you feel it's a work in progress. There are attempts to deal with it, but kind of like this evocative photograph shows, it is sincere grappling with challenges that we live in, and I really felt like I gained quite a bit. And finally, this amazing book, which does address postmodernism entirely plan in several of the chapters. It's a remarkable book written for a general audience. Morality, Restoring the Common Good in Divided Times by the late Jonathan Sachs. It just appeared this year, and it is very, very worthwhile reading by Iran. Readers who are interested in ethics in general. Wow, okay. I gave you a very quick overview of some of my favorite Musser books. I hope that you'll find some of them useful as well, and I wish you a tremendous amount of success in your first Musser book. The next video is going to be going back to regular history, in other words, multiple books, less books, but thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, so imagine that. You're Bob Woodward, you bullshit everybody, then you get to watch Robert Redford, the most handsome man alive, lead a movie like, outstanding, look how good looking I am. And look at me kicking ass for America. But also just think about how much they could get. I remember I was in school, and I remember hearing my history teacher talking to another teacher, and this was when Bill Clinton was getting in trouble for
Rabbi Posey challenged me to speak specifically on something related to this particular season in Jewish thought, which is, of course, the month of Elul, the penultimate month of the year, at least to people according to the calendar of Tshuva, of repentance. We use this month to prepare ourselves for the awesome, high holy days, or the days of awe, as in the sense of really being awesome. And, it occurred to me that this is actually a very traditional, a hugely traditional way to look at Jewish history, not in terms of like a linear progress from the past to the present and onward into the future, but rather kind of like a gyre that history spins out like kind of one of those conical rings that if you remember the poem that speaks about the ever wide gyre that spins around the same circumference every time, and we always come back to Elul. The reality is that the very, very first book of history in Jewish rabbinic culture, setting aside the Tanakh, which the Hebrew scriptures are definitely tremendously valuable as historical sources, but not necessarily written to provide historical data rather than religious data. One of the earliest source ever is a text called Megillat Ta'anit, the Scroll of Fasts. It's a small document that was written in the late Maccabean age, the period of the Hashmonaim, that is about the first century before the Common Era, and essentially it's a list of days in which it's forbidden to fast because good things happen to the Jews. It's a very small book, right? Not that many good things happen, so therefore there are only so many days that you have to fast in, or not fasting. That's essentially what this text is, and it is really the first book of rabbinic thought that was ever actually set to text. And the funny thing about it, connecting to my opening comment, is that it is not organized in a chronological fashion with the past at the beginning, early past at the beginning, and then moving through until the time of the author. It is rather arranged according to the months. So when you get to the month of Nisan, it describes all the important historical things that happened in every month of Nisan. And you get to the month of Teves, all the important historical things that happened in the month of Teves. And it was an incredibly difficult book to read because then you have, if you want to think chronologically, you have to like rearrange them to fit a pattern that's much more linear. So it's very hard to speak about Elul as a historical phenomenon by picking apart months of Elul throughout Jewish history. That was the challenging part to it. So, but what inspired me was perhaps we should really focus in on what Jews are doing in the month of Elul, which is, of course, getting ready for the high holidays, and self-assessment and self-examination that is essential to the process. And when I thought of it in that way, this lecture came together, I think, in a very interesting fashion. So first of all, what is Elul? As I mentioned, of course, as you are all aware, Elul is the beginning of the season of repentance. Of course, repentance is something that you can do anytime during the year, but this is the 8th Ratzon.
Welcome.
This is the time that is
What's up,
especially
How you living,
well
Kim?
organized, well laid out, and it's something that we...
Oh, excellent. Yo, how do you say your name? How do you say your name?
We don't know.
It's Kakitas? All right, how are you, Kakitas? That's what I'm calling you, baby. I'm kicking us, taking names. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
No, I'm just having a little bit bad internet right now as well.
Oh, that's okay. I just asked, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Excellent. Well, very well. Did you have a chance to hear what I said earlier?
My internet was very bad at my university.
Okay, well, can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I not only stream my life for world peace, but I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny New. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for those less fortunate. I'm an advocate for life straw technology, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like quantum computing, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, things like alien disclosure, things like perhaps time travel, things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2021. 2003, with a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing feat. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. Additionally, they have made headlines recently with their dire wolves. If you saw in the news, their dire wolves are about a year old now. Joe Rogan has met them, but they've created 3 dire wolves, 2 males and 1 female. Additionally, I talk about things to help you, your friends, and family live longer. If you want, with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension technology, where we can utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, peptides, to be able to increase the average life expectancy for someone like you from age 80 to age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said came true, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is with your consent. Again, consent's very important. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to have a future at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Pretty cool, actually.
Word, dog.
When do you think this is gonna be possible?
Well, probably within at least a generation. We're already able to transfer memories of mice. So there's already some studies that have been able to transfer mice memories, basically rodent memories, from one mouse to another, where you essentially take a mouse, you have it complete a maze several times, and then you scan that mouse's brain and transfer that memory into another mouse, and then the second mouse is able to do the maze flawlessly without ever having before. That's how you know you've successful memory transfer. And we're already at that point. So probably within a generation, so maybe 20 years or so, we'll have life extension to the point of mind uploading, and then people will have the opportunity to perhaps be able to live indefinitely. There you go. I heard you're in school. What are you studying?
I don't know what is it called in English. It's an civil engineer.
Oh, okay, very smart. Excellent. And Kat, you said that you have 4,000 people in your Discord. How do I get it so that I get 4,000 people in my Discord? How do I use your bot?
I mean, it's not public bot, it just goes in for private needs, but it really depends on also what you do, because with me, when people search for bot followers, it's very easy to compete in that field and spam it, because there's like only 100 servers even being active in that field in Discord, so we can just spam it pretty much. But I don't know which keywords would be like effective for you to get members through the same method as we use.
I've got you.
But what you're doing right now seems to be working pretty well, because
They got you in here. Exactly. Okay.
My friends here, and it works for you.
Yes, it does. Okay. So basically, you in Discord, let's say, have a link to your Discord.
So
and one
in this part you can only add your server once, but you can create multiple servers, and then you can automatically, because in this part it's important that you bump the server. So every 2 hours you have to execute a command in Discord. The Discord has listed to make your server the first server, which means that in every 2 hours you can bump your server by executing a command and get it on top of the board. So if you have multiple servers, you can just bump it in shorter periods than 2 hours, and you can make the other servers redirect to your server by having only your invite link placed inside those servers.
I understand. How do you bump your server on Discord?
So, do you have your server listed on Discord?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's okay, yeah. So basically, do you have any private channels here? You have general message here. So basically, you just have to do. Can I add you in Discord actually? Which one is your main account?
Sure, I'll add you.
I can send you the command.
You should have an
So basically, you have to have one channel. If you have this server listed in Discord, all you have to do is execute /bump. And what my bot does, it simply executes /bump automatically, and it cycles through my Discord accounts, executes the bump in every single one of my servers every 2 hours. So this allows me to stay on top of the list all the time, because I have multiple servers, and I 24/7 through my server in the cloud, VPS, virtual private server, I can bump it automatically. So it's some automation and a lot of servers that you need to have. That's what we do.
I understand.
But with you would have to figure out which are the keywords that you want to target, just like when you do Google advertisement, choose the keywords that people find like, and you can think, would you like to target the community keyword, would you like to target like chat, would you like to target sports keyword, whatever, and then you just list your server and have it automatically do that. But it requires some manual work, because you have to create the servers and create the accounts, and then you have to set up the bot. It's very simple, but I give the bot private. If you want, I can set up it for you, but it would require some work from your end as well, because I need the accounts for it, so I can make it run on my server.
I understand. Maybe we do that in the future. So does Discord have a bot that you use?
So if you add your server to Discord, it will have you add the Discord bot to your server, which then responds to the comments, which then communicates with the website, bumping your server on top of the leaderboard.
Okay, so I'm on Discord, but I don't have a Discord server. Discord bot, I should say.
So I think let me actually. You see my DMs? I sent you something in this comment. So let me show you. Send you the link for you. Yes. Here. You go in here. Yeah. Okay. You go in here and you log in with your Discord account. You have to log in with the account that has admin privileges in this server.
Right.
So you can actually manage it from there.
Right. Okay.
And then you should see the server there if you have set it up, and if you haven't, then you can just click on add a new server, and that lets you decide a description for your server, and it lets you decide up to 5 keywords with your pizza things that people actually use to search your server. And you talked about Google ranking before, so
Right.
basically we don't even get our people through this part. They search something in Google, and that then takes them to this part website, which we are displayed as the first result because we are targeting the exact keyword that they searched for.
Right. Okay.
On my server, the keywords would be like followers, TikTok followers, Instagram followers, all of this. And when people search Discord, TikTok followers, Discord, they find the Discord website that specific page lists them results for that tag or keyword.
Sure. So maybe I didn't have a Discord. Discord.me.
Yeah, that's one of them. There is so many sites, but I have my bot is designed for Discord.com because not Discord.com, Discord.org because Discord.org is the one of the most original, and because being one of the most original, one of the most used websites for this type of stuff.
Right. Okay. So add mine to that.
And you have to be very like. You don't need to do that much research, but you need to actually think about which keywords you're gonna use. So it could be, if I was you ever try to do social, community, and maybe, I don't know, politics is kind of rough keyword, but...
Right, I understand.
But you need up to 5.
Okay.
And you should definitely put 5.
Right.
It doesn't hurt to have as many as you can. But that's the most important part, the keywords.
Okay, I think I could figure this out now.
But this is what works for us.
How many?
You most likely understand it's everything works for different type of stuff. For you, what you have been doing seems to be working. This, what we do, might work for you as well.
Absolutely.
But keywords like community, there is much more competition. And if there is much more competition, that means you need more bots, which means you need more servers, which means only way to compete is to have if we need for our keywords around 20 servers, which we have right now. We had 60 before. Right now we have 20 servers that all point to our main server.
How many people
So
in?
you might need
How many
200.
people? How many people in your main server do you get per? Okay.
So in the peak, when this stuff was a little more active, we got 120 people joining every day.
Wow.
And now we get around 40 to 50 people joining every day.
That's really good. Okay, I'm doing it. And then what do you do with your server?
So your server, if you are adding this server, it would be just when anyone clicks it on Discord, they will just be directed to this Discord server. They will just direct you to the invite link. But if you want to do what we are doing, then when you add additional servers on separates, then you only place the invite link of this server inside those servers, so when people join it, they can just see, okay, it's directing me to this one.
Right? Isn't that difficult though? Because it's people are like, well, what's going on with this?
Yeah, they might wonder what's going on with it, but it works at least for us.
I got it. Okay.
It might differ based on the targeted category, but for us it seems to be working.
Yeah, no, I am. Okay. You need to follow our guidelines. Okay, save. Man, doesn't Discord do a lot of capsules?
Discord does age chapter quite a lot. Age chapter is one of the most powerful chapters out there.
Yes, it is.
At least one of the most difficult to bypass with bots.
That's right. Okay, so it says this server is currently under review.
Yeah, that's automated, so it takes like 20 seconds maybe when you refresh the page, you will see that it has been accepted most likely.
Okay, excellent. Okay, just waiting on it. And then there's a bot that needs, or it added a bot.
Yes, the bot is what you communicate with in your own Discord server, so you can actually server, but you have to do export one command in your server. Now you have added you have to like make the invite channel, which means you have to define which will be the channel that they see when they join the server. So you kind of need like one channel in this Discord server where you can communicate with the bots.
Right, I got it. I've got a moderator channel that I can do.
Yeah, so you wanna talk to the bot there, and do you wanna let me actually 1 second. I think it was this comment which you have to execute in the moderator channel to finalize the setup in the, for Discord.
And then what's the point of your main server? What does it do?
So we, like I said before, we just sell bot followers. It's just when I spend time on PC, I don't want it to go fully to waste. Maybe I play video games, which is kind of a waste of time. So while I do that, I want to make some money on the side. So it's just about selling stuff. I can show you. This is my server, but it actually has been banned on Discord, but it doesn't matter because we have external servers.
Okay, it says, welcome.
Rex.
How are you? I can. Just one moment.
Yes.
Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. Just one moment.
Yes, we can't hear you that well anymore. It seems like your voice is not coming in from the same source anymore.
Right, it isn't. Just one moment. I'm here. Just one moment. I have to restart just refresh the page. Just one moment.
I'll be back in fine.
Okay. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You still can't hear me. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It's definitely down. Okay, just one moment. Let me see what's going on. All right, there we go.
Okay, now it's perfect.
Excellent.
Now it's perfect.
All right. Was that your friend who was in here?
Yeah, my friend just joined.
Excellent.
Another one. He just said he had to go for 5 minutes.
Yes, I heard him. Apologies.
he's really confused right now, but this is maybe you can tell him also he's back.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm doing what you said to do. Authorize.
So you just need one channel to communicate with the bot, and then you just have to create invite and set the invite channel as your welcome channel, which after you will be able to bump it, which will put the server, the first server in the keyword, the specified keywords that we have listed it for. And what we do is that we have multiple servers which are all automatically being bumped. That's what I have been trying to explain.
Right.
So they are basically being bumped in parallel. So instead of every 2 hours, which is the cooldown by this workload, we can bump it every 2 minutes with the servers.
I see. All right. That's cool. And it does it automatically?
Yes, that's what we use. We use the server, and I have basically captured the request that goes to Discord when you execute /bump, and then I have made a list of Discord authentication tokens, which I have in a list, and the specified channels for the bump, and the bot basically, or the script basically, just sends the bump message sent request for each of the accounts each 2 hours, so they get getting bumped automatically.
Excellent. All right.
So basically, I have automated the site in Discord,
Right.
which is the bumping.
I gotcha. That's cool. And then, apologies. I know I asked this question, but I want to make sure I understand correctly. The overall point of your main 9x9 Discord is what?
Selling bot services.
Gotcha. Bot services for Discord?
Not for Discord, we would get banned instantly if we did that.
Right. Right.
So for other social media, so basically when people are famous on the internet, they want to have a lot of followers, they might even want some brand deals. As you said, even kick streamers, they just bot their viewers. So that's what we just provide for them.
Okay, I got you. How much are kick streamers or kick viewers?
We don't get many sales for it because we don't advertise for it, but we sell them for around 10 USD per 1K for 30 minutes. It's expensive.
Yeah.
But you can get them for cheaper.
Yeah.
As well.
I understand. So that's kind of always been my issue as well, is I stream for such long periods of time and from so many different accounts that to bot myself is very, very expensive.
Yeah, and it's not worth it. The bots don't help you in any way.
Right.
People have this misconception that if they have a lot of viewers that will somehow interest other people in the watching them, but in the end, nothing else matters but the type of content you're providing. If it's not interesting, then if it's not interesting to major it, then it's difficult to get viewers. But the bot stuff never helps you. It never helps you in anything. I would personally never buy any type of bot services unless I was like a very new brand and I had wanted to like show to my clients, yeah, I have other clients too, look at my Instagram, I have some followers, blah blah blah. It's not worth it, to be honest, to buy anything related to the full time. If I'm aware, if I'm correct, I think since last 5 months ago, the United States made it illegal to buy biometers, so we can't even sell it to USA.
Is that true?
Yeah, so they made it. That's like they made it illegal to buy fake influence online because that's very common to trick brands to giving you brand deals based on the fake followers,
Yeah, everybody.
fake audience. Yeah,
Exactly, everybody does it though.
yeah. So that's why they have made it illegal to actually buy this stuff in USA, but that's only for USA. I'm not based in USA, so I don't need to worry about that much.
Right. So let's say somebody I don't want it, but let's say I say, hey, I wanna buy followers from you. Would you be like, hey, you're not allowed to do it in the United States?
To be honest,
Yeah, why do you
I
care?
think,
Why do you care?
to be honest, I'm not that obedient to it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so let's look that up. Yo, Doug, tell me everything you know about the new U.S. law that made it illegal to buy followers on social media. Because if this is true, nobody's following it. All right.
Yeah, nobody knows it, and to be honest, as someone who doesn't sell it from inside USA, it's hard for me to care about this.
Yeah, no, I understand. So in August 2024, the FTC finalized the rule as part of the use of consumer reviews and testimonials framework. The sale bans the sale or purchase of fake indicators of social media influence, including followers, likes, views, subscribers, shares, comments, etc., when used in a way that misleads consumers or is intended for commercial gain. Specifically, fake indicators are defined broadly: bots, hijacked accounts, fake accounts, or accounts using someone's information without consent. The rule applies only if a buyer knew or should have known that the indicators are fake and they were used to materially misrepresent influence for a commercial purpose. Penalties are hefty, up to $51,744 per violation. The FTC now has clear enforcement against deceptive practices involving fake reviews and fake metrics. Right. So it came from the Duvimi case. Back in 2019, the New York Attorney General reached a precedent-setting settlement with Duvimi LLC, a company that sold fake followers, likes, and views. That settlement marked the first time a law enforcement agency found such practices, especially when involving stolen identities, as illegally deceptive. Later, in October 2019, FTC settled with Duvimi for $2.5 million in its first ever complaint challenging the sale of fake social media influencers. All right, interesting.
But this of course doesn't touch like botting your Discord server with tools that we use, for example. It's not deceiving anyone. It's just making it impossible for other people to find other options.
Right, and I don't do it for commercial purpose, and I don't think you do either. So that's kind of on the person who does it. All right, you said it. You said Discord usually takes like 30 seconds to be under review.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So if it takes long, that's some people have said that it might take long, but for us it's very fast for sure.
I understand. Probably because your servers are pretty small too. Like they're when you start them.
That might be it.
When you start them, nobody's in them, and they also don't have any subchannels.
Yeah, exactly. You understood it perfectly.
Yeah.
Just have it as a redirect server, like a gateway pointing to the main server.
Exactly. But with mine, it has a lot. So, wow. So basically, if I understand this correctly, and I think I do, you'll just get random people who go to discord.com and they're just looking for people with whom they can interact. And the default setting is not show me the biggest servers, it's bumped recently. And because
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and because yours are always being bumped, there's a very good chance you're going to be really high on that list for very popular keywords.
Yeah,
And
and we can attack it by adding more servers. If 5 minutes is not enough, let's say we target even more popular keywords and we have to have 500 servers, then we can have it very short period of time. Almost always visited there.
oh, very, very cool. Welcome. Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. Oh, and then, but this is a different friend, right? This is, we already talked to.
Yes, yes, there's two people in call of my friends.
Absolutely.
You already told them
Yeah,
what you're doing, basically.
absolutely. So,
I'm not sure if you mentioned that you streamed for 4 years or whatever.
well, I do. I say I do it for 3.5 years. Yeah, that's in my opening spiel. Okay, so with this board, then you do you have to create multiple Discord accounts or just multiple?
Yes, because this storage system is kind of intelligent. So it sees that one account is admin in multiple servers. It shares the cooldown in the bump. So when the cooldown is shared, it's pointless to bump many servers because you could just, if the cooldown gets split in half, like if the cooldown is by account, it's not really by server, so it's by account. So if I make 10 servers on one account, then I'm just gonna be able to bump one of them each to 2 hours. So that's why you need to have multiple accounts, so the cooldown with the server is not shared.
I understand. Okay, so if I what's a keyword that you focus on?
So we just focus on very specific stuff. So TikTok followers, Instagram followers.
So if I just type in
before it was followers,
if I type in TikTok followers, and then
yeah, you have to type TikTok dash followers because they have basically banned the followers tag. So only way to find it is to have the dash there. But we don't get the people directly from Discord. They search it in Google, but because Discord has very good Google search rankings, they end up on Discord and then they find the keyword. So people don't actually type it in the search of Discord, they type it in Google search and then they find the Discord listing because Discord is ranking the highest related to Discord.
Right, that's brilliant. Okay, so if I go to TikTok followers, dash followers, and then I go to bumped recently.
You should see like a lot of new servers. We just got almost all of our servers banned, so we don't have that many right now. But you see like a lot of servers. They look the same. Let me actually see what's status right now.
Is Instagram Boom? Is Instagram Boom yours?
Yeah, all of these, let's say new.
Social.
The first 8 servers you see are ours.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes even members in the server, so people just don't look at the one member online. But right now it's not so stable that we have all that members there. This used to work much better, like I said, 124. Now it's only 40 people because Discord has been banning these tags quite a lot. And yeah, it's more active in the summer because people go outside more, they meet other people, they feel like they need to be more social and then they need to get that feed, they want to buy followers to look more social.
Right.
In summer, summer is kind of over, at least in most of Europe right now. So.
Right. I want to tell you, this is a very smart tactic. Very good.
It has been done before, but we have a very different system in the end because I only like the bot only needs to run as one process on my server. It doesn't need to be like multiple processes or anything. People might do this, but they might manually go ahead and bump them servers. But I kind of reverse engineered them Discord. Command and message thing is actually different for Discord request wise, so I tapped into that. And
now I have a question.
It's not like this for this.
If you go to Discord, there's a bump option within Discord. Are you aware of that?
Yes, but we don't use it because it's easier for Discord website to track that they're automating stuff if we are doing it in their system. But if we do it in Discord, and they are aware that Discord doesn't care, that we send one dump command each 2 hours per account, we get away, like they can't like recognize that we are doing it automatically, which is not allowed by the TOS, by the way, which doesn't matter because it's just some free service on the internet. They don't really lose any money if we break the TOS.
Right. Very smart. Very, very smart. Impressively smart. I know that you said other people have done this, but impressive.
Yes, but not in the similar way
Right.
as we did it. And I didn't know that other people had done it when I figured it.
Yeah, so let me think about this. Okay. So you basically create a Discord account and a Discord server. And you don't create like 10 Discord servers under one admin account, right? Or you do?
Yes, no, because the cooldown is shared.
Oh, the cooldown is shared. Okay. So one Discord account under one server, and then you create like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30, 100 of those accounts, and then your bot just comes in and bumps it, and then you're always at the top.
Automatically sends the bump command on each account where defined time frame by the program.
Very smart. Now I'm actually going to join. Okay, so I'm going to go to Discord, and I'm going to look up your, you've got the Discord. I'm going to type in TikTok followers. And you've got, are you Instagram Boom?
Yep, that account for example.
Excellent. So then I'm going to go, it's going to take me to Discord, Instagram Boom. So you've got 109 members. And you don't care about those people. You only care that they filter to your main account.
Can you see? I didn't exactly understand what you just said.
Sure.
Like,
You don't care.
You
You don't care that Instagram Boom has 109 people. You care whatever the link is within Instagram Boom has more people, right?
Yeah. So because that's where the sales happen. That's where the customers actually buy the stuff we sell for them. So and if you join Instagram Boom, you will see that the only channel is saying something about verify here, or this is just a verification portal. It's just, they might have the concept, what is this? But then we just,
I see it. I see it.
Everywhere online.
I see it. Absolutely. It's fucking brilliant, dude. It's fucking brilliant. It's a really, dude, I'm going to tell you this, Kat, I see people who try to trick the system every single day. I do it myself. I love new ways to trick the system. This is a good one. Okay, so now you were saying you only do it for things that are relevant to you, like TikTok followers and that kind of stuff. Because I imagine.
Yes, so it's very important that you target exactly what you think the people who would look at your kind of stuff search for.
Right. Now, I imagine it's very difficult to get, like, for chat or karaoke.
Yes, that's very competed.
Yeah.
It's difficult only if you don't have time to create 500 servers. But if you have time to create 500 servers, you will pretty much manage it. But when you do it in such mass, there is a little chance that some Discord system is going to be alerted that boom, 500 servers with community tag just appeared.
Right. And so
it might be.
And so, what happens when they ban you?
So they have a kind of a dumb system. So all you have to do, just create a new server under the same account. They almost never even ban the account. So all we need to do is create a new server at that point. And we have the profile pictures of the server saved in a file. We even have their names saved in a file. So all we need to do is just create a new one. Boom. That's it.
Absolutely.
The ban is just a ban, just like you do on keys. You get banned for some of your accounts, you just make a new one.
Right. Now, do they ever ban your main account that you have on Discord?
The accounts never get banned, but our main server has been banned long time ago.
That's what I figured.
Because it's just like when we started having our server in Discord, it wasn't even not allowed to have this type of server there. But nowadays it's not allowed to have this type of social media follower sending service on Discord, so we just got banned out of nowhere without warning because the rules just changed. So we don't have it anymore. That's why none of the servers in Discord directly say anything about selling followers. It's just about community server, join here to gain followers together, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Because they have automated AI system that scans the description of the server, and if it finds in the description some mentions of selling something, they just automatically ban it.
I understand.
But for you, just do community and chat, there will be no problems, but because this is exactly what the platform like Discord is intended for.
Right. Now, let's see, if I go to Discord and I go to so I always wondered why does it say bumped recently? Like, who's going to those? They just generally would go to the biggest, most popular ones and work their way down. But now I understand why. It's in Discord's best interest because then they get a bot in your server, and
yeah, they can get information from it, and they can get people can see the bot, and usually people have the bumping set to public channel, so other people can bump it. Not the bot. I have it in private channel, the bot bumping it, but they have it in public channel, so other people see what is this? The server is being bumped. Oh, maybe I can get members with this to my server as well. And when they do that, they go to discord.com, discord.org, and they see the advertisements based on the site, so they get more people seeing ads on the site by having the bumping thing kind of,
I get it.
But they want people to bump it because that keeps them engaged in Discord.
I get it. Now, isn't there a bot that could just automatically type in bump in a server for people?
So bots have a little bit different way of interacting with Discord. So Discord bots interact through the Discord API with Discord, while you just interact through the Discord client. So bots cannot actually tell bots to do stuff.
Couldn't a bot?
The commands can only be executed by Discord accounts.
Oh, okay.
So the bots can't execute bot commands.
I understand.
Discord, that's how Discord is specifically built.
I understand. Now, you've got you don't have 50 different Discord, or maybe you do. Do you have like 50 different Discord accounts that are all logged in to like a browser, and it just goes through and hits bump?
So they're not logged in the browser because Discord has this varied method of authentication. You have your way of botting stuff, which is like graphically doing it on the PC,
yes,
which can't be really stopped. But Discord has this way of authentication called the Discord token. So basically, if you send any request to Discord API, all you need to do is say one like master password type of thing that just authenticates the account to do anything. So I can have the script side thing that just sends request to Discord with my account authentication token that tells execute this command in this channel at this time.
Right.
So it just made sending requests to Discord API. It's done that they allow it, but they do allow it, so we do it.
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, so I have, maybe this could, I don't know, you don't really need it because your stuff already works. All right, but I have the ability to open up multiple instances in a browser. There's an option for Mozilla Firefox that allows this. So I could be logged to, let's say, 50 different Discord accounts simultaneously, and I just have my little bot go through and open up each one and then bump the thing every 2 hours.
You could do that. But with Discord, you said you can have multiple logging authentications going on at the same time without you kicking you out from the one account that's logging.
Right. Yeah.
So you can do that, just like you do this thing.
Yeah.
You can make it work like on your the idea you can do it your way.
Right. No, absolutely. So I am not against it. I think I think for you it's brilliant because you're pushing something, which is bots. I don't really push anything. I'm really here to just talk with people, and on top of that, I'm here to talk with adults. I don't want people who are under 18 to come in here just because specifically I don't want to talk with children. The topics that I discuss are generally more mature topics. So if I just went in and like botted the word, let's just say chat, people are gonna come in here and they'll be like, like I want to talk about anime, and I'll be like, okay, well I don't really know anything about anime. Do you want to talk about the future of society? And they'll be like, no, like our interests aren't necessarily the same. Now with yours, it's like everybody who TikTok followers has one thing only on their mind. That's they want to
totally get the point.
exactly. I get yours.
It's much more difficult to target your audience with this method.
That's exactly
But
right.
this is what works for us.
No, I completely understand that. What does work for me though is spamming people's chats because I can put a big message in there, and usually something that I say is going to catch somebody's attention. Like, why is this person talking about Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and making me a trillionaire? Like, one of those things is going to be interesting to somebody, and they'll either put my Discord link in and figure it out or not. One other thing that makes it really difficult for what I do is I'm asking people to social media leap or basically go from one social media to another. I'm asking someone to go from Kick to Discord. With yours, you're basically asking people who are already interested in Discord to some extent to just join another Discord server, which isn't that difficult. Welcome, how are you?
Yes.
Is this your friend?
Yeah. Hello. I don't think it speaks. No, he does.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
I think you might already have told number.
Oh, okay, I may have already told him. Did I tell you?
Well, I already heard you.
Excellent. Absolutely. Well, how was your day going? Excellent. Hey, Kat, what's up with you and all your friends liking cats?
They're just amazing, but a neutral animal.
Okay.
They have interesting personalities, they're random and everything. It's not a cult, but all of these people are somehow related to my Discord server. They are either moderators or the staff members. So
Oh, very
it's
cool.
just also funny to have that cat profile pictures in the staff thing.
Absolutely. Do you like tigers?
Yeah, they are amazing animals as well.
Definitely. Okay, so you like big felines, you like small felines?
Just any animal basically. Cats are just funny for Discord. So,
Okay, and they're very popular on the internet.
yeah.
Definitely. Okay, do you watch any other Kick streamers? Who are your favorite Kick streamers?
I don't watch a lot of entertainment, to be honest.
I
I
understand.
watch movies sometimes, but the only type of Kick streamers I watch is Finnish people getting drunk and doing stupid stuff.
I've gotcha. Are there a lot of Finnish Kick streamers?
Probably doesn't like 10.
Okay, so not that many.
Yeah, actually like active ones that actually get any viewers. There is of course many small ones.
Right. In fact,
Finland is a small country as well. We have 5.5 million. 5 million people. 5 million people.
right. Population-wise, it's not that small land-wise, but I understand what you're saying. Okay, so
Yeah.
we have like maybe 12 different Kick streamers. What about Twitch? Do you do Twitch?
Do I watch Twitch myself?
Yeah.
Not that much. It's kind of not much content in Twitch or Kick interests myself, so don't watch it that much. But YouTube, I watch some very casual videos sometimes.
I understand. You know, the strategy that I use for Twitch might work for you. Actually, it might work for you really well. You want people to buy Twitch followers, right?
Yeah, they buy quite a lot actually.
Okay, excellent. So what I would do if I were you is just do what I do, but for your service. So, okay, here's what you do. And I can teach you how to make this bot just the same way I do my bot. It's not hard. Meaning you don't need to know any programming. It's all what you see is what you get programming. But okay, what I would do if I were you is I would create a random Twitch account, and then I would program my bot just like I do to go to people's channels and to create a clip of them, and then in the clip I would put my link to my. You want people to go to your Discord, right?
Yes,
Okay, so
that's true.
I would put, cheap Twitch followers and the link to your Discord, and then that's all the bot does, and then it moves on to the next person. The reason why this is a very good strategy for you is eventually Twitch will delete or will ban your account, but all of your clips stay. Does that make sense?
It's the same with Twitch as it's same with Kick.
Exactly.
She told me about it. No, it's the same thing for Twitch.
It's the same thing for Twitch. So, for instance, if I go to any, I mean, you can almost do this for any streamer, but okay, if you can, go to Kick and go to the streamer Shakty G, SHAKTYG.
Can you repeat the name?
Sure, it's Shakty, SHAKTYG, Shakty G. S.
I'm not sure if I get that
Sure.
correctly.
S is in Sam. H as in Henry. A is in Abraham. K as in kangaroo. T as in Tara. Y as in yo-yo. G as in gorilla. Shakti G.
Shakti G.
Yeah.
HTV.
Okay, do you see Shakti G?
1 second, let me see if I can find it.
That's okay.
I mean, I entered every letter you said, but I still don't find it.
Okay, so in the search for Kick, type in S as in Sam,
You
H,
said Kick?
Kick.
It was Kick?
Yeah, Kick.
Yeah, then might be that. It's still... Okay, let's try again.
S,
That's for Sam.
S is in Sam, H is in hippo,
Yep.
A is in alligator,
Yep.
K is in koala,
Yep.
T is in tiger.
I found it. Shakti G.
Yes. Now go to his
1,000 followers.
yeah. Now go to his clips.
Yeah, I see it.
Now scroll down.
Yeah, I see YouTube rapper Rothschild.
Exactly. And what I'm saying is that if you want to sell followers, that's the way to sell followers, I feel, because those clips don't go away. And they're very strong for Google because they show at the top of Google results.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. We are definitely gonna utilize this after we launch a site again, because we had a website before but we closed it. If you launch our website again, we will use this because this is very, very good for like Google SEO ranking, getting your website up to the top. This might actually be the way to do it.
That's exactly right. And you can use it for like any keyword. So whatever you want. I mean, so I have found that it depends the platform that you use. TikTok, or I should say Twitch, seems to be banning my accounts about once every 12 hours or once every 24 hours. But again, that's not that big of a deal because I just create another one. And if I have to create a new account every 12 hours, Actually, I create 5 of them. That's not that big of a deal. It's not that much work, and it posts like 250 clips in that amount of time. So with 5 different accounts, that's like 1,250 unique links, basically advertising what I do. It's a very good way to do this. Now, um, there are some, I don't want to say drawbacks, but the thing that I find is that very few people actually look at people's clips unless they're a really big streamer. And
Yes, but the even more important part is the Google ranking.
yes,
Because
for you,
you won't get any people joining your server if Discord didn't rank so high.
right?
So we could really bump our website ranking with this system you have.
Yes, exactly
If
right.
we ever open a website again.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we had a website, but it was very hard to do because in Discord this is not very well completed. But in the internet, like actual website setting, it has so much competition that we are on like the 20th page of Google or even much more further. But if you say that video content actually increases your search ranking even more, this would be the perfect way to get our website displaying as number 1 in the listing.
Exactly. It not only is very powerful. Absolutely. It's not only very powerful for the search results, it's very powerful for image results because it'll just take a screenshot of whatever you have and the alt text will be the text that you put in for your title. It's very powerful for Google video rankings, obviously, because it's a result, it's a video that just has your text in the title. And then it's very powerful for AI because AI crawls all of this for the information. So when people are like, hey, how do I get TikTok followers? It'll be like, well, some popular TikTok services are 9x9. That is at discord.com discord.gg/ 9x9 because, and the reason why is because you're everywhere. Like when you ask Grok or anything about me, it got all of it got all the information from the stuff that I've posted.
Can I test ChatGPT?
Absolutely, go for it.
Let me ask. Searching the web.
Because there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, it's best to put in who is Rabbi Rothschild, the streamer.
Yeah, that's what I just put in. He found the picture of you, the one that has California in it, and Guinness World Record.
There you go.
That's nice, that's nice. This is a really good way. Even here getting AI exposure, that's that's wild. People just look at Google search as exposure, but not many people think about that in future they might want AI exposure. I guess the earlier you step in the
And believe it or not, AI exposure is the most important of all the exposures.
Yeah, it's gonna be in the future.
Absolutely. I
But,
mean, that's what I'm saying.
You asked me, my friend here, what you do, and I have one friend here, one of the cats named Dex, who never heard anything because he was muted.
Absolutely.
Or he
Dex.
didn't hear the speech.
Absolutely. Dex, how are you today?
Hello, I'm fine. What about you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, sure. I'm actually interested.
Excellent. Apologies to everyone who's heard this multiple times or so. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years, nearly 4 years. I have more content on the internet than any person in global history. Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's most valuable resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make sure you and our friends in here and everyone who's helped me along the way not only become financially independent if you're not already, I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and most importantly, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Dex?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I talk about things to improve the world, in addition to ending world wars through world peace, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria in order to help the less fortunate. Another thing of which I am an advocate is the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things for the benefit of society, futurology topics. I'm a futurist. I like to discuss things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like interstellar travel. I like to talk about things terraforming of other planets, to talk about alien disclosure, nuclear energy, geothermal energy. I like to talk about things like tidal energy and fusion energy and fission energy. I like to talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting premise. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves. They've created 3 dire wolves that are about a year old. Following the introduction or reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting. Additionally, I talk about things to help people like you live longer. If you want, when you were born, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, red light therapy, really to get you to be able to live longer past age 100, 120. But eventually you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has all been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is all with your consent. If you don't want to live longer than your average age, you don't have to, but there are some of us who do. I talk about transhumanism a lot, and this is one of the elements of transhumanism. And one of the things that you may be able to do in the future is utilize a type of technology known as mind technology, where, with consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Dex, is that you may be able to have a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Firstly, you're doing a lot of things. Actually, I didn't know you were doing a lot of things.
100%.
Yeah, careful on everything.
That's what I try to be. I try to be as well-rounded an individual as I can be.
Yeah, I love it. I checked the TR, your profile, check your socials. But is that actually like real? You're the person that has the most data on the internet.
It's difficult to quantify, but generally, anyone who's even come close to what I have only does it on one stream, only streams on one stream, and they don't archive it. I'm unique because I archive it, and not only do I archive my life on one stream, I archive my life on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. So I have by far more data than they do. And then additionally, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. Nobody else has that much social media. So, do I have the most amount of data of any organization? Not organization, but any individual? Absolutely.
Can I also ask you about the community? What's the story behind it? Are you a rabbi?
I am a rabbi, and my last name's Rothschild. So, I am someone who's a religious individual, and that's my family.
Oh, I see. It's actually interesting. Yeah, I can invite it on here. That's good.
Excellent. And Kat, look at all the beauty that my little robot on some Finnish streamer got, and it got all your friends in here, and we got to explore those mind uploading caps, and we learned about life extension technology and de-extinction. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Sometimes you don't know where a rabbit hole will lead on the internet, and it led you to me.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I agree.
It's very much better way to spend my time watching that stream. For sure.
Well, I'm not always as entertaining, but there are times when I am quite entertaining, and especially when I talk about the future, people are excited for it and about what I have to say. And as you know, I don't know everything, so whatever I don't know, we're going to look up and we're going to get the right answers to. And because we have the gift of AI, we know the answers to just about everything. I mean, within reason, we can find out how many molecules are in the universe, a great approximation, or we can learn what the speed of light is in terms of kilometers per hour. Well, we know that it's 300,000, approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, but we could learn it in miles per hour. We could do different equations with it. We can learn about 100 different types of ways to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, let's just do that. Here we go. That's a question that I get asked a lot of times. What fascinates me? And these kind of questions do. What are 100 different ways we can travel faster than the speed of light potentially? All right, here we go. So there's space-time manipulation, warp drives, and bubbles. There's Alcubierre warp drives, which are contract and expand space. There's Notario warp drives, warp drive without expansion and contraction asymmetry. There's white warp drive variants, which is less energy. There's Sultan warp bubble proposals, Casimir-powered warp bubble, modified warp with exotic negative mass, warp drive via dark energy manipulation, warp drive via vacuum fluctuation engineering, warp bubble stabilized by quantum fields, micro warp pocket bubbles around a craft. Now, those are the types of ways to do it with warp drives and bubbles. Then there are wormholes and shortcuts. There are traversable wormhole bridges. These are Einstein-Rosen bridges. There's the Morse-Thorne transversable wormhole with exotic matter. There's quantum stabilized wormholes. There's wormhole networks, like a subway system in space-time. There are wormholes generated by cosmic strings, artificial wormholes via Casimir effect, the black hole white hole bridge, wormholes stabilized by dark energy, stargates engineering wormhole throats, and Planck scale wormhole threading. So that's how we do it with wormholes. Then there's tachyonic superluminal particles. Harness natural tachyons. These These are hypothetical fast particles. There's tachyon field propulsion, tachyon communication transport, tachyon entanglement tunneling, tachyon condensates, tachyon surfing on field lines, tachyon wormhole creation, tachyon beam tractor poles, tachyon assisted Alcubierre drives, and tachyon stabilizer around craft. Then there's quantum mechanical loopholes. So there's quantum tunneling, FTL, that's faster than light transport, exploiting quantum non-locality through though not communication yet, many worlds branch hopping, quantum teleportation scaled to matter, delayed choice quantum transport, quantum eraser effect for relocation, Casimir vacuum tunneling, quantum foam hopping, Planck wormhole popping, quantum mirroring displacement. Then there's higher dimensions and brane theories, such as Kaluza-Klein extra-dimensional travel, Randall-Sundrum brane world shortcuts, bulk space short hops through fifth dimension, hyperspace corridors in higher dimensions, brane collision surfing, complicated dimension tunneling, rolling through Calabi-Yau manifolds, higher dimensional wormholes, shortcuts through false vacuum valleys, dimensional phase transition jumps. Then there's exotic astrophysical phenomena, right cosmic strings, that's relativistic slingshots, type Tipler cylinders, which are rotating infinite cylinder time space warps, Kerr black hole frame dragging tunnel, Penrose process transport, white holes as exits, quasar jet surfing, gamma ray burst, wave riding, relativistic shockwave surfing, vacuum domain walls as shortcuts, black hole lattice subways. Then there's energy and field manipulation. There's zero-point energy warp drives, vacuum metastability bubble propulsion, negative energy density sails, dark energy bubble surfing, controlled false vacuum bubbles, electroweak bubble nucleation drives, inflationary Big Bang bubble hopping, Casimir cavity thrusts, magnetic monopole bubble creation, Higgs field manipulation transport. Then there's information and holographic universes, uploading consciousness and transmitting faster than light, holographic universe repositioning, encoding matter into quantum information and reassembly, light sheet projection travel, holographic wormholes, simulation jump computations faster than light, encoding into cosmic background radiation, universe reset micro instance hopping, reality layer writing, data packet beam faster than light. Then there are fictional inspired concepts. There's hyperspace lanes from Star Wars, subspace from Star Trek, Mass Effect relays, slipstream drives from Star Trek and Andromeda, stargates from SG-1, fold space drives from Dune, Heisenberg compensator base transport, that's Star Trek, TARDIS style dimension hopping from Doctor Who, infinite improbability drive, that's Douglas Adams, warp crystals and dilithium analogs. Then there's fringe physics or speculative. There's pilot wave Bohemian faster than light tunnels. There's chronon type time particle manipulation, faster than C expansion and cosmology harnessed locally. Nonlinear optics faster than light pulses scaled up. Superfluid vacuum theory transport. Gravistar tunneling. Retrocausality drives. Exotic plasma bubble pushing. Universe duplication and swapping, and engineering space-time topology directly, which is space-time surgery. I know what we just said. I know some of it. I don't know all of it. But basically, we can take any one of these. So let's take one of the early ones and say, how do we... Okay, how about just the first one? How does the first one work? Okay, take care. So that's fine. So the Alcubierre warp drive, the most famous serious faster than light proposal, it was introduced in 1994 by physicist Miguel Alcubierre. Basically, just one moment, refresh. As I said previously, it ChatGPT 5 is a little disappointing. The Alcubierre warp drive is pretty clear. So the problem is Einstein's relativity says nothing can move through space faster than light. But space itself can stretch or shrink however it wants. The early universe expanded faster than light. So step two is the trick. Instead of pushing the ship through space, you make a warp bubble. Behind the ship, space expands. In front of the ship, space contracts. Inside the bubble, the space just floats along, not moving at all relative to its local space. And then step three, why it works. From the outside, the bubble can zoom faster than light. From the inside, the crew feels nothing weird. No crazy G forces, no time dilation, no breaking relativity locally. And then step four is the catch. To bend space this way, you need exotic matter with negative energy density. We've only seen tiny hints of negative energy, like in the Casimir effect, nowhere near enough to power a warp bubble. Early estimates, more energy than the whole universe. Newer models, maybe just a planet's worth of energy, but it's still impossible today. Step five, what it would look like. To someone far away, the ship vanishes here and appears there faster than light. To someone inside, you never even feel like you moved. Space itself carried you. This kind of stuff, these questions are fascinating to me. They may not be fascinating to everyone, but I know on a global scale, if people were to hear what I'm reading and what I'm saying, a significant amount of people would be absolutely enthralled with these topics.
It's true indeed. I also have to go for a bit at least. I might be back later today.
Absolutely, Kat.
Definitely will be back later.
Kat, thank you.
Uh,
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for bringing your friends. Thank you so much for sharing your strategy with me. I want you to know, I think that if you use the strategy that I explained to you once your website's up, you'll be the most.
that's gonna be just perfect for the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll be the most popular Twitch follower people. And every single day I'm on Twitch. People who put in my chat for followers, go to this website or follow me on Discord or whatever. And that all goes away. But these clips will stay.
And it doesn't get indexed in the search engine.
Exactly.
Engines.
Exactly. But the clips do. Kat, thank you so much. Go ahead.
It's very good strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm very thankful for you sharing that.
100%.
Like, you obviously shared it instantly, but for actually explaining the search engine part of it, that's the part that I specifically will need from that strategy that you are executing.
And it's very simple. Difficult to do it all.
Yes. Like, can you do it? Like, do bigger kick streamers have some restrictions on what you can clip, or can you clip just any kick streamer like that?
So kick, you can do anybody. And unless they're like associated with Kick itself, they cannot turn off clipping. So I know like Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, he doesn't let people clip his account, but everybody else, and I mean every single other person does. And I think the reason why he doesn't want people to be able to clip him is because a lot of times he does these every Saturday. He does open question taking, and he doesn't want to say something that can maybe be used against him later. So he's the only account that doesn't. Everybody else does. Now on Twitch, it's rare, but sometimes people make it so that only people who follow them can clip them, but that's okay. I still have my bots follow them anyway. And then sometimes you have to be a subscriber. If it's one of those people, who cares? But like less than 1% of people have it that you have to be a subscriber, and maybe less than 10% get so you have to be a follower. Basically, everybody wants people to clip them because that's more exposure for them.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I will definitely be back either today, most likely, or tomorrow.
Absolutely. Where you have time.
For now, I have to go for a bit, but we will talk later, okay?
Take care.
See you.
Bye-bye. Shout out to Cap.
we do individually, because repentance is, after all, very much a private affair, but knowing that everyone is doing it at the same time, our resolve to complete this often very difficult process. The Hasidim, particularly the Alter Rebbe that influenced Chabad Hasidus, has a very wonderful way of expressing this. They like to say, the king is in the field. Meaning, normally, if you want to make an apology for the king, if you want to, petition the king and apologize for your arrears and taxes or whatever it is that you didn't do right over the year, you've got to make appointments, you've got to wait, and there's bureaucracy and there's uncertainty. But in the month of Elul, says the Alter Rebbe, the king, as it were, comes out into the fields to greet the common person working in agriculture. It's probably derived from this verse here, let the field exult and all that is therein, then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before Hashem, who has arrived. I mean, this is the time of year, Elul, when the king will leave the palace, as it were, and come more than halfway to meet us. We don't even have to expend any effort in order to engage ourselves in the Tshuva process. That's really what the month of Elul means. We hear the shofar blowing every morning in synagogue to remind us of the upcoming blast of the ram's horn on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and it's supposed to, alert us to the fact that we have to take care of this. Life lived in a stagnant mode is entirely unsatisfying. We are creatures of change and development, and we need this time in order to develop ourselves into the people that we really want to be for ourselves and for our children. So, in this context, what I would like to do is to develop a particular thesis that I think you may find appealing. I myself, I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I tried to think of who are the great writers who have addressed Elul in very significant ways, and what do they have in common? What brings them together into this Elul movement? And as I chose some of my favorites, and I have to let you know up front that we're going to be studying three Moseses. Obviously we could have picked hundreds of literary figures who engaged with Elul in this manner, but I tried to choose three that are highly representative of unique and lasting movements. They're all named Moses, ironically, but I found one common thread that went through all of them, and I think many of you may find it as meaningful as I do. They are all children of survivors. It's very unusual in that when you look at the lives of these three Moseses, their parents went through incredible trauma, and they are the next generation to look back at the experience of their parents and how their parents scarred by that. And these three Moseses tried to respond with literary efforts that have had an incredible impact on Jewish thought. Specifically, we're going to look at the Rambam, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, known also as Maimonides, who wrote in the 12th century. We'll look at a somewhat lesser-known figure, but well beloved to Kabbalists, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, lived in Sfat in Israel in the 16th century. And then finally, we'll look at the incredible Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, an Italian Jewish thinker who has had a reception among Jews around the world since he began his magnum opus, the Mesilat Yesharim. And I want to take a few moments at the end to contemplate what this means perhaps for our generation, because of course we are also a generation that inherits the experiences of the Holocaust. And either directly or communally, we are all the children or grandchildren of survivors. What does that mean for our generation? I could not think of any specific Moshe in reach that level, but I do have one suggestion that perhaps you will find useful. So that's the goal. Over the course of the next 40 minutes or so, I'd like to introduce you to these three thinkers. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with them already, but I'm going to focus in on their contributions to the thought related to Elul specifically, illustrate how their thought evolved from the trauma that their parents experienced, and show how in their own unique ways each of them contributed to creating a phenomenal ladder for tshuva that all of us can climb to this day. That is the goal. Okay, so with your permission, let's go first to and I had to say one last sort of like warning. I care deeply about all of these figures. I spent a lot of time, years in fact, studying all three of them, and on two of them I wrote and published books. So it's hard not to talk about people that I'm very, very enthusiastic about without at least mentioning my own contributions, small contributions to the scholarship on their topics, but that caveat emptor. All right, here we go. So Moses Maimonides. So this is the great eagle, of course, one of the most towering figures of Jewish intellectual history, who strides across the Europe and North Africa with tremendous confidence, because he's a figure who had so much impact over the last millennia. As the statement goes, from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses, because he really was incredibly unique. This is the statue of him that is erected in his home region of Cordoba in Spain. It's rather ironic because he was, of course, expelled from Spain as a young boy, and his family had to flee the dramatic change in fortune that Jewish families endured with the advent of the Almohads, a rather radical Muslim group that were shifting the priorities of tolerance that Jews had enjoyed in Spain up until that time. You'll recall that Maimonides he was born right near the end of the famous golden age of Sephardic Jewry, sometimes called La Convivencia, the coexistence, which is a little bit of an exaggerated term, but not terribly exaggerated, because it describes about 2 centuries of phenomenal cultural effervescence and efflorescence, I think that's the word, where the Muslim rulers of Spain allowed tremendous freedoms to the Jews who were living in the region, giving them all privileges and possibilities of advancement. You have at this time, just a little bit earlier than Maimonides, for example, the famous Shmid, who was not only a great poet and a commentator on the Talmud, whose works are studied to this day, he was also the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. And that's a very unusual thing. It's hard to find any time in history where you have figures who are incredibly capable and proficient in traditional Jewish thought, creatively adding to the body of Jewish literature, and at the same time they're excelling to the same degree in the secular world. I would challenge anyone on this call to go to Lakewood and find someone who is, the general of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for 16 years, especially of a Muslim country. It just doesn't happen like this very often, but it did happen in the Golden Age of Spain. However, part of the reason why that happened is because Spain was so far away from the center of Islamic activity, which is all the way over in Baghdad, and so the periphery can get away with a lot of things that the center might not tolerate to the same degree. They were famous or infamous, depending on perspective, for having very convivial kind of gatherings where alcohol would be served, which is of course forbidden to Muslims, but these kind of drinking parties would just be part of the thing that you did if you were an educated Jew or Muslim in southern Spain in, let's say, the 10th century. And you would have these poetry slams where people would compete to compose on the spot the most creative kinds of poetry and so on. This changed dramatically when North African Muslims invaded the territory of southern Spain and imposed much more strict interpretations of Muslim Sharia, which forced the Maimonides family, 10 generations of Dayan and of judges, to flee the peninsula. They made their way across the coast of North Africa. Moses on the way, living in Tunis, picked up his medical education, which at the time were the kind of intellectual, because they were heavily reliant on his elder brother David, who was a very successful merchant. But when they got to the region of Cairo, they lived actually in a small suburb called Fustat. David was tragically killed in a shipwreck that completely devastated the family finance, and so Moses had to go to work as a doctor. He ended up becoming the official physician to the emir. I'm not sure what the correct title for the head of government in Egypt was at that time, but he was essentially a family physician, and since they had harems with many wives and many children, he was, the chief medical officer of Egypt. And in that position, he actually composed many treatises in Arabic that are studied today for their historical value. In particular, works on things like asthma and depression and anxiety and a whole host of medical issues. But it is really for other reasons that he is famous for Jews. He wrote two major kinds of Jewish books, which were incredibly influential or equally controversial. The first type of writing is exemplified by his famous Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a book written in Judeo-Arabic, that is basically the Arabic language written in Hebrew characters, that is intended for the intellectual elite of the Jewish community. Young men, for the most part, who were quite tempted by the tremendous strength of Islamic culture, Islamic philosophy, Islamic sciences, and so on, because the Muslim regions were so far ahead of the rest of the world at this point. This was the leading culture of the globe, and young intellectual Jews were drawn to it, and by extension to Islam itself. So the Guide for the Perplexed essentially is Maimonides' response to Islam, and it represents a certain amount of intellectual synthesis of absorbing those elements of Islamic culture that he feels of value, such as its sciences and so on, but at the same time staking out the ground for traditional Judaism and making an impassioned defense for the ancestral religion. He was, by the way, incredibly criticized for his work because his opponents, primarily in the south of France, argued that he was overly influenced by Greek philosophy, and his perspective on Judaism was thereby tainted. But what is more relevant for us, specifically for Elul, is his amazing magnum opus, a huge work called Mishnah Torah. And whereas the Guide for the Perplexed was written in Judeo-Arabic for a rather elite audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. A middle school student in day school can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's written in unusually lucid, clear text. And basically what he did in this rather audacious project is he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is, hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when It's providing a halachic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. Um, Instead of confusing text, literally, he wrote in the introduction, I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which means literally the repetition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism, period, full stop. That as long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has, of course, ritual significance for reading, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. A massive document that composed 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand, because the word hand is Yud Dalet 14 for the 14 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halachic work, telling Jews how to behave. But unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that were theoretical in nature if they had any halachic implications. So, for example, he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave in the time of the Messiah? And he spoke about the past, talking about how one is to bring the ritual sacrifices in the temple. And he also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the Elul moment for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. And here I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist, and applying psychohistory, especially to some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is very risky business. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in a shipwreck and losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things, and it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as tshuva, what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply it to things like tshuva. And in that regard, in his Mishnah Tshuva, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book from my just as my own project of repentance. Translation is a way to really get to know a text, and I shared the translation with some friends, and then they liked it, so then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And now what I've done for the past 9 years, I've skipped a couple of years because I was not always up to it, but I have gone back to the commentary, and I've reread it, and I've refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal tshuva. It has some really cool pictures in it too. Let me show you. These are some fun pictures. I'm holding the hardcover edition right now. So here, for example, I hope you can see that. This is at my synagogue in New York, where we're all praying outside. You can see the tent is collapsed and we're all full of snow there. There's us davening outside in February. It's freezing in February, unlike in Beverly Hills. It's really cold up there. So what happens in this particular book, and what I find so fascinating, is that Maimonides, you think of repentance as kind of like a really squishy kind of idea, right? Like, change yourself, repent. What does that even mean? How does one repent? Maimonides, in 10 chapters, goes through the actual stages of repentance. He talks about feeling regret. He talks about confession, hugely important. He talks about resolve. He talks about what if your past has harmed others? How do you rectify that? How do you ask forgiveness? How do you ask forgiveness if someone you wronged has already passed on to the next world? Really concrete, important questions that give us a foothold to climb this incredible mountain of tshuva. And since much of the material imposes philosophical questions, he has no compunction saying, fine. Like, for example, you want to know what happens, like, why should we repent? Well, we have this idea of reward and punishment. How does reward and punishment work in Judaism? So then we'll have whole discourses on how God, rewards our days. And of course that says, well, how do we see so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyways? What does that mean? So he has a discussion of this incredibly difficult concept, tzaddik v'ralo, do the righteous suffer. It is an incredibly important and beautiful document, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations available online through Chabad.org, for example. There's a very good translation available, and of course, lots of others that you can purchase. So that's Maimonides, and his Ella moment is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical scientific framework for Elul. Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for a few hundred years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too unduly influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others who said that his Mishnah Torah was, essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business, saying, if it's all there in one book, well, what are we doing with all these other books and all these other specialists who are explaining it to us? And in a very, very sad moment in Jewish history, Jews in France actually denounced the Talmud to the Dominican friars, who then arranged to have Maimonides' incredibly valuable manuscripts burned in Paris in 1232. It was on the same site that 10 years later, having had a taste for burning Jewish manuscripts, the king actually ordered 24 wagon loads of Talmudic manuscripts similarly burned, a day which has been observed as a fast day ever since in French Jewry. So there was tremendous controversy around Maimonides' case. When we move ahead 300 years, of course, the next great phenomenal upheaval of Jewish life was the Spanish expulsion of 1492. Moses Cordovero was a child of survivors from that expulsion, although probably once removed to Portugal. Although I've rendered his name here in the traditional spelling of Cordovero, he was actually of Portuguese extraction, and he wrote his own name, Cordoero, which means rope maker. His family was probably involved in creating ropes, perhaps in the nautical trade, which was very important in Portugal. What basically happened to many Spanish refugees, perhaps somewhere in the neighborhood of 150,000 of them, made their way across the land border to Portugal, which is, of course, on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. And they received a certain amount of hesitant welcome at first. It was definitely qualified. Jews had to pay a very heavy tax to be allowed to live there, and the vast majority of Jews who crossed into Portugal were not able to pay that tax, and they lived there actually as illegal. But it was a short-lived respite, because 5 years after they arrived in 1492, as part of the proposed dynastic union between the Portuguese king and the princess of Castile, Spain, the Portuguese agreed to expel all of theirs as well, which would make the Iberian Peninsula completely Jew-free or Judenized. Now, the Portuguese king at the time, Manuel I, realized the Jews are highly valuable, and in fact, Portugal had been a place of refuge for Spanish Jews for over 100 years, and he always valued the fact that the Portuguese Jews were highly urbanized, very literate, very numerate, and incredibly capable of contributing to the Portuguese economy, so he really didn't want to let them go. Instead, what he did was he forcibly converted them to Christianity through a series of horrific measures, which included, among other things, the removal of children from their parents as a way of coercing them to convert, mass starvation, mass arrest, until finally in 1497 he baptized the entire refugee population of Jews in Portugal, which placed them in an unusual kind of circumstance because technically they were now Christians with the freedom of movement and ability to enter into any profession and things like that that Christians enjoyed. But as I believe we spoke a little bit about this in our previous series, when they were able to finally leave Portugal, many were making their way to the New World, to Brazil. They tried to adopt their Jewish identities once again. This happened a lot in places like Amsterdam and so on. And one of those key destinations for the Portuguese Jewish escapees was Sfax, a tremendously scenic town. You can see it in the photograph in the background here, in northern Israel, in the lower Galilee, with these beautiful vistas. In fact, the word Sfat is related to the word Sofa, which means to look out over a wide area of territory. And for a very brief period of time, less than a century, Sfat became an incredible magnet for these luminary figures, many of whom had roots in the Spanish or the Portuguese diaspora, to attracting Jews from all around, and it became an explosion of Kabbalistic creativity. Great figures there include the Al-Sheikh, include the Rabbi Yosef Caro, also of Spanish extraction, and in fact the incomparable Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi, came from Egypt specifically in order to study at the feet of our Moshe Cordovero. He was the child of Portuguese refugees who had settled in Sfat, and in fact he died there, unfortunately, like many Kabbalists, at a very young age of plague. The entire experiment in Sfat ended with less than a century because of a cholera plague that wiped out much of the population, followed by a series of earthquakes as well. His writings were largely saved by his widow and his 8-year-old son, Gedalia, who became his literary executor, and he arranged through an Italian lover of books to make them available to the larger world, and that's what today. This is a photograph of his grave. You can see there's Sion Hamat, the grave of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and he is covered in that blue paint, which is distinctly associated with the Kabbalistic shop. Now, so just like Maimonides witnessed what his parents went through and what he himself went through fleeing Spain 2 centuries earlier, Rabbi Cordovero, who was probably born in Sfat, certainly grew up in a household in which Portuguese was spoken, and his parents, remembered what it was like to have been displaced forcibly from Portugal. And his response with regards to Elul has been one of the most incredible works of spirituality, in my humble opinion, in any tradition, Eastern or Western. It is really a remarkable book. He's contributed quite a bit to the study of Kabbalah. Pardes Rimonim is one of his most famous books, but there is one particular book called Tomer Devora, which knocked me over when I first read it. So as a result, I also, like I did with Maimonides, I translated it and wrote my own commentary on it as a way of trying to assimilate its teachings. I think it was Rabbi Yisrael Salanter who said that this particular book, Chomei Devorah, the date palm or the palm tree of Devorah, is actually the Shulchan Aruch of ethics. This is where all behavior is codified into law. Now, it's very, very different from Maimonides' books. It is Kabbalistic, and deeply, deeply soaked with Kabbalistic wisdom. But let me tell you what exactly is going on in this book, and I hope it will inspire you to read it. I have quite a few videos on this particular book that so you can enjoy short lectures on as well. Basically, Rabbi Cordovero starts with the premise that one of the most important things incumbent upon Jews is to imitate God. This is something which Christianity has also taken on. In Christian discourse is known as imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. In Jewish thought, it's called the halacha b'derachav, in his ways, God's ways. This is God clothes naked, so we should clothes naked, and so on. But Rabbi Moshe Cordovero takes it to another level altogether. He says, if we are actually supposed to imitate God, well, we should know something about God. We should know who God is. What is the biography of God if we are supposed to imitate God? And so, to understand that, he looks at the 13, the 10 sefirot, which is a way of Kabbalistically understanding the interface of God with the universe. I won't say more about that because we'll see a big trajectory. But he says this is the way we know God, through these 10 different sort of avenues of interaction with the divine. And so we should try to imitate each one of those 10 different sefirot. They have names like chesed or kindness, gvura or severity, tiferet or glory. And the first of those is called keter. It is a little different, by the way, than the system that the Arizal promoted. But that first one, called keter, is all about God's first interaction with the world, which is forgiveness. That before anything else happens in terms of our relationship to God, God is forgiving us. And he does this through the 13 levels of mercy, which of course we chant over and over and over again on the high holidays. And what the Ramak does, Rabbi Cordovero does, is he goes through each one of those 13 levels of mercy, and he describes exactly how does God forgive humanity. And that once we understand how God forgives humanity, we get an understanding of how we can forgive humanity as well. How we can forgive those who are in our immediate orbit, like our family and our spouses in particular, our children, our parents. How we can forgive the larger community, even the globe. And fascinatingly, how we can forgive even ourselves. It is a work of just wrenching spirituality that completely shifts the way we think about ourselves and our relationship to others. And I challenge anyone to read this book and not be changed by it. Let me just give you the first example. The very first level of mercy, the easiest level, or ground floor level, is one in which God is described as the insulted king, Melech Alu. And he brings sources from the Kabbalah and elsewhere that describe God in such a manner that the angels speak of God as the insulted king. What is that all about? So he explains that since God is the source of all life, we say that God not only created the world, and he didn't just walk away from it afterwards, he created it, and then he continues to infuse it with the energy that allows it to exist. So this means that God is continually pumping more and more energy into the world to allow human beings to continue breathing and functioning, and physiology and so on. So how terrible is it if the very breath that I inhale, which is a gift from God. And God has given me this energy. And then I take that breath and I use it to speak forbidden gossip about other people, or speak hateful thoughts, or to yell at people. This is exactly the opposite of what God wants me to do, and I am doing it with the tools that He has given to me. And He continues to give them to me, even though He knows that that's what I'm going to do. The level of chutzpah that we should take that energy from God and pervert it to things which God has specifically forbidden to us, and yet nevertheless continues to give us the energy to keep living in the hopes that we will ultimately mature. It's an astounding level of forgiveness. And so what the Ramak does is he describes how God deals with it. He illustrates how it works in our own lives. And then he makes some suggestions as to how we can forgive others, including, for example, our teenage children, who are notoriously difficult to forgive, especially when you give them the car keys and say, now, don't drive over the speed limit, and of course they come back with speeding tickets. That's a trivial example, a much more serious one. It's an amazing work because it gives you 13 different strategies that God uses to forgive us, and then we can use these to forgive others. Now, the Elul moment is obvious because one of the most important things that we have to do during this month, according to the Jewish tradition, is we have to make evidently right with our family and friends and neighbors. That we have to try and clean our slate so we go into the judgment day of Rosh Hashanah with no liens on our behavior. We have to ask for forgiveness from others during this month. This is a great way to actually create that feeling of forgiveness. I will mention to you that one of my fits of the levels, one that I use really, is level 6. And in this 6th level, he describes, and I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just say the strategy that he describes is one in which God, as it were, creates certain markers that are reminders that he should not punish us too much. And for example, we remind God about the merits of our ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rachel, and Leah. And that's kind of like a string around God's finger to remind him not to punish us too much. And so Reverend Moshe Cordovero says, especially with spouses, try to remember what it is you love about that spouse. It could be something simple, like they're always punctual. In my wife's case, she always makes my lunch. She always prepares a nice dinner. And so even when I get angry with my wife, which happens maybe once every decade or two, I try to remember that she makes my lunch, and that just cools my anger enough that I don't get out of control. And that's, I'm being flippant a little bit, but that's the idea of the 6th level. It's an incredibly practical book, very, very useful for the important work that has to be done. I don't know what specifically motivated the Ramak to write about forgiveness when someone like Maimonides chose to impose order. But I think both of these works can be understood as responses to the historical environment in which they were raised. The level of dislocation, the level of trauma that they must have seen in their homes, motivated them, each in their own very different ways, to act and create these remarkable, phenomenal works of Jewish spirituality. Okay, let's go to the 3rd and final Moses. I did not write a book about Moshe, although one day, God willing, I really would like to. So, Rabbi Moshe Luxato lived in Padua, Italy, northern part of Italy in the Pole River Valley, and he was a child genius. At a remarkably young age, he was already writing and publishing books on things like public speaking. He wrote, I'm pretty sure, the very first Hebrew manual of public speaking. He also wrote plays, heavily influenced by Italian forms, But in Hebrew, he is widely considered as the founder of modern Hebrew writing because he used Hebrew for a variety of different modalities. He is accepted unusually well across the Jewish spectrum by Hasidim for his deep Kabbalistic teachings, by Lithuanians for the Musar work that we're going to talk about in a moment, and by Maskilim, by the Enlightenment thinkers following Mendelssohn for his dramatic works written in fluid Hebrew. He was also a rather unusual figure in that he early on was deeply attracted to Kabbalah, and I believe it was when he was 22 years old he first reported having encounters with supernatural beings, specifically a Mahdi, who would visit him at night and explain great Kabbalistic teachings to him. This got him in an incredible amount of hot water. He had attracted a circle of students around him, very, very devoted students, who were primarily in Padua because it was one of the very few towns in Europe that had a medical school that accepted Jews. And so they were actually Jews at the University of Padua studying medicine. There were all kinds of humiliating things that they were forced to do, like, they had to pay higher tuition, and they had to literally give a pound of candy every semester to the non-Jewish students. It was a weird kind of situation, but at least they got to study medicine. But at night, they would come and gather around this young man in his early 20s who was teaching these great Kabbalistic teachings. Anyway, he attracted the unwanted attention of a prominent rabbi named Moshe Kagis, who accused Rabbi Luzzatto of being a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. This is the trauma that I believe affected, of course, Luzzatto himself, but also is one that represents his parents' generation. The Shabbatai Tzvi was a disturbed individual who also had very strong Kabbalistic meanings, and he became convinced, perhaps through the encouragement of a man named Nathan of Gaza, that he was in fact the Messiah. And this would in itself have been something of an eccentricity, except that he found a moment in Jewish history, in the middle of the 17th century, that was, particularly fertile for Jewish credulity. And he attracted a large following, thousands and thousands of Jews who believed that, in fact, Shabbatai Tzvi was Mashiach, he was the Messiah, and they sold their property at below market price and all went to follow him. And, this attracted tremendous attention among non-Jewish audiences saying, what's going on? How come all these Jews are parading across the countryside? And is it true that their Messiah has come? What ended up happening with Shabbatai Tzvi was a huge debacle. In the 1660s, he went to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and said, I'm the Messiah, and I have all my ministers here. This is going to be the new king of Africa. This is the new king of Europe, and so on. And it's time for you to give the Holy Land to me so that I may initiate my messianic rule. And the Sultan said, here's a counter offer. How about I let you live if you become a Muslim? And then to the great consternation of his tens of thousands of followers, sometimes we accepted Islam. He became a Muslim. And the vast majority of Jews realized that they had been duped, and they went home penniless, tremendous displacement of population. A small number actually opined that if their leader had become a Muslim, and perhaps that was the correct unfolding of Messianic history, and they should also become Muslims. And so a small group of them became Jewish converts to Islam. They're called the Jinnah, and they exist right up into the 20th century in places like Turkey. And so the entire Jewish world was turned upside down in the last quarter century. And this is what his parents lived through. And Rabbi Luzzatto was born in an environment which did not have the same kind of displacement or trauma that Moshe Maimonides and Moshe Cordovero experienced, but never as phenomenal upheaval that affected Jews and sent refugees all over Europe as a result. So what happened, though, to this young Kabbalist being accused of being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, which was not at all true, he was literally hounded across Europe himself. His family business collapsed, and so he decided to move to Amsterdam, where he had a brother working in a trade there. He took his young family, and on the way there, he was arrested in Frankfurt because the Venice Beit-Din was loath to punish him more than a kind of symbolic slap in the wrist. And in Frankfurt, he was arrested and was grilled and interrogated. The Beit-Din there could not find any explicit Kabbalistic Sabbatean influences. Also, they had to contend with the very spirited defense that was launched by his heroic teacher Isaiah Bassano. But what they did do was, among other things, they seized all of his writings, and not being able to determine whether or not they were heretical, they couldn't burn them because they may have been holy, and they couldn't return them to him because they suspected his Sabbatean influences. So they buried them, and then they promptly lost the site of their burial. So somewhere in Frankfurt, Germany, is a chest of Rabbi Luzzato's writings buried that are in value, but they are. He moved to Amsterdam, exhausted and spiritually spent. He spent a few years there, and then ultimately decided he would move to Israel and make Aliyah. Where he died as well in a plague, cholera, in the year 1746. Now, in terms of his elder moment, without a doubt, the most incredible work he wrote of this type is this book called Mesilat Yesharim. I have here a Hebrew edition of it. And it's been studied for hundreds of years as a phenomenal classic of Judaism. Basically, what he does is he takes a particular passage in the Talmud that describes person development, tshuva, through a series of characters. Through the character or characteristic, perhaps I should say, first you begin with watchfulness or caution, and then you proceed to alacrity or speed. Then the third level is called cleanliness, and each of those levels refers to a certain kind of personality orientation and a concomitant decision in terms of how your behavior changes. It's a fascinating work and tremendously exciting to read. But what made it especially amazing, and we live in such wonderful times, in 1991, an earlier version of Mesilat Yesharim was discovered in an autographed manuscript, meaning a manuscript written in the Ramchal's own hand in a library and an archive in the former Soviet Union. And it was released and ultimately published. That's why it's called in this cover here the complete Mesilat Yesharim, because it comes in two versions. The first version, the first edition, which he never published, and the second edition, which has become the classic. What's the big difference? Oh my gosh, it's a world of difference. Not in terms of the content, in the sense of like what are the levels, what happens in the levels, but there's a very dramatic opening that is so different in the first version that was discovered in the Russian archives. The version that most people have studied is essentially kind of like a didactic, long lecture, much longer than this one, in which the author explains to you what these levels are and how to get to them and so on. In the dialogue version, as it's called, the Seder Vikuach, that was discovered in 91, it's about two long-lost friends who meet each other after many years' separation. One of the friends is called the Chacham, and he's kind of like representing one aspect of Ramchal's own personality, is like truly well-grounded in secular thought and non-Jewish culture, music, and so on. He is interested in the sciences. He's kind of like a Renaissance man who who appreciates so much of the complexity and nuance of the human condition. And the other character, again, they were friends when they were younger in school and they had seen each other for many years. The other one is called the Chassid, the pious one, who suddenly, to use a modern term, he's flipped out. He's a Haredi. Again, it's not an exact translation, but he's like, wears all black clothes, he reads Psalms at great length, he spends a lot of time contemplating things, he looks ultra-Orthodox. And so the first person, the Chacham, he says, I wonder what those people do all day. I mean, what do they think about? What motivates them? Don't they want to go to university, study the broader world and things like that? And then when he sees that friend is among that group, he's so excited, he goes over and he says, hey, wow, I haven't seen you in so long. Tell me, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened to you and why you are the way you are? I mean, why aren't you more like me? We grew up with your friends. It's very, very dramatic kind of thing. And in many ways, it speaks to the kind of dialectic tension that is present in American Orthodox Jewry as well. One pole really drawing to that more extreme kind of religious life, another pole trying to kind of keep a synthesis with modern secular life at the same time, and the clash or the coming together of both of these figures is described in the Messiah Hashem. And it is a work of phenomenal genius and tremendous relevance to us today. To bring it into my thesis, I think that the Ramchal's motivation for producing a work of this nature for Eller, and it is a phenomenal read for Eller, is in terms of the spiritual upheaval that his parents went through during the debacle of the Sabbatean era, needed some kind of structure like Maimonides, hence the kind of levels of development, but it also had to recognize that Jews were engaged with the larger culture as well, that there had to be some kind of meeting place where the real fire of Torah could burn, even in a modern, sophisticated spiritual economy like the Jews of Padua, Italy, and their strong connections to the University of Rome. Those are our three Moseses. Let me conclude by asking about, well, who do we have today? It's a very, very hard question. Not only are we the orphan generation after the Holocaust, we also live in incredibly uncertain times as a result of the influence of postmodernism, modern thought. And we live in a world in which so many things which were thought as obvious to a generation have something to do with it. Everything from gender to objectified empirical truth. It has become highly politicized, highly polemicized, and a very partisan issue. And when you look at the kind of things that are going on today in the context of disputes over how to manage the coronavirus epidemic that we're doing, it's incredible. How are we supposed to navigate some of these impassable chasms? So I would like to suggest that perhaps one of the greatest things that I've read recently is this book here. Jonathan Sachs, the late Jonathan Sachs, who just passed away sadly last year, wrote there's a lot of notes in the book, so I really enjoyed it. It is an unusually prescient work that especially deals with the problem of postmodernism. He speaks about the changes that post-Holocaust Jewry have endured intellectually within the context of larger Western European and North American societies, and he does not lay out a system nearly as sophisticated as the previous Moses that we have studied, but he does provide many approaches to the problems of our day, and I strongly urge anyone who is interested in these things to have a look at this phenomenon. With that, I realize I've spoken about 10 minutes longer than I originally budgeted, but I am so enthusiastic and excited about these thinkers that I appreciate your endurance with me over this time. I'd like to close by thanking you and by wishing you tremendous success in your own personal endeavors. And I think we catch this.
This is stupid. I don't want to be a part of that. And he was running on
Dr. Emerson, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I think I made you off video, but we really appreciate that absolutely for your presentation. I want to just share a couple of questions that have come in. The first actually is one of the things you mentioned in the earlier part was the Shmuel HaNagid, or the curiosity of the nature of what a Nagid is. I'll just share one other question, which is that we talk a lot about how the original life experience of each of these authors so deeply and heavily influenced the lives, things that they put together. Can you talk a little bit about how it transformed the level of the readers? People in their generation who would be influenced, whether especially as we talked about it, how there was really that sense of connecting to personality. But really all of the different authors, how did it land? Did people inculcate the work that they put out into their own?
Those are two incredibly important questions. Let's do the easier one first. Shmuel HaNagid was the way he was known among the Jews. His Muslim name was, his Arabic name was Ismail ibn Abdallah, the Ishmael, although he goes by Shmuel in Hebrew, the son of the Dark One. And so Shmuel, we call him HaNagid, however, because of his tremendous authority in Granada in particular. And this was an honorific that was bestowed upon him by the Gaonians in Babylonia. At this point, I think they were actually coming from Baghdad specifically. Leaders of a very high rank, intellectually and spiritually, were given this particular title of Hanagid, the prince, roughly translated. And it meant that he was essentially the leader of the Jews of Granada as well, their representative when speaking to the Talmudic centers in Mesopotamia. But he is a truly fascinating character. I strongly encourage people to have a look at his Diwan, his collection of poetry, which is published. It is available in Hebrew, very, very clever and tremendously wise poetry. And Peter Cole has translated collections into English, which is extremely well regarded. In my lecture on the topic on my website or on YouTube, I quote quite a few of the poems. I love them. The second question, so I was tussling with this thesis. You've been all very kind to listen to me this long, because if this were a kind of like an ironclad historical argument, I'd have to point to specific references in the text and connect them to specific events that his parents went through. And it's not an easy thing to do because the authors are not writing memoirs of children of survivors. That's not their goal, and it doesn't appear in their text. Although I'm sure that if you really wanted to dedicate a dissertation-level research to it, you would find it. What is interesting, however, is the second part of your question, the second part of your second question, what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, meaning the history not only of writing the book, but the history of how people received it. Like historians who work with this kind of information say, okay, how many printings did a book go through, and how close to the author's lifetime did it become, popular? Some books, are not popular at all in an author's time, and then 50 years later, all of a sudden they become like bestsellers. What happened? Well, something changed in society, and they found the book that they needed for its time. In all of these cases, the authors produced books that were just devoured by their generation because everybody said, oh my gosh, this is what we were waiting for. This is someone who is giving voice to the kind of concerns and fears and aspirations that we all have as a result of our collective experiences. Now, not everyone agreed. As I mentioned, Maimonides was excoriated immediately, or even towards the end of his lifetime, he experienced some of it, and then for the next 200 years afterwards, there was an ongoing brutal debate over the appropriateness of his works, but nevertheless, even the debate indicates that people felt very strongly about it. So I would answer that all three of these major works, we'll have to see with Rabbi Sachs's work, but all three of these major works immediately found audiences which indicated that they struck a nerve in the larger Jewish population. That was a sophisticated question. I hope the rest of the questions are easier than that.
So there is an additional section, which is, I was looking to adapt to what you're doing, meaning there's really parts of the world that the works that you described, and I just wanted to the question is, has particular resonance or were particularly written for? Were they written for a particular population that is going through some kinds of history or certain areas of life?
Yes, absolutely. If we look at, and we have to add to this, don't forget, translation is extremely important. Like with Maimonides, when he wrote the Guide for the Perplexed in Arabic, the Jews living in Islamic lands were just overjoyed. This is great. We love this. But once the Ibn Tibbon family translated into Hebrew, then there were scholars in Provence in particular who said, wait a second, are you quoting Plato and Aristotle like this? Oh my gosh, so the translation into Hebrew in that case, and later would be translated to Latin as well, and the influence of Thomas Aquinas in a very important way. The translation has its own reception that builds on the earlier one. In three cases, they were definitely speaking to the generation in which they lived. It's hard to say if that's true in the same way I think maybe about the Ramak. So Ramak, this particular work, Tomer Devorah, is somewhat inaccessible. His major work is a book called Pardes Ramonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which was essentially a kind of Mishnah Torah for Kabbalah. He was the first major systematizer of Kabbalah to say, hey, if you've ever read the Zohar, you know how confusing it is. I'm going to lay it out in his system. He puts chapters and he says, there's this concept you've got to get, now you've got this concept, go to the next concept. That was a really popular work that enshrined his reputation even during his lifetime. The Tomer Devorah, however, was among the many manuscripts that he left behind posthumously, and his 8-year-old son and his wife, about whom we know very little, had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out which was important and sometimes whether they really belong to each other. Like even the title, where does this title, Palm Tree of Devorah, come from? It doesn't in the text. Why he named this book, the Palm Tree of Devorah. Devorah, the prophetess, we assume, who sat under a palm tree, but what for? Why name the book after this? He wrote another book called Lima Rabati, which chapters called Palms, and there are 70 chapters. Each one is called Palm 1, Palm 2, Palm 3. Is this one of those palms? Was it supposed to be part of that book? There is one chapter, one palm chapter, that resembles it a little bit. So it's not clear if the Palm Tree of Devorah that we read today is even a finished product. It's also very lopsided. The first chapter is about 1/3 of the entire book, and the next 8 chapters take up the last 2/3. So it seems like it still needs editing, but he died a very young man, so you don't know how it's looked. But if you set aside the Ramak, I would say for the Rambam and for the Ramchal, they wrote for their generation, intending wide distribution, and they received it.
Well, we really appreciate so much you get to learn and spend some time teaching us. It's very clear how passionate you are, excited you are about creating the topic that came through. And I will say on behalf of Jacob that joy and passion is contagious, and we enjoy being able to participate as well. We wish you a wonderful and exciting Elul and Yom season, and through our entire conversation as well. I did want to share that Dr. Abramson and I have been in discussion for yet additional opportunities over the next academic year We are looking forward to a three-part series, which will take place, hopefully 2 lectures virtually, and then Dr. Edison has agreed, or we'll have to just find timing and dates, that he comes to visit us here in person in Destination for the coming year, and we're very excited about that opportunity as well. So, as Rada said, we should continue to learn from each other with good health, and wish everyone a wonderful night.
Man, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity and the privilege of speaking with you all. See you soon.
A better understanding of how things work than ever before. You know, this guy Michael Button was on the other day. He's a historian, or his degree in ancient history, and we were talking about how science changes one funeral at a time. You know, I think it's one funeral at a time too, and the way.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This year, around Hanukkah time, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about an interesting notion of the Jewish rediscovery of Hanukkah. Obviously, I have to put the word or the prefix "re" in parentheses because Jews were always aware of Hanukkah. However, it's fascinating to note that the actual history of Hanukkah took many centuries to kind of peel off like the skin of an onion. And we had a very basic kind of understanding of what Hanukkah was from our most essential sources, but it is only with the passage of time that Jews have come back to the holiday of Hanukkah and really tried to understand much of its historical basis. This really gives me a lot of pride as a historian because I feel like I've somehow contributed to the understanding, or at least, within the context of all Jewish historians, I've somehow contributed on a professional level to helping us understand what actually happened back in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Let's have a look at the sources. So how do we know about Hanukkah? I mean, Jewishly. So the Talmud is perhaps the most important source that we have for the history of Hanukkah, at least for much of the medieval period. The Talmud, of course, was redacted to the form that we have today, although there's some dispute about this, but probably in the 5th century. And there is a section in the tractate Shabbat that talks about the miracle of Hanukkah, the rebellion of the Maccabees, and so on. It is not, however, really focused on the history, and it gives very little detail as to, why did the Jews rebel, who was Antiochus, what was going on there, and certainly doesn't give us any of the blow-by-blow events of this rebellion, which actually took several years to completely unfold. We have a little bit more detail in a document called the Megillus Tainus, the Scroll of Fasts, which is a 2nd century document, quite fascinating, that lists a whole bunch of days in the Jewish calendar upon which it is not permitted to fast because they are great celebrations, and other days which, of course, are fast days. There's also a later addition to the Scroll of Fast, which was probably written around the 5th century. It's called the Scholium, and it gives us just a little bit more detail about the entire Maccabean rebellion, but not enough to really satisfy those of us that have a historical curiosity. There's one other really important document from late antiquity that is still studied today, the so-called Scroll of Antiochus, also known in the medieval period as the Scroll of the Sons of the Hashmonaim, the Sons of the Hasmoneans. And it was probably written between the 2nd and the 5th century. It's first mentioned in another source in the year 615 and then discussed to a certain degree in the Gaonic period. But the problem with the Scroll of Antiochus is not quite the same kind of problem that we have with the Talmud and the Megillus Tainus, in that there's not a lot of detail. In the Scroll of Antiochus, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the data that we have from many other much reliable contemporary sources. So in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is if you go back to early sources that are contemporary to the account. Perhaps the most important of these is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now, there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish who was embedded in the actual report itself and was able to report on the unfolding of events from a first-person perspective. Incredibly valuable, very well written, actually, for an ancient document. There's a lot of drama to it and so on. So how come Jews aren't studying this? Well, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which was later called the Apocrypha. These are books that the rabbis, for one reason or another, decided not to include in the Bible, in the Tanakh. There are lots of these works that are floating around the ancient world, written by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis, as they are slowly developing the canon of what we would call the Jewish scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, they decided to pass on the book of the Maccabees. There are several others that are discussed in the Talmud, for example, or references to Ben Sira and other important, fascinating works. So they were set aside. The Christian world, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserved them at the back of the Christian Bibles. So there's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception for our purposes of the first book of Maccabees, which is very useful. They tell us a lot about life in ancient Israel. So from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical, but from a historical perspective, they are fair game. And the book of the Maccabees gives us a lot more detail about what's going on in the Jews' life during the period of the Hashmonaim rebellion. Now, another very important source, also roughly contemporary, is of course Josephus. Very fascinating individual. We've spoken about him many times on my channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the first century, in the disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But seeing that he was about to be conquered and killed, decided to subside, and he joined the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and culture broker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended with the defeat of the Jews in their native land, Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a court historian. He was extremely prolific, wrote a massive multi-volume Antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially a history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, our go-to source for the Roman-Jewish War. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways. As I've just mentioned, he switched sides from the Jewish rebels to the Roman conquerors. And we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war to Jews, because the only works that have survived of Josephus's are in Greek. That was like the language of the educated classes at the time. And the version, for example, of the Jewish war that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained his position to the Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially tells everything about Jewish history to Romans and Greeks and anyone else who is fascinated in knowing more about the Jewish. And Josephus gives us a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which fits with the description in First Maccabees, and we learn a lot more about the war itself, why it happened, its unfolding, and its denouement, and so on. And we've talked about those in other videos. I'm not going to talk about them today. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Hanukkah, which is really focused on things like the menorah and miracle of the 8 days, and has a very superficial historical account of why the Jews were rebelling in the first place, and how the war unfolded, and how it ended, and how we had, a Maccabean rebellion. Part of the reason why it seems that the rabbis who were in charge of kind of collecting this for posterity and for Jewish memory is that they're not entirely enthusiastic about the kingdom that was formed after the Maccabean rebellion. The Hashmonaim were not always so aye when it came to their attention to rabbinic halakha. Also issues with regards the following Herodian dynasty, which was even more problematic. But at any rate, the rabbis elected to not put too much emphasis on history, but we do have the history preserved, ironically, in Christian and in Roman collections. So this begins to come together in the 10th century in southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author who puts together a book called Sefer Yosipon, Josephus is clearly derived from Josephus, and although the author made some really egregious errors, like calling Josephus son of Gurion, when we know that his father's name was Matisyahu. I mean, it's unusual, but nevertheless, it's kind of like an adaptation of Josephus for the Jewish audience now. First time publicly talk about the kind of source that that would have been much more popular among Christians and would have been much more available to professional historians. The only problem, well, one of the most important problems of Sefer Yosifon is that the author did not know any Greek, so he couldn't read Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus's works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the rebellion that we're discussing. But he also had the Apocrypha. He had the Latin translation of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only in the 10th century when we get to, Jews actually, historians looking back and saying, wow, such a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And then going in and looking at these other sources and filling in, putting flesh on the bones of the story that we have in the Talmud and giving us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in Yosifon because of the fragmentary nature of the sources that he was working with, but nevertheless, a huge leap forward in Jewish self-understanding of the history of the Maccabees. So much so that Yosifon is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 2020. It's a multi-volume edition. So fascinating that all kinds of Jews are still studying Sefer Yosifon, this 10th century adaptation of a first century work written by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together with a little bit of a Dvar Torah because this is for my community at Young Israel there in Cedarhurst. And it brings to mind something that Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory once wrote. He really emphasized the importance of creating a narrative or working with the narratives as a form of moral education, not only for Jews, but for the broader world as a whole. Rabbi Sachs really emphasized how as long as Jews are understanding of their own stories and are able to communicate it to themselves, that story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's a citation. I'm going to read it to you from something we wrote in 2015. It's from Telling the Story, commentary on Parshas Bo. So this is Rabbi Sachs writing. God created Rizal once wrote, because God loves stories. What other cultures have done through systems, Jews have done through stories. And in Judaism, the stories are not engraved in stone or memorials, magnificent though that is. They are told at home, around the table, from parents to children, as the gift of the past to the future. That is how storytelling in Judaism was evolved, domesticated, and democratized. And it goes on after a slight break. There are stories that ennoble and others that stultify, leaving us prisoners of ancient grievances or impossible ambitions. The Jewish story is in its way the oldest of all, yet ever young, and we are each a part of it. It tells us who we are and who our ancestors hoped we would be. Storytelling is the great vehicle of moral education. It was the Torah's insight that a people who told their children the story of its freedom and its responsibilities would stay free for as long as humankind lives and breathes and hopes. In that regard, I hope you have a Hilachem and Lichtigen Hanukkah, a Hanukkah full of happiness and light, and I hope that we all merit to share the story and delve deeper into the story for the next generation and for humanity as a whole. Thank you very much for listening.
They are your welfare country, but yet you must go kiss their wall. You must say, Tammy Bruce from the State Department. I know she was kind of being tongue-in-cheek, but where she goes, we're the greatest country in the world, well, second greatest to Israel. You're like, what? Was she being tongue-in-cheek? I don't know exactly. She kind of weird thing. It's still, that is a weird
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and happy Hanukkah. I have something really special to discuss with you today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of this remarkable book that just came my way recently. It is by Rabbi Reuven Melech ben Binyamin Yitzchak Schwartz, Reuven Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSufganim, Iyunim Ubirurim Be'inyan Minhag Achilat Sufganim B'Yemei Chanukah. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it to English. It is the valley or the depth of the donut. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Wow. Now, you will recall, if you're following the series, that a few weeks ago, I happened to be giving a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I had never actually picked up. And I was fascinated that someone could write, as you see here, a whole book. It is 431 pages long, mainly double column pages like this, all on the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. The one of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Reuven Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book." And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what's book, and specifically that's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually three of a series of books on the commandment and the minhag or custom of on Hanukkah. The volumes are also quite fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the donut. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you who your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically three levels of obligatory activities. There are Torah laws, which are called deoraisa, which means that they are either explicitly stated in the Torah itself or in closely related rabbinic works like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing implements on the Sabbath, because if you're handling a pen or something, you may come to actually write, which would be a transgression of the Torah law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of Jewish practice and maybe related to women's practice in particular when it comes to foods and things like that. But they become really closely enshrined to Jewish practice. And so you have these three concentric circles, and one should not disdain that outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the folk desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, the eating of donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah clearly falls within that outermost range of minhag, of custom, and it is associated specifically with oil, right? The whole practice of the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? We use candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, become a very appropriate food to eat on Hanukkah, just like latkes are, but we'll get to latkes in just a minute. One other quick note for those of you who are following the Hebrew title. The title says Emek HaSufganim, and as one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's in the masculine. It should be sufganiyot, right? That's the term we use in modern Hebrew. Sufganiyot means like little sufganim. But in fact, if you look in the rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in the rabbinic literature, particularly in Masechta Chala, and there it is in the masculine. So the sufganiyot is kind of like an irregular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and the Mishnah would certainly refer to their donuts in the masculine. The word comes from the root safag, which means sponge, like in sea sponge. And in fact, the word sufganiyot and the word sponge in English all come from that same root. And obviously it's connected to the sea sponge because, it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut. So that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing, but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, right? Maimonides means son of Maimon. His name was actually Moshe ben Maimon, so his father's name was Maimon. So that would mean it was referred to in Rabbi Maimon writings, which are quoted elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa where he lived. And that would be in the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, and there was a very unusual mixed community of Ashkenazim and Sephardim living there, Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, a very well-known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of eating donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least through the Ashkenazic portion of Provence in Ashkenazic lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book. It is a halachic sefer. It's a book of Jewish law. So there's a lot of discussion here of like, how does one behave with regards to this custom? Who should eat donuts? How much donuts should eat? By the way, I tend to be very strict. I tend to eat lots of donuts because I want to be sure that I eat the minimum amount. When should one eat donuts? Does it count at night or at daytime as well? The blessing over donuts. This is actually not at all obvious because there's a lot of discussion of like whether or not, how do you relate donuts to bread, which has a different blessing than you would have on like a cracker, for example. So I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds of donuts? Not dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions. And so, check with your local Orthodox rabbi before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time when you should try to get parve donuts according to the author of the book. Secondly, they should be fluffy. Yes, those really hard, kind of like Montreal-style bagel donuts, they're not donuts in fulfilling the full sense of the word because the donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings brought in the temple, which were also made in a kind of a fluffy format. Third, and this is I think really important, especially relevant for American audiences, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle, it's like an American invention. It's like almost heresy. The donuts are supposed to be like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven, the man that looked like a donut. Actually, when you think about it, it looked like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to Kabbalistic sources, it should have a filling. It should have some kind of a surprise, which like custard or jelly or what have you, because like you have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious, Torah's Nigla, the revealed. You also have the interior, the secret, the Torah's Nistar, which is the Kabbalah. So there you go. One last thing. Another commonly eaten food on Hanukkah is, of course, latkes, which were also made with oil. But in this book, the author, Rabbi Schwartz, clearly demonstrates that eating donuts is vastly preferable and much more significant on a halakhic and philosophical level, and much more likely to fill the custom than eating latkes, which are an inferior choice overall. I hope you enjoyed this review as much as I enjoyed reading this book, and I wish you a freilichen and lichtigen Hanukkah, a happy and illuminating Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching.
She was the pregnancy. It's like, okay, so starving to death are the ones who have other complications. That's always who dies first in famines. I don't know what victory you think this is, but so since this point, since the International Court of Justice
the 10th of Tevet constitutes an important day in the Jewish historical calendar. It falls this year on the 14th of December, 2021, and in fact, it is marked with a fast. If you are any doubt as to whether or not you're obligated to fast, don't ask me. Contrary to popular perception, I am not a rabbi. Please seek your spiritual guide. But why we're talking about the 10th of Tevet is specifically in its historical context. What exactly happened on this day, and why is it significant to Jews some 2,600 years later? Specifically, on this day in the year 588 before the Common Era, this is when the siege of Jerusalem begins. We have some textual evidence of this in the book of Kings, second book of Kings, in which it reads, in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, right, that's the 10th of Teves, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his entire army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around. This siege extended for a year, and it was an incredibly brutal siege that was marked by extreme hunger and even horribly human cannibalism. Terrible events are described in the Book of Lamentations and elsewhere. And then finally, on the 9th day of the month of Av, Jerusalem was entirely sacked, the temple was burned, and we've spoken about that in other contexts. Significant extra-biblical text refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle because it has a reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, which would have again been around this time of year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Hatti, which would have been Turkey or Syria region, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the 2nd day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city, and he took the king prisoner. He installed in place another king of his own choice. After he received a rich tribute, he sent forth to Babylon. Right, so Jerusalem was part of the massive Neo-Babylonian Empire at this point. It was not destroyed. As you can see here, this map shows just how tremendous an expanse was the extent of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. But a few years later, relations went even more sour, and that's when Nebuchadnezzar laid siege to Jerusalem on the 10th of Tevet and ultimately destroyed it. Fascinatingly, there's been some really interesting archaeological discoveries in recent years, including these remarkable arrowheads, which are Scythian arrowheads from the 7th and 6th century before the Common Era, and they were the ones commonly used by Nebuchadnezzar's army and can be dated with other examples of other campaigns. One of my favorite writers of popular archaeology for the Times of Israel is Amanda Bor-Sheldon, who, whenever I see her byline, I have to read what she wrote because it's usually quite fascinating. And this article certainly does not disappoint at all. There's a new PhD dissertation that just came out recently that looks at some of the remains from that early destruction. And as Ms. Dan points out, it may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Vaknin, did an excavation in the City of David's Givati parking lot, right? Only in Israel can you find things like this in a parking lot. And he discovered that minerals embedded in the chunks of an ancient floor from a house in Jerusalem were heated beyond 932 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius. And apparently that's consistent, of course, with the idea of the destruction of a city. Now, Yoav Vaknin is an expert in this emerging science of archaeomagnetism, which is basically another way of dating things by looking at their magnetic field, which is really quite fascinating. Apparently, when things burn very intensely, and apparently the floor that he studied was burned at higher than 932 degrees Fahrenheit or 500 degrees Celsius, that kind of locks in the magnetic field of the object at that particular time, which corresponds to whatever the magnetic field of the Earth is at that time. And we should note that the magnetic field of Earth changes with some frequency over large periods of time. And so, therefore, by taking the tools of traditional art dating this area to the destruction of the first temple in 506, and by looking at the literally of the floor and the dust that's in there, they were able to determine what the Earth's magnetic field looked like 2,600 years ago. Now, this is really exciting to anyone who's fascinated with Jewish history and with archaeology, as I am. But it's really important for all of us because apparently the Earth's magnetic field has a tremendous role to play in protecting the Earth's climate from all kinds of, sun's radiation. And when the magnetic field declines, apparently that's not a healthy thing for our planet. So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists are able to use this as an important data point in trying to figure out how to protect all of us from the devastating climatic change that we are experiencing all over the world. I think this is so fascinating. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And I hope that you, like I, perceive just the tiny seeds of redemption that can be discovered in the ashes, literally, of the destruction of the first temple. And this, to my mind, if we can return for a second to the biblical text, makes me think of a passage in Zechariah, chapter 8, verse 19. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the fast of the 4th month, the fast of the 5th month, the fast of the 7th month, and the fast of the 10th month, that's this one, the 10th of Davis, shall become occasions for joy and gladness, happy festivals for the house of Judah, but you must love honesty and integrity. The words of Zechariah. I hope that for those of you who are fasting, the fast is an easy and a meaningful one, and thank you very much for watching.
It's essentially saying, which I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. I mean, that's what I would like it to do, especially if there's debate. Well, also, I think one of the, the real problems, and this is why I kind of avoided using the term genocide too much, at least in the beginning, is that there's no good definition for genocide. That definition.
This is truly an honor to be speaking to distinguished scholars, particularly in the Asian world. I have long, appreciated the tremendous contributions that your cultures have made to world civilization, and I have to say on a personal level to my own diet, because I am a very devoted of Asian food. As my lecturers will know, I refer to that at least one every 3 or 4 hours. What my goal, the task that Professor Katz has given me is to speak within 20 minutes on Jewish religious practices, which is a task akin to Pharaoh's asking the Jews to make bricks without straw, because it is virtually impossible to say anything meaningful about the tremendous amount of detail involved in Jewish religious practices, but nevertheless, given the illustrious nature of the colleagues with whom I'm speaking today, Professor Brill, who I've long admired his work, and also Rebbetzin Greenberg, who wrote some really seminal works that contributed greatly to, in particular, the history of Jewish women, I decided to accept the task. So my goal for today is to try and say something meaningful about this complex set of ideas. I'm going to do it in such a way that I hope will be accessible both to people who have very little familiarity with Jewish practice, and at the same time will be moderately entertaining for those of us in this call, particularly those of us from the western region of this globe who have more familiarity. Let me begin, first of all, with a sense of mission. Here's another reference visually to Pharaoh and the making of bricks without straw. This is Charlton Heston in his magisterial representation of Moses, the lawgiver, just before he split the Red Sea. So to give us some context as to, who are the Jewish people. If you have a look at these three maps, which are to scale, the Jewish people owe their spiritual and historical origins to the land of Israel, which is outsized in much of the world media. If we had boundaries of Israel that corresponded to the amount of text we receive, for example, in the New York Times and the Washington Post, we would be probably the size of at least France. But in reality, it's just 22,000 square kilometers, about the same size as the New York State, the United States state of New Jersey, and about 1/3 the size of Sri Lanka, where most of you, I assume, are watching this from. The population of Jews in contemporary Israel is about 9.4 million, roughly the same as New Jersey as well, but less than half of the Sri Lankan population, roughly equal to just the Buddhist members of your country. In terms of the diaspora, meaning the number of expatriate Jews who, over 2,000 years of exile since the Roman destruction of the last Jewish state in the ancient world until the 20th century, there are about 17 million Jews worldwide, which is about the same number as all the Buddhists in Sri Lanka alone. So we're talking about a very small population, although not as small as the number of Jews in Sri Lanka today, which is about 50, as I learned from one of the Hasidic movements that is active in Sri Lanka today, the Chabad movement. Now, I cannot resist, since I am the first Western speaker, and I realize that many of you on this call may never have heard this joke. I have to start with this joke, which I think is very illustrative, if not of the reality of Jewish-Buddhist relations, which certainly go back over 1,000 years. Nevertheless, it is representative of the contemporary Western Jewish understanding, flawed as it is, of Buddhism. The connections between Jews and Buddhists, of course, are quite rich, and I would love to have more opportunity to speak about that, but they were especially strengthened in the post-war period in the Americas, where during what we call the Age of Aquarius, in the 1960s, 1970s, there was a huge surge of popularity of Buddhism, particularly among Jews, and as a result, many explored its thoughts. So the joke goes like this. There's a woman who is sitting in Boca Raton, Florida, sitting with her friends playing a game of mahjong, and she throws down her tiles and she says, "That's it, I'm going to Tibet." I'm sure my distinguished colleague Nathan Katz is familiar with many versions of this joke. But at any rate, her friends say, "You're going to Tibet? What are you talking about? It's so far away." So she says, "No, I've made up my mind, I'm going to Tibet." She goes to the travel agent. The travel agent tries to dissuade her. It's you don't know the language, and it's so far away, and you don't have enough points. And says, "I'm going to Tibet." She gets on a plane. She lands in Tibet. She says, "I'm going to Lhasa." They say, "You know how difficult it is to get this. I'm going up the holy mountain." "You can't climb the holy mountain. I'll get a Sherpa. It doesn't matter." She goes up the holy mountain to the temple. She insists on entering the temple. They say, "You can't come into the temple. This is a holy day, and it's reserved only for Buddhist monks." She says, "It doesn't matter." She bursts into the temple. She says, "I want to see the holy man." And they say, "No, he's observed a vow of silence for a decade now. You can't burst." She bursts past the guards, goes into the inner sanctum of the temple, and she sees the holy man sitting there in the lotus position, and she says to him, "Howard, come home already." Right? Now, it's hard to tell on Zoom if you enjoyed that joke or not, but I certainly did. And the notion behind it is that there's such a close relationship in many ways between the ideas of Buddhism and certain ideas in Judaism that it illustrates the affinities many Jews had for this body of thought. But let's get our task at hand. So I've divided my talk into 4 basic points related to Jewish religious practice. The first of which is the idea of mission. Jews, from their earliest texts onward and reinforced through daily, weekly, and yearly practice through life cycle, have a very, very strong sense of mission. It is something that is really ingrained in us from literally the first days of our lives. What is that mission? So just encompassing this is something that would be certainly worthy of a much longer conference, and I suspect that Professor Brill may have some very useful things to say, but I can certainly boil it down to this one statement, which is from one of our early sages from the period of the Mishnah. The great Hillel wrote or spoke, "That which is hateful to you, do not do to other people." That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and study. Now, this pithy, but very sophisticated statement is really at the root of all Jewish religious practices. You might wonder, well, what does this have to do with the ritual calendar and the daily activities and prayers and things like that? Well, that's where it gets a little more complicated. Jews traditionally recognize, and here I'm speaking, by the way, there is, of course, a huge spectrum of what Jews believe, but I'm speaking to kind of like the traditional, what would today be called Orthodox point of view. There are 613 commandments, not 10 as we mistakenly thought. There are a massive number of commandments that survey all aspects of the human condition. Not just what one does in the synagogue during prayer, but what one does in the boardroom for business meetings, what one does in the bedroom with one's family, what one does at the table, every aspect of life, literally from how you tie your shoes in the morning to how you sleep at night. Every moment of a Jew's life is regulated by this massive body of commandments. This is not to say, however, that the mission is to convince everybody else to do so. One of the basic ideas of Judaism is that this set of commandments is specifically for Jews. For all other human beings who are considered the children of Noah, that is, Noah and the flood, I'm sure you're familiar with that famous biblical story, all other humans nearly cover 7 basic commandments, most of which are really quite obvious and understandable, like, for example, set up courts of law, maintain justice, avoid cruelty to animals, other living things, and so on. The mission is not to convince the rest of the world to be Jewish, which is in contradistinction to other Western faiths. The mission is that Jews should hew closely to these 613 commandments, and by some means of reflection, then they will, extend God's will to other humans. How that is expressed, I think, basic notion that is of holiness, which I simply do not know enough about Buddhism to understand if there is a similar concept. But if you were to try to understand how holiness actually works as a religious practice in Judaism, it is part of a massive nexus of separation. That is, moments and places of focus in which Jews say, what I am doing now, what I am thinking now, is separate and therefore holy. For example, the concept of time is very, very important in this sense. The 1 day a week of rest, which is called Shabbat, which begins Friday night and extends through Saturday night, this is a rest from any creative or manipulative activity. The religious practices codify 40 distinct types of activity which fall into these boundaries. And what it looks like in real practice is, for example, no use of electronic devices, no email, no Zoom, no Twitter. One disconnects from all these things and is forced to engage in human level, local level communication with one's family and one's community and things like that. No television, no artificial entertainment. It's all about simply connecting with other people. That's how it would be experienced. Of course, much more to say about this, but that's an idea of separating in terms of, unfortunately, at this point in my presentation, we were Zoom bombed. That is, some disruptive anti-Semitic elements came on and started, distracting us with nasty statements. It was childish and brutish and infantile, but, I was able, thankfully, to be able to get back to my presentation, and we had enough time because the anti-Semites disturbed us to continue. But the rest of the conference was unfortunately ruined for today, and we will have to reconvene. But let me just give you a little bit of the context, and we'll get right back to my presentation. It's a very nice group. There are about 50 people on the call, I guess. And there were a few pretty distinguished scholars of Judaism from the West, including, I was really looking forward to hearing from Professor Alan Brill and Rebbe Greenberg, and of course Professor Nathan Katz. And then everybody else, for the most part, there are lots of Buddhist monks on the call. And, they're wearing saffron robes, and, one shoulder is uncovered, things like that. And they're really bored and listening very carefully. And it was like, they were really trying to learn something about Judaism, which was, it was a fun kind of audience, I have to say. And then all of a sudden, some crazy people come in and they start saying Heil Hitler, and they took over the screen and started showing some pornography, and it was like, oh, such a ridiculous waste of time. But it provided two valuable things. First of all, it provided a great learning lesson for our Buddhist colleagues to understand a little bit of the craziness of anti-Semitism. That, here's a bunch of scholars just having a nice conversation about their respective faiths, very respectable, very dignified, and everyone is getting along in a very nice way. And then these crazy people come in with, puerile nonsense. So the second thing, the first thing is they got a lesson in what anti-Semitism looks like. The second lesson is that, there's this Kabbalistic idea of Zelu Mazeh, that whenever you bring together people in holiness, there's also going to be a counter-reaction of unholiness, of nastiness, of evil. And for a moment here, those two groups, I think, really clashed with each other. And the third thing, by the way, that we learned is definitely don't hold these conferences unless you're going to have a really solid moderator on top of these kinds of things. We plan to, once we have those technical things in place, and I'm really looking forward to hearing my Jewish colleagues' presentation. I'd like to hear what the rest of the Buddhist scholars have to say. So that'll have to wait for next time. But at any rate, you signed on to watch my presentation, so let's get right back to it. But this is what we call anti-Semitism, by the way. That's another big part of Jewish reality, and we somehow learn to deal with it. But we hope that moderators can deal with it as well. Welcome to Judaism. And then you can go, oh, it looks like we got rid of him. Okay. So we have a few minutes till the next one shows up. Thank you very much for moderating. Family. We are very into fidelity, which for the most part involves monogamous relationships. Although there is, of course, in the biblical period, polygamous relationships as well. This idea of separation is in the sense of separating from the rest of the world sexually and focusing on one's spouse. Also a form, and we actually, in Hebrew, we use the term kiddushin, which is the same word as kodesh, which means holiness. And we can go on with many, many religious practices like this, such as, for example, our diets are regulated by a system called kashrut, which allows us only to eat certain foods prepared certain ways. With very minor adaptation, we are able to consume a large variety of Asian foods, thank God. And so all of these focusing activities, all of these things which say we can participate in these things and not others, we can participate in these things now, not other things now, these are not seen as restrictions. They are seen as opportunities for focus. If I can give you a contemporary example, on our computers today, they used to, in the 1990s and the 2000s, they used to have automatic reminders. You've got mail, right? Like a little disturbing thing that pops up and says, hey, attend to this extraneous task, rather than the work that you were doing that was important. Now, on my computer, what they have is a setting called Focus, which allows me to shut off all other distractions. And that's really what most Jewish religious practice is about, whether we're separating from certain times, separating from certain activities, separating from certain foods. These are all designed to focus us on the larger mission. Now, let's move on to the second noble truth. And the only way to really appreciate this mission, of course, is through study. And this is something for which the Jews have developed a very, very extensive history and practice. Study in itself, study of the holy text, study of the sayings of our teachers and so on, as in many faiths, is distinctly a religious act. One pronounces a blessing of gratitude to God before beginning study, all kinds of things that are associated specifically with study. What we're looking at, by the way, is a typical men's yeshiva, or literally sitting place, where the men will sit and typically engage with others. It's not a solitary activity in the study of the holy texts. So one cannot really understand Jewish religious practice without understanding how the emphasis on child literacy, on familiarity with the text, is really crucial to fulfilling one's religious practices in Judaism. The third notable truth, however, is that while the mission requires study, it is deeply involved with action as well. And in fact, as the sages like to say, study is not the essential thing, rather action is. This means that we have a dynamic tension with the core religious practices of Judaism between separation, which says, I will not become involved in the world. I will retreat from the world. I will not engage in business. I will not engage with others. But on the other hand, action requires actively being involved in various aspects of what we would call tikkun olam, or the repair of the world. That's an ancient term used in contemporary senses to reflect this kind of engagement in fixing world society. It's fascinating to me, at any rate, that even when Jews become, as they have been over the last couple centuries, alienated from some of the religious practices, such as the observance of Shabbat, Jews historically still remain very connected aspects of it. The idea of a role to act as a light to the nation and to act as some kind of moral conscience for the world, as Jews would see that. There is, I will remind you, no meaningful distinction in Judaism between the imperatives of ritual conduct and any business conduct, or even governmental conduct. Any activity one has in the world is regulated by this massive body of thought that dictates how one should behave in any given situation. So action clearly impacts all of our religious practices, from something as simple as, how one returns a lost object to its owner, to how one dresses, to how one speaks to people. Speech is very, very important Jewish religious practice. All of these things are found within the tradition and are revealed through study. Finally, the last thing that I can say, speaking in broad generalities about Jewish religious practice, is that Judaism believes very deeply in a redemptive model of history. This image that we're looking at right now is a 13th century copy of a prayer book called the Haggadah, which was used on the holiday of Passover. And it recounts, of course, the exodus of the Jews from Egypt, which is not only a very important Jewish religious practice, but by enshrining it into the yearly calendar and specifically making it an aspect of study, parents are required to teach this to their children. One specifically reinforces the idea that there is an arc to history that begins with redemption and ends with an eventual redemption. The divine influence of history, the Jewish understanding of God is of a being that is directly physically involved in history, specifically intervenes in history rather than, like maybe a more deist model, walking away from history and allowing it to continue on its own. God deeply is invested in history, and this is reminded to Jews in their liturgy, in their practices, day in and day out, and especially, for example, on the holiday of Passover. one sees the innocence of history and the conveying of the lessons of historical events as understood by the tradition as a deeply important aspect of Jewish religious practice. And of course, it ends with the notion of a final redemption, the arrival of a Messiah, which is a major distinguishing concept between Judaism and our daughter religion, Christianity, which believes that the Messiah has already arrived and will come a second time. Jews historically do not believe that the Messiah has already arrived. We are still anticipating that future. This is something that deeply informs Jewish religious practices in every way. And with that, I think I am still on time, even with the small anti-Semitic interruption. Thank you for that demonstration of the realities of Jewish religious practice this day. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to you all, and thank you very much for your attention.
Have you ever seen I'm sure you have, the compilation of Netanyahu over the years saying how close Iran is to their weapon? That's great. Have you seen there's other compilations of him too, where he's just guaranteeing, like all his guarantees. Like there's one of him in I think it's the year before I was born, if I'm right. It's 1982, and he didn't go by Benjamin Netanyahu back then. He went by whatever his more, European sound.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're all doing well. I just want to take a minute to share with you something I've been studying recently, and it's very related to the upcoming holiday Passover. Just wanted to leave you with a quick, interesting historical observation. In 1907, a scholar named Otto Rubinson, here's a picture of him camped out in Egypt, made some remarkable discoveries in the interesting Jewish community of Elephantine, sometimes pronounced Elephantine. I'm not clear exactly on what's supposed to be the first pronunciation. It's this unusual community of Jewish military mercenaries who are located in southern Egypt, of all places. Here, have a look at this map here. You can see where it is. Jerusalem is way up in the north, and Elephantine is on the Nile River at the first cataract. And this is a really significant spot because it's called the door to the south. It represents the borderland between the Egyptian kingdom proper and the kingdom of Nubia. And there was a way in which the Egyptians could post from marauders coming up from the south. And in particular, because our rapids there, cataracts, it's like a choke point where you can have all kinds of robbery and things like that. So there was a military sort of a garrison set up there, and they populated it probably from the 8th or maybe 7th century with Jewish soldiers. How interesting. Now, we don't know anything about this unusual community except from the community itself. Otto Rubinson and others have excavated the region, and there's lots of fantastic documents that describe for about 100 years what they were doing there, including building their own temple, which is quite fascinating, that apparently had animal sacrifices, which seems to have attracted the ire of the nearby Egyptian temple of the priests of Khnum. It's an interesting word, isn't it? Khnum. And they attacked the Jewish temple in the year 410 and destroyed it, and then the Jews were able to request permission from the Persian authorities to rebuild it. They were given permission, but they had to lay off the animal sacrifices. At any rate, it's a fascinating thing. But I want to point to one specific interesting document here. Dr. Rubinson, who, by the way, his career spanned about a century of really active research. He was still publishing, groundbreaking work in his 90s. He was a German scholar who was driven out of Germany in the 1930s by the Nazis. He ended up settling in Switzerland. Anyway, he found all these Aramaic documents that were primarily written on papyrus, which is kind of like a paper-like product made out of reeds, very easily available along the Nile River. And in the dry climate of Egypt, they tend to last a long time. And also ostraca, which is like documents written on pottery, which is usually broken pottery, and that's found all over the Middle East. Anyway, take a look at this interesting document here, which is a very fragmentary piece of a letter that was sent from one Hananiah in Jerusalem to a head of the Jewish garrison in Elephantine. And after there's kind of like a a preliminary salutation, which has some interesting features in it. I'm not going to go into there right now. And then it says, it's a very brief letter. It says, in the month of Nisan, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover, right? In the month of Nisan, the Judahite soldiers should observe Passover. Count 14 days of the month of Nisan and observe Passover from the 15th to the 21st. 7 days of unleavened bread. Be careful and do not work on day 15, on day 21. So this is interesting because, I find it fascinating that they would have to actually tell people what to do on Passover, especially if they've already got their own temple developing there. But you get the impression that the Jews of Elephantine are really quite far away from many aspects of the kind of mainstream Jewish tradition. So they're giving them the bottom line. Alternatively, it could be they're saying what is obvious because it has to be said. But I'm not sure I buy that. At any rate, the second line is, drink no beer. Right? Soldiers and beer, Passover, don't mix. Drink no beer. This is especially relevant because Egyptians used to drink a kind of sort of watery beer as their staple. It was like more popular and watery. Eat nothing, the letter continues, that contains 11 from day 15 through day 21 of Nisan. Also note fascinatingly, the Elephantine, even though it's in Egypt, is not subject to the second day of Yom Tov that would have been observed elsewhere in the diaspora, apparently in the year 418 or 419 before the era when this letter was sent. You get the sense that the imposition of the rules of the second day of Yom Tov, which from the Mishnah and Rosh Hashanah appeared to be something that was really developed in the first century before the Common Era, based on the reference to the Boeotians, who are like a Herodian sect, so there would be in the late first century before the Common Era. So this is before they had the Yom Tov Sheni Shel Galuyot, the second day of the holidays. It's only day 15 and day 21. The last part of the letter reads, for 7 days, don't let any leavened products be seen among you. Don't bring it into your houses. Rather, seal it up during these days. This is also interesting because if you are familiar with the details of what it actually says in the biblical text and what is preserved in the oral Torah, they're clearly giving them instructions that reflect the teachings of the oral Torah as well as the written Torah, which speaks to the currency of these texts and these ideas in Jerusalem at the time. The author, by the way, one Hananiah, may be possibly even the brother of Nehemiah, who was mentioned right in the very first chapter of the book of Nehemiah. Okay, fascinating little note about Passover, observed 400 years before the Common Era in Elephantine, Egypt. Instruction from Jerusalem, from which Torah flows. I hope you found this very brief video interesting. I hope that this Passover represents for you and your loved ones and for the entire globe a season of personal and collective redemption, and may we all have the opportunity to celebrate together in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
Certainly don't have control over narratives anymore. Donald Trump can't even control what Tucker Carlson is going to say. You know what I mean? Like you can't even count on your most influential right-wing voice in America to go, like, there was never anything like this before. There was never, even just in recent times, there was never something George W. Bush could have done. Where you'd be like, tonight on Fox News, Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. The month of May is especially important in the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz in particular, primarily because of its association with the horrific Crusades. A series of massacres happened in context of the Crusades in 1096, beginning in May, and this reverberates throughout the liturgy of the synagogue in Ashkenazic congregations. For example, the moving Aparachim in prayer is recited every Sabbath and evokes the memory of the martyrs associated with the Crusades. So in that context, as I was doing research for an upcoming trip with Kosher Riverboat Cruises on the Seine, I came across some research by Professor Norman Gold, and it led me to some fascinating information about one particular woman and her story associated with the Crusades. I'd like to take you through that right now. So here's a map that shows you the roots of the Crusades, in particular the First Crusade of 1096, and most of the violence occurred in the Rhineland, the traditional homeland of the Ashkenazic Jews. The pretext for the violence was that many of the Crusaders, especially the kind of rabble-rousing hooligans that were attached on to the more formal soldiers, said, why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to remove the infidel from their place and free up the region for Christian pilgrims, when we have infidels living right here in Europe, of course speaking about the Jews rather than the Muslims in this context. And so there's some terrible, terrible stories of massacres of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves rather than accept baptism and so on. However, there's comparatively little material for massacres outside of the Rhineland. And so there's a question that this particular document that I'm going to show you in a moment may involve some violence in it, which was rather unusual. Now, here's the document in question. It's from the Cairo Geniza, which we've discussed on many occasions, is this phenomenal medieval trove of fragmentary documents that were collected in Fustat, or Old Cairo, and they include all kinds of fascinating historical data about the Jews of the entire Mediterranean basin. This particular document describes the story of one French noblewoman who converted to Judaism and then ran afoul of the Crusaders. It was first published in 1931 by Jacob Mann, shown here, who did a lot of really pioneering work on Geniza documents. He described how this particular letter was the story of a French noblewoman, very wealthy family. She moved to Narbonne, she converted to Judaism, and there she met a young man named Rabbi David of the Todros family. They were married and they had a family there, but her brothers and other members of her family pursued her, and so she and her family fled. It's just a lot of interesting things about relations between Jews and non-Jews in general, but not so much for this video. Now, an important question is, where did they flee to? Now, Narbonne is in the south of France, but we have a problem because of what Dr. Ben Houswaite, the head of the Geniza Research Unit at Cambridge, calls the pesky hole right in the middle of the document. And if you see right at the very top of that hole, there are partial letters of a place. How, and then it says something. What does that mean? When Professor read this, he thought it must mean the town of Anjou. He tried to fit in the letters, and he associated with Anjou, which is a little bit further north from Narbonne. Dr. Outhwaite, however, who, by the way, is a very nice guy. I had a correspondence with him in the context of doing this research, and he wrote a brilliant article, which I'll include the link to in the notes for this video, that summarized a lot of the challenges that came to Dr. Mann's association of this place with Anjou. It's most likely not Anjou, but one of two other possible places. Professor Gold, who wrote a tremendous book on the Jews of Normandy, which is how I came to this particular document, he pieces together the place name to read Mondieu, as you can see here in this reconstruction from Dr. Outhwaite's work. Now, that's a pretty good assessment. It reads a lot like he's done correctly, but we have to bear in mind a few tricky things. For example, Hebrew, as many of you I'm sure are aware, is typically written without vowels, which means that with just the consonants, you have lots of different possible pronunciations of any given word. This is why the bar mitzvah ritual is so difficult. We challenge our adolescents with this task of reading the Torah text itself without any vowels, and we see how they do in an audience of adults. Now, there are also additional problems, like, for example, place names change. It is very frequent for one place to have several names, like Byzantium, Constantinople, Istanbul, all the same place. Also, ethnic names of places. The town, which is today called Lviv, which is, by the way, pronounced also Lviv, used to be called Lvov by Poles, Lemberg by Germans, Lemberg in Yiddish. So, the same place can have very different names. And finally, just to make it a little more complicated, French pronunciation does not always correspond to its spelling. So the place name Mondieu, for example, has an X at the end. What is that X doing there? It could be that the X was actually pronounced in some medieval French, and it is actually preserved in some French places even today. But the letters that Professor Gold has referred to here does not include the letter X, which just adds more complication to the difficulty of actually figuring out where this event happened. However, to return to our story of the French noblewoman, who, by the way, is not named in this document or any other document that we have, she and her family, after having fled Narbonne, unfortunately came into the clutches of apparently the Crusaders involved in one of the many attacks on Jewish populations. Her husband was in the synagogue and he was murdered there. He was apparently with their son Jacob and a 3-year-old daughter named Justa, or perhaps pronounced Justa, and the 2 children were kidnapped by the Crusaders. Presumably they were baptized and they were never heard from again. David's wife, however, our heroine, survived, possibly because she was pregnant, although losing her family and losing all of her wealth left her penniless, and that's actually the subject of the document describing her plight and imploring the Jewish community to have mercy on her and to support her. Now, let us go back to the question of where did this happen, because that has greater significance for the story, and as we shall see, provides us an opportunity to continue the story. When Professor Gold shifted the location from Anjou to Mondieu, it actually was big enough news that it made the New York Times in 1966, which I think is remarkable. I mean, this is a fairly arcane discovery by Jewish history scholars, but it says something, I think, about the generation of 1960s that people really cared about such things in the broader world. But the New York Times was not alone. The dramatic story of this French noblewoman and her persecution at the hands of the family first and then later at the hands of the Crusaders actually inspired a couple of really significant literary expressions. There was a play called Sibylla that was written in the 1980s, and then this very important book called The Convert, which was originally published in Flemish and then translated into English, became a finalist for the National Jewish Book Award. Fascinating kind of expression of this in the artistic world. However, there's still a problem with the plates, because up until now, we've been working with Professor Gold's theory that she fled from Narbonne with her family to Mondieu, and that's where they ended up meeting the Crusaders. 2 other researchers from the Hebrew University, Professor Edna Engel and Yosef Yahalon, separately worked on these 2 fragments from the Geniza archives, which are clearly written in the same hand, written by the very same scribe. And although they're very badly damaged, they also appear to talk about the same woman. And they describe more things that happened to her. Apparently, she was seized, and the Crusaders were preparing to burn her at the stake. This is possibly because she was originally of Christian origin, and perhaps they wanted to mete out a special punishment for her. That gives us a sense of the general scope of the violence at the time. The Jewish community was ordered by the Crusaders to prepare a funereal shroud for her, to wrap her in so they could burn her in that shroud. But at the last moment, the community was able to get together and raise a very large bribe to pay off the Crusaders, who agreed to allow her to live. And that's how she survived this act of violence. It appears that this may have been the same act of violence described in the earlier document, although it's not impossible to imagine it's the second one. If we go back to that pesky hole, you can see that with this reconstruction, it could have been vowelized Mondieu, which is not at all the same place as Mondieu. Mondieu is in France, Mondieu is in Spain, and both places are actually quite likely locations for refugees for several reasons. So if we look at the map as a whole, here's our possibilities. You see that she comes probably from Normandy, quite possibly from the city of Rouen, and she moved down to Narbonne in the south of France, where she married and had a family. Then, according to Professor Mann, they fled to Anjou, and that's where they met the Crusaders. According to Professor Gold, they moved to Monlieu, also in the south of France. But according to Professors Engel and Yahalom, which is beginning to become the scholarly consensus, it's much more likely they moved to Israel. It appears that this noble woman who converted to Judaism decided to give up on Europe altogether, moving to the large and prosperous Jewish community just outside Cairo in a place called Fustat, and it is there that she sought additional support from the Jewish community, and she most likely ended her days there because her documents were surrendered to the community where they were found today. So this story tells a tremendous amount about the experience of one specific individual in the Crusades. It gives a description of how widespread the violence must have been at that time, and it confirms a lot of the other accounts that we have of the brutality of the violence at that era. And by correcting the possible place in which this occurred, this also represents the correction of what Dr. Ellsworth called an historical libel against this remote and predominantly peaceful corner of France. This is a picture of Monlieu itself. But when all is said and done, we really have to reflect on the tantalizing few details we have of one woman's life and her experience with the I hope you found this video interesting. Thank you very much, Will.
Nile, he promised that the U.S. was going to resolve the issue very quickly. Egypt welcomed Trump's words, but Ethiopian officials say they risked inflaming tensions. No formal deals were reached. Okay. Serbia and Kosovo. Trump claimed to prevent an outbreak of hostilities between them, saying Serbia, Kosovo was going to go at it, going to be a big war. I said, you go at it, there's no trade with the United States. They said, well, maybe...
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today is Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, the first day of the month of Tammuz, which corresponds to the anniversary of a great date in Jewish historiography. Specifically, this is the date that the first great encyclopedic Judaic historian decided to become a historian, more or less. His name was Josephus, of course, well known because he wrote several books in the first century that have had tremendous staying power for several important reasons. But this backstory of his decision to become a historian, which is maybe not exactly on this particular day, but certainly came from this particular day, is quite fascinating. So who was this guy Josephus? He was born in the year 37, more or less, in Judea. He describes in his autobiography a kind of interesting experimentation with the several different groups of religious figures working in Judea at the time. He sort of dabbled in all kinds of different religious ideas until he finally decided, somewhat hesitatingly perhaps, or unenthusiastically, to be siding with the Pharisees, who are most likely associated with the rabbis, although there's some. At any rate, his claim to fame was that he was appointed to be the commander of the northern forces defending Judea against the Roman invaders in the late 60s of that first century. Basically, what had happened was in 66 of that year, there was significant upheaval in Judea. There were a lot of different social movements and political and economic disagreement with the Romans who were occupying Israel at the time. And they sent a general, Cestius Gallus, from the north to come down and try and quell the uprising, or incipient uprising. Turns out that Cestius Gallus was a total failure, and this band of guerrilla workers completely wiped out his legion at the pass of Bet Horon. A humiliating defeat. Cestius Gallus himself was able to limp home in humiliation, but he even lost his treasured eagle standard, which is, kind of like a huge blow to the Roman army and the Roman pride. So the Romans certainly didn't take this lying down. They resolved to send a much more proficient general, Vespasian, who would later become the emperor of Rome. And he approached from the north, and the rebels decided that they better get together. So they sent Josephus, who was a young man at the time, to the Galilee region, to set up defenses. We know about all this primarily, by the way, from Josephus himself. So if his story is a little self-serving, it's probably because it is. At any rate, he's up there, and from his account, admittedly, he is a really brilliant general. He has difficulty, getting the Jews to always agree with him, and he frequently has conflict with other leaders in the north. But I'm going to focus specifically on Rosh Chodesh Tammuz, which was corresponding to roughly June 30th of the year 67. At that time, Vespasian had laid a siege to the city of Yotapata, known in Hebrew as Yodfat, in the north. Josephus was there with his rebels for a brutal siege that lasted about 50 days. In that context, Josephus demonstrated tremendous prowess as a commander, doing all kinds of things like, for example, devising these clever oxhide shields that could be held over the heads of workmen as they went out to repair the breaches in the exterior wall. And in one especially clever move, sieges are just as hard on the attacking army as they are on the defenders. It depends really on how much stores they've laid up against the siege, while the attackers on the outside have to find their own food all the time. That's not so simple either. So the besiegers were hoping that Yotapata would succumb to thirst in particular, and in order to try and send the opposite message, kind of early psyops move, Josephus had his rebels do all their laundry in the fairly scarce amount of water that they had remaining, and then hang their wet clothes over the wall so that the Roman defenders would see that and say, wow, they must have a lot of water in there because they're not worried about it. They're doing their laundry with it. But in the end, it was inevitable the Romans would take Yotapata. Josephus tried mightily to convince the rest of the defenders to surrender, and they failed to do so. By the way, Josephus is so hard to really read properly because, as we shall see, he was later writing for a Roman audience, and specifically for his Roman patrons, which included most prominently among them Titus, the son of Vespasian. So he has to write it in such a way that the Romans appear noble and brave and competent. And the reason why it took them so long, like, 6 odd years to completely quell this rebellion in Judea, was because of the ferocity and intelligence of the Jewish rebels. So he's always trying to, scrape that fine line or find that fine balance between humiliating the Romans and describing history as it actually happened. At any rate, what Josephus says is that he's unable to convince his Jewish rebels that the smartest thing to do was to surrender. And with their massive battering rams in particular, the Romans eventually breached the walls of Yotapata. There's a horrible massacre that ensues. Josephus manages to find some refuge with about 40 other soldiers in some kind of underground shelter inside the city, with one point of egress that the Romans soon discover, and they stand guard at the outside of it. So in that kind of cave environment, Josephus is about to be killed by the rest of his soldiers, who say to him, hey, why did you get us into this difficulty? And he says, well, you know what? I think we should do this. And amazing, with his very fluid language, he explains to them that go out there and surrender now, because they would just be taken off into slavery. And in fact, tens of thousands of Jews were shipped off to Italy for slavery and for immoral purposes as well. He says we can't surrender now. And we also know that the Bible forbids suicide, that's a great transgression against God. So therefore, why don't we make a pact? Let us, do a law, and people who are chosen will kill the rest of us, and we'll do this in sequence, with one person killing about 10 people, another person killing the next people, and then that way only the last person will actually have to commit suicide. So, rather surprisingly, they go along with it. It's remarkably suspiciously similar to events he describes on the Mount Masada, which we'll talk about perhaps in another video. And what happens is, remarkably, Josephus and one other person end up being the last people alive. At which point Josephus says, let's think this through. Maybe it is actually better to show discretion as the better part of valor here. And those two last people surrender. And when Josephus is presented to Vespasian, Josephus has kind of a flash of inspiration and says that I bet you're going to be emperor soon. Vespasian scoffs, but just then, remarkably, another messenger comes up and says, hey, they want you in Rome. And so he's willing to tolerate Josephus because maybe he is right. By the way, that story also sounds suspiciously similar to a story told about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai in the Talmud. And although the Talmudic account was committed to writing hundreds of years later based on an oral tradition, we should note that Josephus, as a historian, was not at all squeamish about borrowing material from other historians without necessarily attributing his sources. So at any rate, what happens to Josephus at that battle at Jotapata is he is taken into Roman custody. He's a captive. But once Vespasian is in fact elevated, then he ends up becoming sort of like the professional Jew of the Roman forces. He accompanies Titus, Vespasian's son, on his campaign against the rebels. He describes his experiences with the destruction of the temple itself, and in passages full of pathos, he describes how, he begs Titus to keep a Torah scroll for himself, to release members of his family from captivity, even to take down some of the rebels from crosses that had been erected, hundreds of them around Jerusalem, to crucify the rebels, crucifixion being a go-to method of execution for the Romans for rebellion. And then, what happens with Josephus is he goes on to become this great historian. He records first his story of the war in a very successful book called The Roman-Jewish War, or The Jewish Wars, actually. And then later, about 20 years later, he's living in Rome, never goes back to Israel. He writes this massive multi-volume history of the Jews from creation up until his day, called Antiquities, and a few other works. It's really quite fascinating. And as I mentioned, he's a very problematic, difficult historian to work with because we know he's writing under very strange circumstances. It also is worth noting that he's actually, in many ways, a very unlikable historian. His narcissism is evident in many places. For example, in his autobiography, he describes how he was so learned at the age of 14 that the elders of Jerusalem were consulting with him to find out his opinion on Jewish law, which just sounds absurd. But, he's a troubled and sad figure in many ways, but an absolutely essential resource for us to understand that first century. He's actually a very talented writer with a tremendous sense of the dramatic, and he brings to light so many pieces of information that all have, if it were not for his prodigious efforts. So today is in many ways the birthday of Jewish history, with Josephus's becoming a Roman, and I thought that was worth marking with a short video. By the way, for those of you who are subscribers to this channel, and especially members of the channel, you may notice a little bit of dip in activity over the summer. That's primarily because I'm really excited that I'm making my way towards my first publisher due date for Volume 1 of the History of the Jews that I've been working on for a couple of years now, and it's really thrilling. If you're interested in reading draft chapters and commenting on them, I'm really pleased to have about 100 people who are doing so, members of the channel and elsewhere. Check in the information box for that link. And I have a lot of great plans for later on in the summer when we get started up again with the season. I look forward to producing many more videos and sharing them with you. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance.
Yeah, but then there's also, it's a convenient kind of way to dismiss somebody because of addressing the fact. Well, I thought it was really funny to me was that, so like a few days after the last time, after me and Douglas Murray debated on the show, He went on Bill Maher's show.
We just finished
It sounds like
discussing
after
the
having this
first 2
whole
years of
thing
the war,
of 45 minutes opening the show about how you
so we
comedians
understand
are
there's no
talking about
single
Sister
cause
Mary's
that,
love he's smearing two people
you
who
know,
he's
the
never heard of,
grand
who doesn't even know
concept
what
that
they
set
do,
the whole
or
thing ablaze.
whatever, but
There was a
not the
series
best
of
way to appeal to expertise.
encroachments and
No, he doesn't have a
also
problem with Bill Maher doing
insensitivity,
it because he agrees with him.
part of
So the issue
a
isn't
tool
really
of
being an
relevant
expert
government
versus being a comedian.
justice
Constantine
wars
Kassin went on
that
this whole
set
thing
this
about
all started.
expertise and all of this. It's like,
What I would
he
like to
also started
emphasize
as a
is
comedian.
that
Why all of a
some
sudden is the
people who are
standard
new
only
to
apply to me when we're talking about
think
Israel?
that they have
It
this
never
imagination
applied
of
to
the
me when I
Romans
was talking
came
about
in,
COVID. It never applied to me
people
when
were
they agreed with
infected,
me on
and
stuff.
then,
They would just go,
more
Dave,
But
breaking
in
it down.
reality,
But
Jews
now
were
there's
living
this
in
one topic that
Romans
one guy is
dominated
not allowed to
Israel
not be an expert
for
on.
well
And
over
it
a
happens to
century.
be this one
The
topic
Romans were
that
actually
the
invited
entire world
into
population is turning. There's
on
any
the
type
other
of
side
like
are
huge ideas when someone
last
attacks
kings
like
of the
what you do
Sinai
professionally
era,
versus
the sons
what you're
of the
actually
great
saying.
from Sinai,
Why not just
simply could not
be
govern
the
between
same
themselves, and they
instead
invited the
of like
Romans to
this
settle in
appeal to
between them.
authority?
The Romans sent General Pompey to find
So,
rather
you know,
than
to ask that question is to answer that question. You can only
for
ask
itself.
me a few
So
things.
Jews had been under Roman domination for well over a century, and basically got along. There were taxes, but as long as there was a strong leader like Herod, for example, in charge, then basically the status quo was maintained. The last 10 or 15 years before the revolt, however, saw an increasing number of these and the Roman governments were less than enthusiastic about trying to put down lawlessness, particularly in Rome. And it all came to a head in one particular moment, which is basically a property dispute over synagogue that wanted to expand in the city of the Roman center in Israel their central government. And this considered property dispute escalated so many times in detail for prevented no times by the meaning of it. Basically, this sparks a great there was bloodshed in
So he thought this
some
person
early
was
on in the
fine
war,
because they had two
but
arms.
it
They
shed on
wanted
both
to try
sides as the Roman essentially
this is fucking dangerous.
tried to contain
There's this guy
the
Nathan
rebellion,
Richard
and
figured out how to
the
do the
rebels
triangle
fought back
two
and
arms.
destroyed it as
It's
an
what
entire
a lot
garrison
of guys
of
do
Roman
now.
soldiers.
If it was a lady,
When the
the last
Romans
UFC
in
had,
the center
it was like, oh
of
shit,
the
Daniel
empire decided
didn't
they
know
had
it
to
yet.
do
There's
something
a
about
couple
it.
other things
They
like the buggy
sent
choke. If you don't know about jiu-jitsu, and you see a guy who's on his back and he's getting
Gallus
slaughtered, but all of a
from
sudden he reaches
Syria
under with his
to come
leg,
down
and I'm going, oh, and you don't know what's going on. Like, that's a fucking joke, like a really dangerous one.
He marched
Tyrone
through the north
Tolo gets you in that,
in
you're
an attempt
fucked.
to show
There's guys,
intimidation
so
to
it's
the
like,
rebels, take
there's
it down before it
areas
gets out
of
of hand.
expertise,
But
even
when he
areas
reached
that I'm an
Jerusalem,
expert in,
he
that I have to
realized
call
that
other
the
people. This is a
intensity of
stupid
the
argument.
forces was wrong.
Like, what are
It's
the
far
facts?
greater than
Does
the
that
handle
submission
of one
work?
region
Is that
until he
genocide?
turned around
Like,
after 2
what
weeks
is,
and headed
what's
back.
going on?
He headed back,
Are you
unfortunately,
funding
along the
bombs?
big Hebron
Is
path,
Hezbollah
going
proxy
here,
of Iran?
and the
Did Iran
rebels
get the money to do
seizing the
this
opportunity
when
attacked
Biden released
the
the
long
funds because they
train
what,
of his troops and their support lines, and they destroyed it completely. Even the Roman standard, which is deeply insulting things, was called the Claudian Gestius, humiliation of Gestius,
it's like, okay,
because
well,
he
you know, they'd say
was
we're following the science. So in other words, they have an epidemiologist or something like that who's arguing lockdowns. We'll cut down the transmission of
it was
as we
called
but leaving that aside, you're like, okay, but are they also an economist? Are they also a sociologist, a specialist in childhood development, or to me, what clubs are school that who's the person who has expertise in every single one of those fields? It doesn't make sense. There isn't an expert in all of those fields. You know, and that was the problem that time. Everyone was so
Empire
was clearly. I forget who it was. Some health official was being interviewed recently. He said that during 2020, that Anthony Fauci said to him, the problem is Americans aren't scared enough.
I want to echo
we were very before, and we noticed
wild thing to say that your goal is to make people more fearful. So you're trying to put out a narrative that makes people more fearful. Which, by the way, fucks with your immune system in a gigantic way. Not good at all to be scared. I don't know how many people got really, really sick from COVID. Because when they got it, they freaked the fuck out. They couldn't sleep and they thought they were going to die.
we're going to get to one episode with more turns AI towards in this episode. I'm trying to figure out what personnel are trying to actually do. Because our point us to the whole destruction and the this story. Very famous story called Cancer and Barracuda. Just a quick recap without going inside. What is the beginning of the destruction studios? Destruction compilation in just industrial polyanalytic points that it was developed through trains with a man by the name of Cancer. He tried to evolve. He tried to provide cancer to the party, but the invitation he liked, there was a dot in the invitation of the email that was into Barracuda. It was one of those things about email invitation. And so Barracuda arrived at the party, and thinking that they're coming to terms, they used it better, and the Bala boss, the owner person who's hosting the party, is not accepting, is not having this. The person who throw Barracuda out, Barracuda offers to take half a meal, the table goes, he refuses to eat the office to take the full catering meal, upon which the refusal is concretized and is removed from the pulled out of the meal. He's extremely embarrassed because he says that he's going to show these rabbis who there at the meal, and he goes to the Romans, and now using their several forms that he was using in other things to is if you try to send a carbon sacrifice, they're not going to accept all the way to the chips, the Texas left, which is Venice, and then it brings the Basilica to the Holy Language as the way they should accept them enough. The rabbi says, we'll just for Shalom Malchus, which is not doing this. But there's a person on there that was sorry, but I'm cool. So no, but this is an untoward action. We'll get a bad precedent about the way and he decided to not accept it, and the war continues because the very faithful line. The end of the war began, which says something that cites at the time. The war says the following: Amr ibn Yaqnan, and the one side, so as the Arabic is regular course, and who as they say on the sacrifice and whatever the English will be on their own. But it was the responsibility that Ireland was something which was to the ground. So the question really is what is going on with this? Just to understand it, because I'll try to do need to appreciate just the starting point, just like what James was saying months ago. Do we have just a question? Because the answer is absolutely yes. In fact, it is very likely that Thompson was following a story which was reported happening in the city of Tiberias, about two people by the name of Thompsons and the son of Thompsons. Larry is the son of, and this is a historical family. It's interesting that this family was expanded. They were was aligning the Israel mandate with the Romans, not fighting. What is interesting is when you move to the end of the story, which seems to be a different story about Zachariah ben Apollos, it is interesting that actually academically speaking, he is identified with Zacharias and Anaphiphanes, which actually was one of the rebel leaders. Which means to say that here in the story, the Lord is living two historical helps, one about Samuel's story. And there is one family that words about loyalty to Rome. Some are threaded into the same story. What are Chazal trying to say? It's interesting, most of the Chazal are trying to take a historical platform and weave into it a certain agenda, a certain idea. What are those ideas? The question that really need to answer is how these two pieces of story connect. Because the one piece of story is to be a global distribution to disgruntled Jews. The other part of the story is about a halakha, it's about accepting a Korban. How the two kind of converge to be the story that we have as is. So three ways we should look at this, and many other ways to affect three ideas that I was trying to tell us beyond the history of what actually happened. Number one is the first line, which is added to the story by the way it was recorded in the Acre about the Medrash on Acre that we read last night. Says one extra line to the story, which helps us understand what's really going on. The line the Medrash says is, well, at this festivity, at this meal, in which our cancer is thrown out, well, how much shown is the kind that our Kurdish something beyond the middle price kilometer. He was at that meal, was the very same person who later on deliberated as to accept the foreign. But the Medrash is saying by dropping the line is essentially a terrifying insight. Is that the concern and the indictment of the rabbis, not separate rabbis, who were dealing with this. It was the rabbis and the leadership at the time who were more concerned about the blemish in the lip of a korban than they were about the social disenfranchisement of a person being embarrassed in public. What the Medrash is doing is putting those two pieces together and essentially saying that there is hypocrisy going on. There's hypocrisy in the leadership, and if you go into the background of here, about the financial leadership and the line to very close to rabbinic leadership, and then the spiritual teaching and finances of spiritual collective, and there's one willingness to stand up when something is wrong. But there is a willingness to stand up on detail later on. That's really what he's arguing is not the story. So what the Chazal is that trying to read together is very much more terrifying and profound perspective. Yes, number two. We notice that it wasn't that this limit was placed, because it historically was 2000 knowledge, and it was a second limit, so the roof of the side. Says the very developed up, the very time is coming from one in the back now, just over a century and a half ago. He says, you know what, because the Morris trying to tell us is that we don't need this thing from the top. Where was the definition of today to this? And what that is was talking about and we continue to talk about is when we cannot get along with each other, we can't speak well about each other. We may have disagreements, but it turns into an argument. We may think one way out of this, we still develop we tell each other about each other, such terrifying terms. That's why the news for time, the services to nature for that animal is happening. And finally, one more piece of that. The customer service is used more. What I'm saying, why is other places no? Do you think about right information is actually not very true? But what could you make of this multiple options that could other than saying to the very sorry, but we're saying cannot do this. Says the because the hundreds of dollars innocent of that fact that such a looking like worker, such a new dispute between two people at a meal can lead to distraction flexibility. He couldn't even fathom that people have so much tension with each other that it is easy to keep that tension discussed. And that's why his community is willing to do this as a normal place to remove abnormal reality and then to abnormal outcome. And that's what's going to be here. This is the end of the first segment, focusing on the right story with more I don't know. I can't understand what was history, but it was trying to actually use history to teach us that.
So this is like, it's kind of a straight shoot down to the Manhattan Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge is down there too. But the Brooklyn Bridge you could walk over. And so at this point already, people who were down in the financial district that just decided to walk back to Brooklyn because they realized they weren't going to get a cab. So you
now
see
moving on
just
to
like
the
one
arrival
guy in a
of
suit
this
and tie
page,
covered in
the
sand,
next
head to
chapter
toe.
got
Like,
Mara
Mara
and
has been down
Samson
there,
and both about.
walked up.
So at this time, Nero was the emperor of Rome. The young man was about 29 years old, and actually, in stories about Nero and his brother, at this time, he fancied himself something of the rock star of antiquity. He actually felt that his poetry and especially his sleep were astounding, and he was actually on a self-appointed tour of the provinces singing for audiences wherever he goes. He was in Greece at this time when he heard about the humiliations of Cestius Gallus, and he realized he has to do something about this, not only for the glory of Rome and the reputation of this massive empire, there, which you will recall at this time extended all the way from Scotland to all of Europe, all of North Africa, most of the Eastern Mediterranean, Balkans, all under Roman domination, and have this one little province in the middle of nowhere to rebel and to actually send home a Roman legion is a huge embarrassment. So he needed a general to send out to set his palace in place. His palace was considered inept at this point. And he looked around the room at his the various places he had, and one of them was a person who was not of noble background. He was kind of a middle class background. His name was Vespasian, shown here. And Vespasian was felt by Nero to not be a threat to his rule. Shortly, there would be a huge period of interregnum, which is called the period of the Four Empire Emperors, where there was a whole bunch of people vying for the throne. And Nero felt that Vespasian would be less of a threat. And he also had a grudging issue because Vespasian had this habit of nodding off whenever Nero started his dinner. And so he sent Vespasian, but it happened that Vespasian was an incredibly methodical and very efficient military man. And he realized that the way to win this war was not specifically battles, but it is to drive on. He knew that the reign of Israel, he knew that the northern Israel was dotted with hilltops, and all he had to do was encircle them, besiege them for a few weeks until they finally gave up, and then they won by one. Restream, which was the largest and most significant fortified city, was just a little bit larger scale, but couldn't handle the same way. And so in the year 67, you'll recall it was in 66, when the rebels had their first victory, Vespasian arrived with a much larger times the size. 4 legions brought from the far as Gaul, which is northern France. It was about to get out with a large number of auxiliaries. A colossal amount of logistics were involved in feeding this massive caravan soldiers, but that was what the Romans were very good at. He basically took his time, methodically going through the north, besieging cities, taking over, moving on to the next city, perhaps the landing center. In this context, we see specifically at Yotapata, which we talked about 2 weeks ago, so I won't go into detail, but this is the siege in which Josephus was eventually captured and then he mounted, as he describes for us very helpfully, a brilliant defense of the town, but ultimately it was doomed. And in a remarkable turn of events, he convinced the last soldiers that were hiding out with them to engage in a mutual suicide pact so they were not being handed over alive to the Romans. But he engineered it in such a way that remarkably he was one of the last people standing who was in the task of executing the others, and then he changed his mind and decided to surrender to the Romans. This makes him a very difficult witness and a difficult narrator, because for the rest of his life he was essentially a captive to the Romans. He is their Jewish expert. He followed Jesus around at the present at the destruction of the temple, leads it himself, and in fact may have even performed some negotiations for Vespasian and Jesus. That's kind of like a mixed Roman Jewish heritage in this regard. Another city, though, that was taken at this time and an example of the brutality of all this is Gamla. And this, as you can see, it's not going to be built. But when the Romans were rather frustrated with the issues of the siege because the rebels, although they did not create a strategy that would be effective against the Romans, they were incredibly ferocious warriors and fought to the death. In Gamba, when the Romans were in, they seized all of the infants and killed them by throwing them over the hearts of the precipice there, and died and they all, at the very least, they all went, we got it. Yeah. Now, in terms of one other important development, right about this time, and so I'm sure I'll have more to say about it, is that there were two specific populations that decided to decamp from Jerusalem somewhere around this time. One group are the Christians, who, according to Eusebius, made their way up north to Pella, and they're basically a very small community at this point, but they're basically shielded from the devastation of the war. Another group is, of course, rabbis, who, as the Gemara describes shortly, is a Christian who go out to this city, Yamnia, on the coast. That's the Greek name, the name would be Yahweh. And there established the essentially roots of what we call paradise and we are stated largely as a result of that.
It's just like, that wasn't enough of a tragedy to make a believed. It's like only a few people died. Like it was cool. But then a lot of people died. She had a phenomenal joke right there. Well, it's a different time.
And then I think there comes back into the previous program together. It's an important program because this is such a fundamental remark. Talking about this story, which ultimately led to why we are here today. So it's so important that we really do get a deeper understanding of this entire episode. Now, it's extra important that we have events like this because we show so much about that, but in general, when looking at a God of Gemara, when you look at certain Gemaras that have very interesting stories, and you're not always exactly sure what to make of all these stories. But at the end of the Gemara, we can get to the time at the end when it talks about how a bird is growing in people's heads. What exactly does this mean? But in general, when it comes to Agada teaching the Gemara, there's always a bit of a dispute as to how exactly it is that we're supposed to understand this. And so it's a lot to point out that it's so crucial that we try to get an understanding of the historical context in order to properly understand the Gemara. Because if you have two countries fighting against each other, and one signs and states that they're going to destroy the other one, whatever it may be, and then all of a sudden, the next thing in the headlines is one stop, let's say, you took 10,000 people. So when you understood that story, you're going to understand what that line means. But if 100 years from then, 1,000 years from then, you look, I can't get into this. I'm trying to get out here, man. This is fucking bullshit music. No historical context in order to better understand exactly what is going on at that time. It makes this event so crucial and so interesting on so many different levels. When talking about Casey now taking over and being the one assigned to go and take care of the lion problem or the Jerusalem problem, it kind of always brings me back to this Gemara and Megillah. It talks about Haman and Ahasuerus. When they were deciding what to do at that time, decided about the idea, we could not contain how each of them wanted to contribute in such a profound way. Mark compares it to someone has a big hole in their property and someone else has a huge dirt in their property. And when you ask the other one, oh, well, you take my dirt, you my ditch, that's really part of it, whatever we do, but that's what's happening over here. Restream had no hesitation to go ahead and try to help in terms of the story. So, kind of like what we're saying, I'm going to come on, but the story, the basic story that was happening in this section of Gemara, I'm taking some lessons in Gemara. I'm going to make more, I guess, text-based lessons as opposed to historical lessons for a lot of reasons, mostly because we have an amazing company over here. But so let's just get started over here with what was happening. So Restream went and got Williams and said he was going to cut off the supply chain. By doing that, he was ultimately going to Jerusalem time and going to be used for this. However, says the Gemara that there were three people who were tremendously wealthy at that time. And we know these people from other Gemara points out it's not true of the Williams and kindness. Where it tells us that he took on the entire soldiers of the nation to go and supply water for everyone at the last second. Now, Gemara goes into a story right now. So there were three wealthy that seem crazy, but I do know. And basically, we now just use all of their resources. We could have lasted for 21 years. Basically, could have waited there for as much time as you want. 21 years
would have been fully covered and he would have been fine. They all said to Gemara, I'm a tiny okay, I'm going to cover it in barley. Another one said, I'm going to cover the oil and wine. Another one said, I'm going to cover the wood. Three were the those who were willing to give wood into such expensive asset. They were covered. Things seem to be going on despite what was happening and obviously all the tensions that were going on behind the scenes. Things seem to be at least now you have 20 years about something. By then, hopefully, something will figure itself out. However, this is going to lead us into the next section of the how the Roman Baryone, zealots. Baryone, Rashi says, comes from Russian border. They just want to fight. They weren't thought out people. They caused major issues. And they decided that no, we need to fight back against this siege. We need to fight back against this attack. That's our only option. And the Chachamim wondered. Chachamim said, I'm going to leave Rabbanan. We could not be strong about value. Rabbanan wanted to just go over to peace more diplomatically. They knew that they had 21 years to work with. So there was a lot of time to go ahead and do everything that was going on. But the Baryone have none of it. And they argued eventually. They burned down all the supplies that these three large families were going to give. So now, now supply chains are cut off from the outside. They have nothing from the inside, and they are in common trouble. So Gemara goes on to describe just how terrible this famine is.